Symposium. I'm the proud mom of 5 amazing. Hi, I'm Junia Tan from Singapore, a tiny country with a global impact in Asia, and it is such a privilege to be a part of this Mother's Day Symposium. I'm the proud mom of 5 amazing kids and happily married to the same one man. I share this because 16 years ago, I was a reluctant mom. You see, it was a shotgun marriage, and there was so much fear and uncertainty stepping into motherhood and a union. Fast forward today, I would say one of the greatest challenges of modern moms is really how do we navigate in today's digital age. We are talking about our kids growing up with uncensored information in this volatile, uncertain, ambiguous and complex age, with hot topics like sex and religion and politics before they are even anchored in values and wisdom that we have to prepare them for. Did the internet get to them before us? And I share that the solution really is us. We are in such a privileged space to effectively influence their lives. The question is this: have we created safe spaces where our kids know that they can come to us? Have we earned their respect? Have we earned their authority and the right to speak into their lives? Or have we unconsciously criticized or directed them so much that we unconsciously push them away? And that is why I say that the solution and the possibility that I see is that parents really start parenting consciously, where we no longer are defaults of what we inherited, parenting models that we inherited, but we actually heal our wounds and our triggers. Because as we look at what causes us to erupt and actually deal with it internally, is where we present the best versions of ourselves to our kids. And as we influence these young lives, it's really such an enjoyable journey together as we navigate together, where I'm not necessarily always the teacher, but I'm also a student to my child. So this Mother's Day, enjoy.
Are you a good dancer? Tango, salsa, waltz, or even belly dancing? Have you heard of a mother's leadership dance? Most of her life, a mother dances in front of her children as a role model. She walks the way and leads the way. Sometimes she dances by their side as their friend to listen to their concerns and needs. But most of the time, she dances in the background as a supporter and the encourager. If you want to know more about a mother's leadership dance, join me on the 9th of May on Anobi TV for the Mother's Symposium 2020. See you soon.
Hi everyone, my name is Tawuta Abdule. I am wife and mother of 2 beautiful children. I am very excited to share with you that I'm going to be speaking at the Global Motherhood Symposium. I am a bestseller author, a transformational and parenting coach. I am an advocate of bringing up strong, confident and resilient children with clear structure, tradition notion and high parental expectation. My approach is to educate, inspire and support families, and also to empower women to be the best version of themselves. When it comes to motherhood, we strive that our relationship with our children is ideal. At its core, motherhood is a relationship, actually a partnership between a parent and a child. That takes hard work and sacrifice. A relationship that is built through unconditional love, communication, respect, and deep connection. This is what motherhood is all about. Come and join me on 9th of May 2021 from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Singapore time, when I will share my message and an experience in my motherhood. Also, I invite you to not miss this golden opportunity. Together, we are better. See you there. Thank you.
I'm so glad you asked, Gabriel. This Mother's Day, I'm going to be joining women from around the world at this year's Global Symposium for Moms. The event is actually on May 9th between 2 o'clock and 8 p.m. Singapore time. It's a global virtual event taking place on Anobi TV's YouTube channel. And what I'm going to be doing there, and I invite you to join me too, is be inspired. There are going to be women from around the world sharing insights and inspiration for moms just like you and me. I'm actually honored to be this year's keynote speaker, and I'm going to be speaking on the topic of if you can birth a baby, you can birth a career, because it's true. I've done it. I'm Margarita Eberline. I'm the mother of 5 young boys, and I'm also an entrepreneur, and I'm going to be sharing practical tips for moms just like you and me. So join me May 9th at the Global Symposium for Moms on Anobi TV's YouTube channel. Simply log in between 2 and 8 o'clock Singapore time. I look forward to seeing you there.
How can we show up for our children during these times of uncertainty? How can we allow our children to have a voice and we can be an example for them? This is part of the discussion that we will have in the panel that I will be hosting for the Global Symposium for Mothers 2021. This will be on May 9th from 2 to 10 p.m. Singapore time. We will dig deeper in this topic and to find out what is going on in all the households. We have incredible women that are going to be inspiring us and giving us their point of view. We know that emotions have shifted. Maybe you lost your job or a loved one. How can we be present, not just for our children, but ourselves? How can we be of service, happy, and inviting to our children to keep on going with grace and enthusiasm? This and many more topics around this incredible subject we will be talking about on this day. I want to thank Anobi Private Limited for organizing this event, and I want to invite all the women around the world. We will have our segment for Americas and Canada, but this is a worldwide event. So join us on May 9th, 2021 from 2 to 10 p.m. Thank you.
Do you love your children unconditionally? Do your children feel loved even when they make mistakes? And how do you find a balance between a permissive and controlling mom? Hi everyone, I'm Grace Moran, and I would like to invite you to Global Symposium for Mothers 2021 in celebrations of Mother's Day on May 9th between 2 to 9 p.m. Singapore time and Anobi TV. I will be the moderator in a panel discussion, and our topic is loving our children unconditionally. Now, what does it truly mean to love our children unconditionally? Dr. Shavari said, accepting them for who they wish and want to be, without imposing our will or ego or opinion as mothers. We have to separate our ego to love unconditionally. Unconditional love is one of the most important gifts we can receive as children. Moreover, it's the very best gift we can offer to our own children when we become parents. To know more about it, join our panel of three esteemed women from the Middle East and feel free to ask questions during our panel discussion regarding our topic. So see you on May 9th in Global Symposium for Mothers 2021 in Anobi TV.
Motherhood, they say, is the greatest gift on earth for women. But do you know that some women struggle with self-doubt and constant challenges? As for myself, I used to worry about if parenting my children has been done correctly or incorrectly. It even gets to the extent that sometimes I feel really sad that these children are growing up and the values I'm putting on them, is it going to help them or not? As you know, every mother wants their children to succeed in life. So I will be inviting you to the event. It's called the Global Symposium for Mothers. It is happening worldwide. It is happening at Anobe TV on YouTube. And the event is on the 9th of May 2021 at 2 p.m. to 9 to 10 p.m. Singapore time. On this day, you will be able to hear from different women. My name is Adobe Onyekwele. I'm a reinvention coach. I'm also the author of the best-selling book, Reinvent Yourself. I am also the MC and moderator for this event happening on the Global Motherhood Symposium on the 9th of May. I have fantastic women on my panel. I will be asking questions, and if you come, they say knowledge is power. When you come on this event, you'll be able to share your ideas and also listen to the words from fantastic women. And these women have been the best in the world in whatever they do. They have a lot of answers to some challenging motherhood questions you may have. And believe you, by coming, the panelists will be able to show you how they have compared raising children in non-Western society and Western society. Because the topic for this event is how to compare children and style and values used in raising them in the non-Western society, and how this can be compared to Western society. So just to be able to hear from these two aspects, please join us. Don't forget,
warriors emerged, venting their frustration and anger on the next closest person. And what easier than not through the handphone online? The pandemic is actually going through another wave as we see it now. So what can we do as mothers to consciously provide the best home that we can for our children? If parents want their children to have that healthy mental resilience to tackle this volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world today that we live in, what can we as parents, as mothers do to create that safe space for our children? Our amazing 18 multi-talented speakers today from the ASEAN and Far East segment will be sharing their parenting journey of how they've celebrated the joys and the prides of parenting with their children, bore the heartaches with each hurtful word hurled at them. Now, on hindsight, seamlessly in those mindless arguments, how they've maintained sanity and yet somehow managed to overcome each challenge with courage, with determination, actually to step out each time to be the best mom that they can be. So without further ado, happy Mother's Day to all the kind, generous, warm, witty, intelligent, beautiful superhero moms that will be joining us today. So happy Mother's Day, and let's jump into the next segment, right? So in this next segment, we have none other than Junior. Junior is the founder of Mom Space, the creator of Modern Asian Mom, author actually of the modern, I'm sorry.
Lynette.
Yes, hi.
I should be doing the speech
sorry.
first. It's okay.
Sorry.
I know you are.
Nervousness.
It's okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So let me hand the floor over to Suzanne.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Lynette.
Thank you.
Okay. Team, can you spotlight me?
Yes.
Team. Okay. Oh, hi everyone. Can you see me? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, good. Right. All right. Okay, good. Now, I just want to share a little story with you. You know, when I took on the task of organizing the Global Symposium for Mother's Day 2021 for the company, someone asked me this question. You are not a mom. You have no kids. So what do you understand about motherhood? And I asked myself, what do I understand about motherhood? Well, that understanding came from my 45-year-old relationship with a woman who has been my pillar of support, who has been my guiding light, my coach, my counselor and friend, the woman who gave birth to me and raised me up. And the woman is my mother. And over the past 6 weeks of preparation, as I work alongside with my regional leads who are moms, in my communications with the speakers and panelists, moderators, as I watch the video pictures that all of you sent in, which are now shown in our YouTube channel, I see all these qualities in my mom, beautifully expressed in all your stories, in all your insights and perspectives. And today, we are bringing all of you, over 90 speakers from Asia, Middle East, Africa, Europe, Americas, and Canada, who are mothers, grandmothers, and some even great-grandmothers. And on behalf of our team at NOB, we want to dedicate this event to you, to celebrate all of you as mothers of the world connecting together, celebrating the shared values that all of you share as one global community of moms, celebrating the love that you have been generating, you have been nurturing your children and grandchildren, celebrating the contributions that you have brought to your families, community, and your country. And this is a message to our audience who are watching this program right now live from Anobay TV Live Facebook group and Anobay TV YouTube channel. As you listen to the stories, as you listen to their speeches, let us take time to reflect on our own relationships with our mothers. And even better, if your mom is with you right now, invite her, get her to watch with you the program. If she's not with you, send her the live stream link so that for one day she can get to share, to be in the same space of all the other mothers in the world, listening to the speeches that are going to be so motivating and inspiring. I want to end this speech with a quote. A mother is she who can take the role of others, but a role that no one else can take. Happy Mother's Day. For all the speakers, panelists, and moderators, I wish you well, and I truly believe that you will do a fantastic job in sharing your speeches to inspire thousands and millions of people out there in the global community. Thank you, and I'll pass the time back to Lynette.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, for the very heartfelt speech. And I think without you, I must affirm that without you and your team's support, this event would not be possible. So sending you all our gratitude for putting this together. So thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, for the daddies out there that may be tuning in, get your partners on board. So let's, without further ado, welcome Junia. Junia, I think, is no stranger to the online community and Singapore. She is the founder of Mount Space, creator of the Modern Asian Mother, author of The Naked Parent, a motivational speaker, host, and a delightful mother to 5 amazing children. A thought leader in the parenting space, she is widely recognized for her pioneering parenting model. Her strategies, techniques are so effective that the results have been transformational. Powerful connecting with every child is something that every parent wants. But yet how? So today, an authentic and unconventional yet practical mom, she has gone beyond mainstream parenting to one of how to stay relevant in the 21st century. So without further ado, let me welcome Junia on stage.
Hi. Hi.
Hello, Junia. Yes, over to you.
Over already, yeah? I don't see it spotlighted, but I'll just speak, okay? Hi, a very good afternoon from where I am, maybe morning, evening to each and every one of you. It's such a privilege to connect with so many mothers across the world. So, hi, my name is, okay, I see you spotlighted my video. Hi, my name is Junia, the delightful mom to 5 amazing kids. Yet, I wasn't always this happy. I remember to start, I was a reluctant mom. And why I share that is my first child was out of a shotgun marriage. And so you can imagine my uncertainty walking not just in the union with a man, but even into motherhood. Fast forward 15 years later, it's really such a privilege and a joy to have expanded and to have really matured as a human being. So the title today, Parenting in the 21st Century, I chose it because parenting today pose an entirely new set of challenges. Where I say, moms, you would be able to identify with this. We have to do so much more in less time. So just 1 generation ago, my mom was a homemaker and my dad focused on bringing home the bacon. So there were very clearly defined roles. Today, we know moms have dual roles, not just at home and working full-time, if not part-time. And then stay-at-home mothers have it even more, right? Multiple roles. I'm a chef, I'm a tutor, I'm a maid, I'm a chauffeur, I'm a best friend to my kid, and so much more. So, and I say we have to do so many more, pack so much more in less time, because everything with the internet is happening faster. So I remember my 3-year-old daughter watching a Disney cartoon where, as I glanced over, I saw Princess Ariel and Jasmine sitting in a pool kissing. In that moment, I was shocked because messages come innocuously through Disney princesses. They made it look so normal. What are the messages that the internet has infiltrated right into our homes? So I bring this up because that was 12 years ago when she was only 3 years old. So we have lesser time really to prepare our kids because they are being exposed to uncensored information that cognitively they may not be ready to process. It seems like moms, we no longer have the luxury of 10 years to anchor them in values. Or do we? So for those of you who haven't given your child their own personal devices, guard your non-digital space, because once you introduce that to them, we will need structures and limits and boundaries, right, to limit that. So for me, I stall for as long. I'd rather keep Pandora's box closed for as long as possible. So in my family, only the 15-year-old has her own phone. The 11 years old, not yet, it's fine. You can borrow the school's general office phone if it's that much of an emergency. If not, my heart is to slow down that influx, right, of information. Because for me, I want that space to have as many conversations with them, to anchor them in values. And I'm talking about having really the difficult conversations, those that some of us may cringe and not be sure how to talk, to talk about. For example, sex, religion, gender preferences, politics, and I want to take time to be able to dialogue with them. So if I were to just very quickly break it into three, right? When we talk about digital age, I break it into passive, social, and creative. I identify the ways that our kids connect with the internet these ways. So passive is when they zombily watch without filtering. So whether it's Netflix, whether it's playing a game, where they are just being passive. Okay, social is where they connect, not just with friends. So if you have kids who are females, normally they would use their phones for this a lot more. But social is a lot healthier because it's not just connecting with someone through the internet, but even with family members. So we could be sitting down, watching a show, discussing our opinions on it. That qualifies as social. And the third is where I talk about creative, where my heart is the internet is here to stay. If we teach our kids how to go to the internet for answers, to find solutions, to think about what's relevant, so they do research, they explore, they discover. That is the three angles of where I would say, let's focus more time on this later two instead of the first one, where they are just passively, mindlessly wasting time almost. So to introduce, I have the ABCs of the 21st century parenting. A stands for authority, boundaries, and very quickly I'll talk about communication. Authority models are so different from what you and I were brought up in, where traditional and positional are no longer as effective because with more knowledge now, our kids challenge us. They don't do as they're told. A very quick solution is where I talk about earned authority. Because for many of us, we assume kids are supposed to listen. And that assumption against reality is that they don't. They will never, because they are alive with a mind of their own. So as moms, we get to remove a lot of power struggles when we introduce the concept of earned authority. And together with A, the solution, right? So listen, I'll come A, B, C. The solution I would also say is one word: authenticity. So my husband really wanted us to go out for a family lunch, and he was getting quite loud, right? Because the teenager didn't want to go out. She wanted to read a book. He was like, you talk to her. And I decided, why not? And I went into a room. I was like, love, authentically, it wasn't me telling her what to do. It was just sharing. You know, honestly, I also don't want to go out. Mommy is so exhausted. I really rather just stay at home. But I have changed because it matters to daddy. And once a week, if we go out as a family, if it makes him happy, that it makes me happy. And then I looked at her and I said, and it's really up to you. If you want to read a book, then go ahead. But this is your family, and we would love to connect with you. She looked at me, and I think it was just that simple space of not telling her what to do, of giving her the real option with no manipulation, where she really got like,
Yeah, what's a couple of hours? It was supposed to be just a lunch, right? We ended up the entire Sunday out most memorably. So what I'm saying is, my husband's way of demanding and insisting would have seemingly yielded the same result. The teenager would have gotten up, she would have joined us for lunch anyway, except that the huge difference is the inward buy-in. Because outward compliance does not equate to inward consent, which is critical, because the less dissonance there is, the more whole the person is. Yet, often, we tend to focus on an outcome that creates an incongruity within them. And the impact is the lack of clear boundaries or lines of consent. So I invite us moving forward to ask them a lot more instead of tell. B, boundaries. As a mom, I have expanded my boundaries so much. It's so much easier to tell my kids to keep within the boundaries of what I prefer and comfortable with. Yet, with the internet coming, even I am expanding. So this is where I want to share. Our kids are autonomous beings with different preferences, ideals, and giftings. And often, we don't see them uniquely for who they are because we are molding them into a form that we would rather. Study hard for good grades. Can I challenge that? This is one big one, especially from Asia, right? We live in a VUCA world where volatility means that companies that used to last decades are now going out of business. The World Economic Forum even states in 2018 that there are so many jobs that will be redundant by the time our kids grow up, and we see it already today. So I don't know for moms in other countries, but I used to be a tiger mom. And yet one day I asked myself, will pushing them so much for academic excellence really guarantee success in life? And because someone who masters the education system may not necessarily be someone who masters themselves or the larger system. So today, so from that day on, I changed, right? I was like, instead of grades, if you fail, let it be. I want you to enjoy learning. So it takes a longer time. The process is longer, but I'd rather spend time in celebrating who they uniquely are, even if they don't fit into the education system for now. And I want to cultivate the love of, curiosity and life skills, collaboration, creative problem solving, and it comes in everyday teachable moments. And finally, I want to end with communication. I think that's the one challenge that every generation faces, right? My mom was very communicative, or rather, she was always telling me her point. How do our kids see us? As a loud hailer repeating the same thing for years, or as a confidante that they can come to and open up for advice? The truth is, in this increasingly complex world, they need us more than ever before. They need someone they trust, not just to advise, but someone really to journey with them. Will you be there for me when I make mistakes? Will you be there to pick me up? Don't say, I told you so, but will you be there with me throughout? It's hard for moms, I get, because it's so painful for us to see them suffer when we can see the future, right? Almost. But yet, that is part of the entire process, journeying with them, not avoiding life's lessons. So my perspective changed when I take on that I'm not just a teacher to my kids, but I am also a student. So it doesn't just remove the responsibility of always having the right answers, because I tell them I don't, right? But when I humble myself to also be a student, I create a space for mistakes for them and me. It is a non-judgmental zone where we can really connect and explore, because who says mom is right anyway? Years ago, we thought the world was flat, and logically so. How else would the people on the underside live, right? Upside down? But today we know otherwise. So I always tell my kids that my advice comes from experience and probably would be the best approximation that would guide them in life, but always keep an open mind. My prediction, difficult conversations are going to be on the increase, whether it's trans, mental wellness, religion, because as our kids get connected to the world, will we be in the inner circle of theirs? My daughter tells me how one of her friends, an introvert in school, a goody two-shoes who always listens to teacher, has a boyfriend online in the UK. And why I share this is a lot of us are not as involved in our kids' life. And as long as we keep pushing them our world, we actually exclude ourselves. So as social beings, they need our love. They need to know that their opinion matters. That it's not just our opinion, but what they have to say is valid. So even if their communication is completely different, their viewpoint is different, cheer them on, get into their world. Because the goal of every communication is really connection. If connection is missing, then the whole agenda is missing. So sure, okay, there are many times I go up. I just go back and say, sorry, I apologize, to keep the connection, because at the end of it, what truly matters? It's that connection. So this Mother's Day, authenticity, B for believe in them for their uniqueness and connect with them. And I want to say this, it's not just from us moms to them, but primarily from us to us. Because when we allow ourselves to be authentic, when we believe in ourselves and are connected with the humanity that we are, inside out, that's where our kids will catch our hearts. Because many things in life are caught, not taught. You have an amazing life, mummies, because only you can have a say in how your life goes. Have a splendid, happy Mother's Day.
Thank you so much, Junior. It's so wonderful. And okay, we didn't rehearse and we didn't know each other's texts in advance. Let's put that caveat out, but I see so much similarity. No wonder we connect. Thank you so much for spending a part of your Mother's Day with us, Juna, and I really, really appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts, sending you our gratitude and love as well. Thank you for sharing. Highly motivational. I love your ABCs, and definitely that's something that I'm going to apply even much more so. So, without further ado, I think we'll hand it over back to Suzanne.
Oh, hi, Lynette. Okay, so this is my time to introduce you as the next speaker. So as Lynette needs no introduction, she is our MC. She's also, she's going to host this event, this segment for ASEAN and Far East. And now she's going to give us a speech. And the title of the speech is Tug of War in Parenting. So over to you, Lynette.
Thanks, Suzanne. So as I was sharing earlier, Junior and I did not rehearse and we did not know what each other would be saying, apart from the fact that the titles of the speech, right? So the similarity are a lot, but let's see, you tell me. Growing up in a very traditional Chinese family for myself as well, respect, obedience to our seniors was expected. But my world flipped 20 years ago. The positive double line on the pregnancy kit stopped my heart and actually brought a halt to everything in life. A million thoughts ran through, and the first was, good job, Lynette, what have you done? Aren't you too young to be one? Do I even know how to be a mom? How was I going to look after another when I can't even hold a job, having been retrenched twice in a row? I can't even support myself. And to top it up, I wasn't even married. My partner then was not home more than 3/4 of the time of the year. I was going to be literally a single mom, parenting and bringing up my baby single-handedly. I was lost, tormented, and most of all, angry. Angry with myself for all the mess that I had created. And felt then like a complete failure. But fast forward that to today, I realized I made a choice. And I chose to challenge the norm. I realized I made the choice that then threw me into this big roller coaster journey that transformed my life, because I was overwhelmed, and remember, I wasn't even prepared for motherhood. Overwhelmed by the myriad of conflicting opinions, what makes a good, effective mom, and what should I do, what should I not do? The best way of parenting, faced with constant mummy's guilt, because I was then at the peak of my career. When I realized that after a meditation retreat, nothing was more important to me than my family. my kids. And that time with them was irreplaceable. So today, I'm a mompreneur, a peak performance coach by choice. And as Peter had rightly had introduced, married to my first love, yes, that same partner, a mother to 3 unique individuals, 17, 16, and 11. I started being present with my family, not only physiologically, physically, but also mentally and emotionally. And that started my whole entire new parenting journey with this heightened awareness. I realized that I have been deconstructing my belief systems ever since I realized I was pregnant with my firstborn. And that started that tug of war journey of traditional, as I migrated towards being conscious or respectful parenting, as what some people call it now. But the end of it all was really to follow my heart and do what is best, not only for me, but for the family. And to trust myself that I am doing my best and that my kids are doing their best. So I moved from being a provider to paying attention to their personal state, how they were feeling internally, where they were before. I was before taught to listen, obey, but now I acknowledge and attend to their emotions, the thoughts, the feelings. So 3 key things that I learned that I like to listen, that I like to share with everyone. Number 1, listen to your heart, listen with your heart without judgment when you're listening to them. Be fully present, set aside things. As I mentioned earlier, when they talk to you, are you actually looking at your phone or are you doing something else? Be present, because behind every young child who believes in himself or herself is a parent who believed first. Be their biggest cheerleader. Show that empathy, that compassion, and show that you really love them, right? Respect your children for who they are and what they choose, because they will do amazing things when you allow them to lead the way. Lead with a full cup, which means have your me time. It's so important, right? Because that mommy's guilt just going to drive you, because as long as you know your kids are in good hands, go ahead, enjoy yourself. So with that, trust yourself that you are doing your best, that my kids are doing their level best. Listen to your heart, and it will do wonders. Thank you very much for listening to me. And now it's my turn to introduce the next person. All right. So, okay. So now next up, we have Millie. Millie Leong is from Taiwan. And an interesting fact about her is she's lived in 5 countries and have spoken in front of 24,000 people at the stadium before. And a side note, she shared that they broke down, right? So she's going to share with us about work-life balance during the pandemic. Millie, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nana, for introducing me, and I love the 2 speeches before me. So ladies, I know it's totally not easy to strike a perfect balance between your work and your personal life. And when we become mother, things just get much more complicated, right? There are so many working moms out there who are trying to juggle a full-time career or the business, and also between parenting and the household chores. And there are also many single mothers trying to juggle between work and everything else in their world. And especially during this pandemic, there are a lot of schools or childcare being interrupted. So it added a lot of stress to women around the world trying to juggling all these things already stressful in the world. Hi, my name is Millie Liang. I'm a mother and of 2 lovely daughters. My older daughter is Angeline. She's 10 years old now, and Alicia is now 8 years old. And I can tell you time really flies. They are already so tall. I can't believe it. I'm also a full-time entrepreneur, business mentor, international speaker, and also a best-selling author. And today, I want to talk about work-life balance. I'm going to quickly share just a few tips with you ladies. Now, tip number one is going to be maybe a little surprising, but my first tip is actually do what you love. Why do I say that? I'm sure you love your children. However, do you always love what you do? Whether it means your job, your career, your business. I admit that when it comes to continue to pursue your dreams, you have got to do what you love. Because when you do what you love, then the work doesn't feel like work as much. It becomes more of a passion project, right? So find that one thing that truly drives you, and you automatically become a lot happier. Now, tip number two is we're not superwomen, so be sure to ask for help. We cannot do everything by ourselves, and there are just so many hours in the day that we can do things, and we have only so much energy. So it's very important to ask for help, whether it's from your spouse, your partner, your in-laws, your neighbors, your friends. And also, if you can't find any of those, I would suggest something called the Kid Swap. It sounds funny, right? What it really essentially means is look for other mompreneurs or other working moms in your neighborhood, try to get to know each other, and so that you can arrange play days. When the kids are playing, you mommy also get some time off. So it's really quite powerful because the kids, they're in good hands, and also they're having a great time. Now, of course, you have financial resources. You can also hire a babysitter, or in Asia, many parts of the country, it's very affordable to hire help. Now, tip number three is set healthy boundaries. It's really important, especially during the pandemic. We are all kind of stuck at home. Our kids are stuck at home. We sometimes drive ourselves crazy, and our kids drive us crazy, right? We know what we're talking about here. But as much as we can, try to set some healthy boundaries. Try to have a place that you can work. Put a sign up if you have an office in your home. Let your kids know that when you're going to come back, make sure that they're having something fun to do. And of course, just as what Nanette said, I also totally agree that being present with your kids is so important. That means that when you're with them, you're not constantly looking at your phone, checking your emails, thinking about your work. And when you're doing your work, focus on your kids, and that is so important. Being present is the best present that you can give to your kids as well as yourself. Now, last but not least, tip number four is love yourself. We all know that as women, we sometimes put a lot of people in front of ourselves. But remember to give yourself some serious self-love. Why? Because we need that. If your tank is empty, we can't really give. And we can't give that love to our children and our family. So no matter what that self-love is, whether it's just a simple walk in a park or reading just 15 minutes of a book that you love, or maybe that facial or that hot bath at the end of the day, just a short one, you're going to recharge yourself and feel recharge yourself and relax again. So I hope that these 4 simple tips can really help you to strike a better work-life balance and bring more joy and happiness in your life. Being a mom is definitely not easy. Especially on today's day, I want to really honor you, all of you as mother, and doing what you do, giving what you can give to your family and to the world. So once again, this is Millie, and I'm so honored today to spend this time with you. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Thank you so much, Lynette. You're doing an amazing job. And all the ladies here, have a beautiful, beautiful Mother's Day. Thank you so much. Pass the time back to you, Nanette.
Thank you so much, Millie. I can fully understand now how you moved the entire audience and how you managed to speak to so many people. Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. So without further ado, let's move to our next speaker, because we have close to 100 speakers on today, including the panelists. So next up, we have Jacqueline. Jacqueline Lowe is a good friend, and she is a working mother of 2 young adults, a girl who's 21, boy who's 20, originally from Malaysia and now a Singaporean living in Singapore. She has been working all her life and has no apologies for it. She's amazing. She's been working all her life, and now an entrepreneur, she is still working, but with a difference of length and a great sense of fulfillment. So she'll be sharing with us their journey or the destination, a working mom's takeaway. Jacqueline, over to you.
Hi, happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful super moms out there. Hi, I'm Jacqueline. Won't introduce myself again because Lynette has done a great job introducing me. But yes, I'm a working mother, been working all my life, 2 young adult children. I will not lie, it wasn't easy, and it still isn't easy juggling motherhood and work. But I think through the journey that I have gone through, there are some things that I've learned. So I was having a conversation with a good friend, and she was asking about my children, about how they were, what they were doing, and a question popped up. What was important? Is it the journey or the destination of our children's when they grow up? So the thing is that the destination is important because then we know where we're heading to, but the journey is equally important because, through its ups and downs, how we get there is different for everybody. And each child's journey will be different. They have their own capabilities, their own personality and character. And I'm sure, as we all can relate, you can bring them up the same way, but they will turn out different. So, it's how we work with them. So an example, my daughter's journey. So she is now doing law in a local university. And the usual route for doing that is you do O levels, A levels, and then to university, you do it all full time. And then you get called to the bar, then you go and work and practice. But my daughter's journey is O levels, polytechnic, started work full time, and studying part time now. So in university. So you see, the journey is different, but the destination is the same, doing law in university. Some mothers out there would maybe will not be happy because say, why aren't you like the rest? You didn't go through that same route. But and there may be also some who raise their eyebrows and have their own set of judgments, but it doesn't affect me. So she has her own way of doing things. She has a way of learning. And I'm proud to say that she's happy what she's doing, and she's getting the experience of both theoretical and practical. So again, as a working mother, we only have so much time on our hands. And as I look back and reflect on my journey, here are some of my takeaways. One, don't sweat the small stuff. There's just not enough time and energy that we have in our time, that we just need to prioritize and know what is important and when. And small stuff means differently to different people. So depending on what it is to you, the idea here is not let things get to us. Don't let the unnecessary stress worry us out. So choose your battles wisely, so to say. 2, communicate. And the communication has to be 2 ways. And as they grow, the communication changes. When they're younger, it's more telling them what to do. And then as they get older, it's more sharing and having a dialogue. And that's healthy for any relationship. Also be a listening ear. It's so that they can talk and vent out. No judgment, and sometimes no advice. Us, we are wired to solve problems, but sometimes all they want is just a listening ear and an understanding. And then another one, role model. Do as I do is more powerful than do as I say. So when we talk the talk, when we walk the talk, our children see that we practice what we preach. And that is important, because then it's easier for them to accept, because they say and they see mommy is doing it. So, it's easier. Next one is give them room to learn, fall, get up, and move on. It's only natural. We will be protective of our children, but falling down and failing is part of life. Help them understand that it is fine to fail, but what is important is learn from that failure, acknowledge it, and talk about it. I've learned that, when I talk to my kids about something that didn't turn out the way they wanted to, it helps them to release the tension, and it helps them understand that it's fine. What I went through, if it didn't go the way I wanted to, it's fine. I'm still who I am. It's just that it may be a little different. So that is important. Also allow them to solve their own issues and fight their own battles, because it helps build their resilience and independence. Next is don't be shy to ask for help. Again, because we only have so much time on our hands, ask for help. I am lucky that I have my family from Malaysia who had come down to help take care of the kids when they were growing up. But then it wasn't easy. When I had my daughter, I wasn't sure whether my parents were willing to, forego their life in Malaysia and come here to help take care of my kids. But they did. So again, don't be shy to ask for help. I think that's what's important. And then, as what Millie mentioned earlier, set boundaries. But in my case, set boundaries in terms of setting family time and being present during that family time, and not letting work encroach during that time. So our kids know that they have our undivided attention. And most importantly, don't be too hard on yourself, and enjoy the journey. Motherhood is something that we need to enjoy. And I think there's still a lot that I can learn from my experience and from other mothers. So these are some of my takeaways. There's still much more out there. What I would say is enjoy the journey. So happy Mother's Day again to everyone. Enjoy the day with your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. A lot of nuggets of wisdom to share that you've shared with us, and just absorbing it in now. All right, traditional way is not the only way, like what Ayu was saying, it is true. And I think that's a common theme that we've heard so far. Traditional way is not the only way. The tiger mom, all right, watch, watch the space. All right, so I think right now we're going into to remind everyone that there is a lucky draw. So please remember to go on to Anobe YouTube channel to win cool prizes. There are a total of 16 prizes to be won. Running through the program. So go on to Anobe TV YouTube channel to like, share, comment, and the link is also there. And we will be announcing the lucky draw winners at 3 p.m., I believe. So without further ado, let me bring on our next speaker. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Ng. She is an independent business owner with 20 years of experience working for the top 20 most admired companies, traveled around the world and at least 30 countries on 5 continents. A passionate individual who believes in the uniqueness of every human being and aspires to help unleash the power of everyone and stretch their potential to lead them to a super being. She's a superhero maker in the making herself as well, unleashing the super mother powers of motherhood with us. Elizabeth, over to you.
Thank you, Lynette. Congratulations, you have a baby boy. Congratulations, you have a baby girl. Suddenly, you have just landed yourself in seemingly the most daunting and impossible lifelong career, almost like entrepreneurship. Mandatory long hours, no stipulated breaks, no guaranteed returns. But you stick it day after day, years after years, because you believe in the end product, a child that will make you a proud mom no matter at what age. We are constantly thrown with real-life scenarios, role plays that haunt our communication skills, interpersonal skills, problem solving, decision making, organizing, planning, delegation, and so much more. Isn't motherhood incredible? Added one child with so many added values, another child, double the added values, triple child, triple added values. Motherhood is very much like a superheroine in training. Every day is a training, is a victory in its own sense. There are many unknown, dangers lurking around, villains surrounding, and being a mother just give us the ability to protect and fight. Being just putting your baby to sleep, keeping a toddler sitting quietly at the dinner table, coaxing a child to eat his or her greens, explaining puberty to a growing child, educating on birds and bees to a teenager. Even when they become adults, there are just so many things to learn, unlearn, and relearn for ourselves. And motherhood has taught me not to fear the unknown, but instead embrace the journey of learning on the go and carpe diem. Enjoy the process of figuring out, exploring, discovery, and being involved. To realize our true potential as motherhood leaders, we must first understand how to unleash the power within us. Motherhood does bestow us the power to love, empathize, endure, influence. But without this one superpower, we will never be able to unlock the full package of goodness that comes with motherhood. And that is the power to stay calm. There are a lot of things going around us. Kids misbehaving, babies crying, work deadlines, husband not supporting. And so much to do, so little time. So much to breathe in and so much fears floating around. I'm sure we all want to raise kids of good character and values, good grades and children of success. So much so that we grow to be this superheroine with superhuman vision and microscopic vision. As a result, we may tend to react in unsolicited manner, and it's easy to unconsciously trigger a physical response such as raising eyebrows, like what Jacqueline said, clenched muscles or rolling eyes, negative facial expressions, or forceful tone of voice. As a motherhood leader, we need to acquire this superpower of staying calm. And choosing to stay calm in undesired situation is a superpower, a symbol of incredible strength. Learn to smile and laugh and de-stress. Learn to look at things from a different perspective. It is okay to have ice cream dripping onto that dress. It is okay to have drawings on the wall. Look at solutions, not the issue. Ice cream stains can be washed. Drawings can be erased by fresh paint. Just last week, I was with my 14-year-old daughter at a road junction when I saw a dead rat and I started to scream. And this startled her and shocked her, and my nails even dug into her arm. And no matter what is going around us, as mothers, we need to be mindful of reactions as we are leading by example and leading by confidence. It takes skills and practice to pause and staying calm, especially during stressful situations and emergencies, which are often happening in mother's life. My overreaction brought unnecessary anxiety to my child because she did not see the dead rat. I screamed, and she screamed for nothing. And our behaviors and attitudes plays a very big part in conditioning our children, and 95% of our behaviors are pattern and reflections of past experiences, childhood, and memories. So if you want to raise a child of excellence, do be a model of excellence. Master the power of staying calm and believe there's a solution to every problem. Thank you so much for listening. And thank you, MC Lynette and Annobay TV, for giving me this opportunity to speak. This is superhero maker Elizabeth from Singapore signing off.
Thank you, superhero Elizabeth. You are a superhero, and listening to all the superhero speeches, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, next speaker up, we have Venus, and Venus Denon is actually from Thailand, from Philippines, based in Bangkok, Thailand. Her young motherhood journey actually opened up more opportunities to explore the youthfulness, and it's keeping her young. So let's welcome Venus as she shares with us her young motherhood journey. Venus, over to you.
Such a wonderful feeling to share this youthful enthusiasm to all the amazing moms. My entrance into young motherhood has given me such stamina to maintain my youthfulness. I had a baby at a very young age. Yes, I acknowledge the challenges of young motherhood. I had a share of guilt and worries. I was so guilty of delivering my pregnancy news to my parents before my university graduation. The care and support I received transformed such guilt into dignified sense of responsibility. I made a commitment to be a self-sufficient mom and continue achieving as much as I can. I finished my bachelor's degree in time. There's more than that. Mommy managed to achieve a doctorate degree. I got such survival spirit from my mom and my aunts, who strengthened their confidence from me. I was raised as a responsible daughter, and now a responsible mom. Way back then, I was really worried. As a young mom, how can I navigate my mommy duties of growing a child while I'm growing myself? I'm blessed that my son and I have this great synergy in growing up. We share the same interests. We both appreciate the melody of music. We share the same happiness. We run marathons. We compete on table tennis games. We're both excited about our academic achievements. Every year, we hold hands on stage to receive scholarly awards. We speak the same language. We're both glad to share our stories to others by saying yes to every public speaking opportunities. This harmony we have always activates youthfulness in me. My young motherhood journey allowed me to explore how I can optimize the prime of life. Motherhood is amazing, no matter when you became a mom. To my fellow young moms, turn challenges into opportunities. We grow with our kids, discover the world, and live new experiences. This is Venus. I'm celebrating my 18 years of being a mom. Happy Mother's Day to all the marvelous moms out there. Back to you, Lynette.
Wow, imagine being locked in arms. So proud of you, Venus, for the accomplishment and the journey that you've actually led the way with your kid, with your boy. So thank you very much, Venus. So next up, we have Ha. Ha is a Vietnamese working mom with an 8-year-old delightful bundle of joy, if I can say, and expecting a baby boy this July. She considers motherhood and parenting one of the most important missions in her life, but also frequently have to travel to keep work-life balance. She believes that a composed and trustful mother will help her children face difficulties with more confidence and calmness. So let's welcome Ha. Over to you, Ha.
Thanks, Lynette. It's such a pleasure to be able to share with you moms, amazing moms around the world and in Asia specifically, this journey. We have so many common stories, but yet I find it so inspiring to listen to all the stories of being so confident and helping the child to grow up. So I share my own story with my 8-year-old daughter as a young mom. It's such a great journey from, I think, being an immature girl to being a mom until now. It's a great journey. And the most important thing, I think, for the mental wellness of the child, I think, is to build up her self-confidence and self-acceptance ever since she was small as a toddler and then later on now as a small kid. uh, I think being with her is a great journey myself, and ever since she starts to wean, and I let her choose what she wants to eat. Later on, what she wants to wear, what she wants to play with, who she wants to be with, and what she wants to study. Give her some options is the first step that I gave her. Next is to give her and give myself and give my husband the courage to accept her choice, because I think it's so important that we have that belief, like many of the previous moms have shared before. Believe in her as a person, believe in myself as a parent, believe in our own way of parenting. And the most fascinating and important thing is the last part, listening to her own reasoning. That's when she can step in and say, I want this because that will define her own concepts, her own values. And when I listen to her, I also grow up with her. That's the most exciting thing that I experienced that I had as a mom, to be able to grow up, to be more mature, to listen truly to a person who I consider not only a child, not only a daughter, but also a friend. And throughout all this journey, building her confidence is also building my confidence as a mom and as a person. So I really hope that this could help some of the young mothers out there to be more confident in your own way of parenting. And I hope that this journey, this wonderful journey, will continue until later stages in life, in her life, in my life. Thank you, Lynette. Back to you.
Thank you for the beautiful sharing, Ha. Thank you so much. Now, without further ado, let's bring on Lisa. Lisa Chong is a mom of two, an experienced treasury manager and a founder of Still in Maternity, a homegrown maternity apparel label, and a multi-label mommy wellness concept store to help new moms ease into motherhood. The greatest achievement apart from her two kids would actually be Still coming from a down point of her life, overcoming all the negative mindsets, insecurities that made it challenging every step of the way. She's celebrating, and she'll be bringing with us Finding Hope After Loss. Lisa, over to you.
Thank you, Lynette. Hi, everyone. Wow, I've learned so much from all the ladies before me. Yeah, thank you guys for sharing your story. I'm Lisa, a mother of two boys, a full-time banking executive, and also the founder of Still in Maternity. Thank you all for tuning in to the Global Symposium for Mothers 2021, for all you watching in and hearing my story from loss to hope. Loss took on a whole new dimension as I watched his breath get shallower and shallower till it was no more. My future had gone dim, and I thought, where do I go from here? I still remember that fateful day when I lost my full-term baby, just hours after he was born. Nothing could have prepared me for that gutted feeling, nor that emptiness in those days that followed. My confidence and my self-esteem took a huge hit as I felt like I was a failure for not being able to protect my son. And one of the biggest struggles was dealing with my faith in God. How could I trust this God who was supposed to love and protect me? How could I love him when my heart had been torn into pieces? There were so many whys and hows I wanted to answer. I wanted to run from him, but yet I knew I needed him more than ever before. And despite being it more than a decade ago, I am never the same again. Thankfully, we managed to conceive and give birth to two other children subsequently, but each pregnancy were fraught with pregnancy scares like, antithrombin deficiency, Oscar tests that were positive for Down syndrome. And we were never really assured that at the end of the 40 week, we get to go home with a baby in our arms. Throwing myself into my new role as mom, I was determined to make up for all the missed opportunity before that my firstborn did not get to enjoy. Now things were starting to look rosy again, on the outside at least. But deep within me and my husband, we were both dealing with remnants of our inner demon, unresolved anger, fear, and trust. Little did I realize I was exhibiting signs of postnatal depression. Going back to work after maternity leave also took a toll on my mental and emotional health. I felt like I was not able to contribute as much as I wanted from the mommy's brain. And I was being judged by colleagues for leaving work on the dot to pick the kids, or having to take leave every now and then when the kids started falling sick one after another. I was constantly tired. And it felt like everybody wanted a piece of me. And the final straw came when the kids were playing one day and they were holding a sharp object in their hand. And I found myself thinking, what would happen if I took that and poked it through one of them? I had a shock when I realized what I was thinking. I knew I had to do something about it. And I told my husband what has been going on in my thoughts. And we agreed it was time for me to take a step back from my daily role, to take some time to rediscover for myself again. I needed to find back my confidence and overcome all these fears that were holding me back. And there began my discovery journey, myself with cooking classes, sewing, and checking off things off my bucket list. But as I did this, I began to find joy again. Not that I wasn't happy with the kids and all, but this was something that fed my creative soul. It was little steps, but I felt achievement doing something that I couldn't do before. A fashion class later on inspired me to conceptualize a brand that provided stylish dual function maternity workwear for professional women and something they could wear from pre to post pregnancy. And that was how Still in Maternity started. The entire journey, from finding drafter, manufacturer, sourcing for fabric, everything was daunting every step of the way. Yet I felt stronger as I walked this journey, feeling the fears fall away as I regained confidence on how much I have achieved and overcome. But more than just a maternity label, I wanted to use Stillen as a platform to spread the importance of awareness in mental health, especially for working moms. There are more challenges and milestones to come, but I feel more purposeful daily. And I just want to share 3 things that I felt helped this journey of recovery. 1, staying open about my feeling. taking action as I began to be aware about my downward spiral. And lastly, trying new things which filled my soul and created more possibilities in my life. And to close, I just want to share this quote by John Lennon. There's always a way out. Everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. And if you resonated with what I shared, know that there is always hope, even when you cannot see it yet. And with that, I leave you all, ladies, with my best wishes of peace, love, and hope. Happy Mother's Day, all. Over back to you, Lynette.
Lisa, sending you back all the love and support and gratitude, actually, for sharing with us your story. Thank you so much. Wow. Okay, let me take a deep breath because the emotion was really strong in Lisa. Okay, so next up we have Clara. Clara is another amazing lady from the Philippines. She had to leave her daughter to work overseas when the daughter was only 3 months old. For 10 years, she could only see her once a month. And being a single mom, there were priorities that she had to ensure that things went right for her daughter and herself. Today, she's going to be sharing with us practical rehabilitation framework for mothers. So, Clara, I hand the floor over to you.
Hey, mamas. One question. When was the last time you told yourself, I love you and I appreciate you? Probably a long time ago or probably never. As mothers, we would always prioritize the needs of others before our own. But let me tell you and let me remind you that you are the most important person in your life. Why? Ask me why. Realize that by caring for yourself, you are caring for this world. Your relationship with yourself will always have a ripple effect on others, good or bad. Self-care first, self-love first. Hello, I'm Clara from the Philippines. I'm a yoga and meditation teacher, the absolute transformational coach and speaker, CEO of Ada Incorporated, a technology corporation, and a mother to a beautiful and talented 14-year-old daughter. And I will be sharing with you the three M's of the practical rehabilitative framework. These are easy and actionable steps so we can go back to taking care of ourselves without guilt and live life with grace and ease. The first M is the mirror technique. This is inspired by the renowned speaker Lisa Nichols. So face the mirror and talk to yourself every day. It may feel odd initially, but you'll get used to it. Well, we all have weird things that we do every day, right? So tell yourself 7 things that you are proud of yourself for, small or big achievements. For example, Lynette, I am proud of you for getting up early today, even if you wanted to sleep a little longer because you wanted to or you need to fix the breakfast of your family. I am proud of you for the progress that you have made in your career all these years. Then after that, tell yourself 7 things that you forgive yourself for and a commitment to improve it. So for example, Suzanne, I forgive you for not eating properly yesterday and I commit to eating more fiber-rich and nutritious food now. Then tell yourself, I love you, I honor you, and I will always be here for you. Realize that through self-appreciation, forgiveness, and a commitment to yourself, this will help you value yourself more. So that's number 1, the mirror technique. Number 2 is the model technique. Well, there is no one rule book for us mothers, but did you know that our children learn from watching us? This is based on the research from the University of Arizona. If we want to raise children who are healthy and mindful, show them that we do it too. Make time for 5 to 10 minutes of meditation every day, at least 20 minutes of exercise, and mindful eating habits. Less junk processed food, more fiber-rich whole foods. And this way you are taking care of yourself and you're taking care of them too. Number 3, mind growth technique. When we are not growing, we are dying. Have you heard of this before? And when we put our personal growth as one of our priorities, everything around us grows as well. Our relationships, finances, etc. So read a book on wellness or finance, 20 pages a day. And okay, because I know you're busy, you like to multitask, listen to an audiobook or a podcast on mindset while doing your chores. So my podcast recommendations, Impact Theory by Tom Bilyeu or the Tony Robbins podcast. Watch your perspective and confidence grow. Do you struggle with making time for you, Mama? The decision lies in you. Set the stage for personal growth through self-care, and it will be easier to give to others from the overflow of love within you. Realize that by caring for yourself, you are caring for this world. Stay amazing, mamas. And in case you didn't hear this today, let me tell you, I love you and I appreciate you. Happy Mother's Day to us. We are all rock stars.
Thank you so much, Clara. Yes, indeed, we are all rock stars today. And in fact, we are all rock mummies today because we are all coming together on a single platform and we're rocking it away. So thank you very much. And I think it's now time actually for the lucky draw. So we have some winners on the lucky draw panel. And I think Peter will be doing the announcement.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Thank you, all the mothers who have been sharing. I have gotten a lot of wonderful golden nuggets from all the sharing, from how to make my child my best friend to, well, how to, well, take care of them. And it's really eye-opener and ear-opener for me too. So we have been waiting for some of the comments to come in on both the YouTube channel and the Facebook Live. Team, can you flash the lower third? Yeah. So kindly share this out. It's being shared in the chat group as well. The link to the Facebook and YouTube. So far, there are less than 10 comments, so it's kind of challenging for us to spin the wheel. So we are trying to get more than 20 so that it's easier to spin the wheel. Okay, so lowered it. Okay, wonderful. So it's being shown at the bottom here somewhere that Enobay TV YouTube channel. Please share with your friends to get them in the comment. We see a lot of views, just that there are not enough comment, and we are picking up the comments from the viewers and as lucky draw winners in order to spin the wheel of name to give them all the wonderful prizes that are sponsored by speakers and sponsors for the event today. So back over to you. I'm going to call double the number of winners for the lucky draw in the next hour. Back over to you, Lynette. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Peter. Okay, so next up we have Rehana. Rehana Abdullah is from Singapore. And Rehana's greatest achievement is wanting to achieve that next achievement. So she's always seeking to, how can she be better than who she is today? So she will be sharing with us her courage to dream. Rehana, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lynette, and I'm so glad to be here. Happy Mother's Day to one and all. All right, so do you have a dream that you have kept in your heart for so long, but not had the courage to pursue? Do you have a desire that you want to do something great with your life, but not had the chance to pursue? We all have dreams. We all have desires. We all have aspirations, but we don't all have the chance to pursue them. As mothers, we've been told, you shouldn't be dreaming too much. It's not to focus on your children. It's to give yourself up. You should have done that long time ago. Why now? Now you're a mother. Focus on them, take care of them, worry about them. Your time has passed. Have you been told that? Many a times we've been told that. We've been told that our dreams don't mean so much. They don't have much value in face of other things that are more important in our life, that are more important that we need to focus on. Who told you that? Who told you that you cannot pursue your dream? Who told you that you don't have a right to dream? Who told you that you don't have the vision, the sight to aspire for yourself? We always have this being told to us. Do you know that you portray to your children when you do not show them that you dare to dream? We tell our children, dream big, dream bold, achieve this, do whatever you want with your life. You know, we push them to achieve anything they want. But yet when it comes to our own dreams, we push it down. We sidetrack it. We feel that we don't deserve it. Have you felt like that? Yes. Many a times we've been told that. But do you know that your children are looking at you? Just like what the previous speaker has said. You are a role model to them. You show them when you don't dream that they don't deserve to dream either. What are you portraying to your children? What are you showing them? Not to dream? To don't think about dreaming? To let your dreams be small, insignificant? I urge you to dream, to pursue your dream, to show your children that you have a dream, that you want to dream, and give them the courage to dream. Have the courage to dream, not just dream for yourself, but dream for a bigger future, a better life, a better, wonderful person that you can be. And when you dream, when you have the courage to pursue your dream, you are showing the children that they can pursue their dream, that they should not sacrifice for others for the sake of obligation or anything like that. Pursue your dream, share your dream, live your dream, and envision your dream. Show the greatness to your children. Show them the courage to dream. So on this Mother's Day, I want every mother to dream big. It doesn't have to be $1 million, $50 million. It can be a dream that you really want in your heart. It can be just to do something valuable, to contribute to society, or to just express something out, do some art, anything that fulfills you, that satisfies you, that gives you courage, that you have value, that you have a life to live, that your life is not wasted, that your life has a bigger purpose. So dream big, mothers, dream bold, go all out, pursue whatever you need to pursue, and live and have the courage. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Happy Mother's Day to one and all.
Wow, Rihanna, thank you for reminding us that we need to dream, because only when we dream and lead the way will our children, like all the speakers before have shared, reciprocate and learn, lead by example. Thank you so much, Rihanna. So we next have Carol, and she is leading the way as well. Carol Loy is from Singapore. And one interesting fact is she enjoys doing laundry and ironing as it reminds her of her family. It's also a refreshing me time when she listens to audiobooks and podcasts and reflect on the day or on an issue. Sometimes it brings fresh ideas and perspectives. So she will be sharing with us the power of media literacy. Over to you, Carol.
Thank you, Lynette. And thank you everyone who has spoken before me. I'm learning so much. This afternoon, I would like to share with you in 5 minutes a consolidation of my years of supporting thousands of families, youth, and educators in different parts of the world on harnessing the power of media in our lives. As we and our children grow up in an increasingly media-saturated and complex world,
I hope that the acronym of media, MEDIA, will empower you to put media and technology at their proper place in your lives, as well as your children's lives. So the first letter in media is M, and M stands for mealtime. Yes, you heard it right, mealtime, time that we gather as a family for a meal. Mealtime needs to be protected. And this means avoid using devices when the family is having a meal together. And this is because mealtime is a time when you can best connect with your children, let them learn social skills such as the art of making conversations, making eye contact, and learning the joy of being truly present with one another. Meal times are the best times to nurture relationships in our families. And the habit of protecting mealtime when the children are young will bear good fruits when they grow old into teenagers, because they will get increasingly busy, and meal times would be the rare moments in a day when the family can connect with one another. So protect meal times. E in media stands for evaluation. In an age of information overload and tremendous demands of our limited time and energy as mothers, we need to develop the habit of evaluation. Are we using our screens wisely? Are we allowing our devices to distract us from what we need to do? Or are we using them to enhance our lives? We can choose the type of media content to consume and decide what is healthy for us. And in so doing, we guide our children to encourage them to evaluate their media consumption as well, whether they are on social media or whether they are playing online games. So M stands for mealtime, E stands for evaluation, and D stands for dare to be different. You may think that everybody is creating a hashtag of each child to document treasured memories of them as they grow up, but we seldom give it sufficient thought about other security issues of that practice. Or your children may tell you, everybody is using devices in mealtime, so what is the problem? Or your young child might come to you and say, Mommy, everybody in my class is on social media, so I also need to be on Instagram. I also need to be on TikTok. Dare to be different. Reason with your child on what are some of your family values and why boundaries are important for them. Boundaries help us and our family and our children lead a healthy life. The boundaries may be different from other families, and it's okay because each family is different. Mealtime, evaluation, dare to be different, and I in media stands for identity. And this is the most important point I hope that all of us mothers can remember. Know your identity, that you are a unique woman with unique gifts and talents to offer to the world. So even as you scroll through your social media feeds, and I know many of us are on many different social media platforms, and sometimes we start to gravitate towards that desire to compare ourselves with someone else. Stop. You are unique. You are the only person you need to compare with yourself. You don't have to compare with anyone else. Are you a stronger woman today than yesterday? Are you a wiser wife and mother today than yesterday? Knowing your uniqueness, regardless of what you see on social media, will enable you to stay anchored so you can guide your children to do the same. Strengthen your children's identity just as you strengthen yours. And the last acronym, MEDIA. A stands for affirmation. Affirm yourself as a woman of worth. You are precious. You are unique. Regardless of what you see on social media, there's only one you. We don't need to follow somebody else. And as we affirm ourselves as mothers, we affirm our husband and our children. And when their affirmation is met, they don't have to rely on social media, online gaming, or other unhealthy means to meet their need of affirmation. So there you are, the power of media, MEDIA. Mealtime, evaluation, dare to be different, stay anchored in your identity, and affirm yourself and your family members. So may the power of media help all of us in our mothering journey. Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Whoa, media. Thank you so much, Carol. You did it. Thank you so much for sharing your acronym of media and how it impacts. So next up, we have Swana. Swana Kailan is from Singapore. She wears many, many hats: financial controller, life coach, speaker, trainer by profession, but she spends a considerable amount of time helping children from disadvantaged families through public speaking. Believes once a mother, forever mother, mother for life. Even if the children grow up, we just need to switch from being a guide to a teacher to a mentor to a coach. So today she's going to share with us her learnings on the joy and challenges of parenting empowered children. Over to you, Swana.
Thank you so much. Aren't we having such a wonderful time? Thank you so much. Happy Mother's Day to everyone here. I'm sure if you have a teenager, these words will resonate with you. I hate you. Or, I hate life. Why did you have me? I don't like to live. Friends, teenage is a difficult age for anybody. We have gone through it, but we had less challenges because we didn't have so much of social pressure. But nowadays, children grow through extremely high social pressure. And from school, from teachers, from peers, then at home, and academics, and the list goes on. And in all that, they have to identify themselves, learn about themselves. And so when I looked at all these talk that I heard so far, I totally agree. As a mother, I find that the list goes on. We have to accept, we have to ask, we have to listen, and the list goes on. But for me, today I will share with you tough. My spelling of tough is TUF. Okay, so T for trust. I find that when a child knows that they have their parents who trust them, it is very difficult for them to do something wrong. And the trust has to be totally in a way that I know you will not do something wrong. I know you have your values in place. I know you will go the right direction. And so to be in that spot, giving them the trust, allows them to spread their wings. I recently read a story where a young teenage boy insisted on traveling to his grandparents' house alone in a train, and the parents were very worried. After a lot of deliberation, they allowed him to travel. And as he was in the coach sitting, the father slipped us a note on his shirt and said, "Have a good journey," and left the train. About an hour after the train journey, the boy got a bit jittery. He was worried. He was scared, looking at all the unknown people around, and his hand reached the pocket. And he realized when he opened up, it said that I'm in the last compartment, should you need me. Friends, as parents, as mothers especially, to sit in that last compartment to let our child know that I'm there for you, whatever it is, makes very important things. Unique. If we have a mango seed, grows to a mango seed. A fish grows to a fish. An elephant goes to an elephant. Humans, yes, we also grow as humans, but we have intellect. We are individuals. And so accepting that our child is unique, not just like me, may not be like me, may not have my likes and dislikes, but accepting them for their unique thing becomes very important, especially in teenage years, to say it is okay, you are different. You are different from me. Choose your choices. We respect your choices. And to make them realize that they are unique. They are different from all of us. A shoemaker's kid can become a president of the country and vice versa. So we have to accept that every child is unique. And last but not the least, allowing them to fail. As a mother, it is very difficult because I want them to have the best. And the mother's instinct always kicks in to say, oh, I think she's doing wrong. But to allow them to fail doing things is important, because when they fall forward. And when what we need as parents to teach them is, it is okay to fall. Failure is okay. But you have to take the lessons from it and get up and move on, because failure is the stepping stone of success. And whether we like it or not, whether we want to give them everything in their life, we should allow them to fail. And these are the lessons that I have had with my two lovely kids, 20 and 16. And I'm sure there are going to be many more lessons. But thank you so much for this opportunity. I will leave you with these three words: trust, unique, and failure. Over to you, Lynette. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Swana. Trust, unique, and failure. Got that? All right. So next up, we have Yenny. Yenny Yong is from Singapore, and she's a mother to 4 beautiful daughters aged between 10 to 18. And having stayed in 5 countries, Malaysia, Australia, Hong Kong, Indonesia, and Singapore, she found her roots in the shores of Singapore. She is the CEO and founder of ladies retail chain called the Rose of Sharon since 1997. Do check out her website. So she will be sharing with how she's building communication with her children. Over to you, Yanni.
Hello, everyone. Okay, my name is Yanni, and so lovely to see all the women from different countries. And as we celebrate Mother's Day, I just want to bring to you the topic of building communication with your children. So using the acronym ABNC, all right, we can begin this journey where we can build a life together with your children, and may these skills be imparted to every one of you. And so with 4 children, okay, I learned that active listening is really important. It's not how we just show up, but the way that to understand the love language of your children, may it be gifts, may it be words, time, service. It's so important that we are able to be active and be present for them. Okay, so I'm not sure what the struggles they are, but by being present for them and just being there, we connect with them as the children. We begin. Okay, so B is the beginning of building a trust with them. Yeah, so I think many women here have shared about how they build trust, but personally for myself is being there when they have failed, being there when every tear is spoken, no judgment, but being able to embrace who they are and to get them to express their feelings and the emotions, and then even just talking to them and say, hey, I'm sorry you felt that way, but how can I help you? And they are able to build that trust and a safe space for them. But lastly, C is to build a consistent time and space for your children to come to you. Okay, be it activity, like could just be a Sunday dinner, or could be a walk in the park. But ensure that when during this time, your child clearly know when they can have a consistent time with you. And so that's my ABC of building communication with your children. Be the active listener, build that trust and be consistent with the actions. And lastly, okay, I've included a D in it, which is, as a mom, don't nag. So that will effectively build wonderful communication with your children. Is that I thank you. This is Yanni from Singapore. Thank you. Over to you, Lynette.
Thank you so much, Yanni. I think the biggest one, I think that the kids will be giving a round of applause is, remember, mommy, you don't need to nag. We heard you the first time. So thank you so much, Yanni. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving from Singapore now to Taiwan. So we have Buffy. Buffy Chang will be sharing with us. She's an entrepreneur, and she's unbeatable in the game Connect of 4 since she was 4 years old. So she was a featured speaker in front of an audience of 10,000 people in the stadium in LA, and that made the whole audience cry. Okay, so stand by tissue papers now, ladies. So she's going to share with us, are we crushing our kids' dreams? Over to you, Buffy.
Hi, everyone. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you for this amazing introduction, Lynette. I want to share with you one thing. Psychologist Alfred Adler once said, a lucky person's lifetime is cured by childhood, while an unlucky person's lifetime is spent curing childhood. I want you to think back, okay, how you were brought up as a child affect your whole life. Think back, who is the person who raised you? What are they like? What is their stories? Okay, a lot of people are raised by moms, dads, and as a lot of Asian here is grandparents possibly. Okay, how does he or she says or do affect you? Okay. I was raised by two single moms, my mom and also my grandma, and I love them head to toe. Okay, but this is how I spent most of my childhood, listening to my grandma's story. Okay, and though I'm not going into details of any of their stories, their own stories could go into two separate books. Okay, however, by listening to my grandma's story, this is what I learned growing up, and this is what I become growing up. I learned that men are not trustworthy. Okay, people turn on each other. Siblings are not nice to each other. People are not grateful for what they do, what people do for them, and they're just ugly. Okay, so I become very cynical, like my grandma. Okay, she has reason from where she came from, but what was my reason? Okay, I become negative. I criticize things before I see the positive part, and I see the negativity outcome and result first before I see the good part in things. So what was my reason? I have no reason to be cynical, but I was. Okay, and then growing up, I have lots of passion. I want to be a lot of things, but here's what they say to protect me, to do protect me out of love, to worry for me, to make sure I'm safe. For example, I want to learn photography, but they say, okay, photography is expensive. At least unless you could become an international known photographer, you're not gonna make any money out of photography. And later on, I want to be a journalist, but they told me that I have too strong of sense of justice. So if I become a journalist, I might die in the way. So growing up, I found out, because these opinions comes from two people that I respect the most, I start to alter my dreams to satisfy their reality. I start to alter my goals so that they don't worry. Okay, and then my mom's a perfectionist, so I found out that moms and grandmas, they look into details to look after you, right? They look into if your breadcrumbs is picked up, how you look, how you're fed. So once I walked down from the stage from just finished delivering a 30 minutes speech, and I was overexcited. The audience was happy. However, the first thing I heard my mom say was, "Gosh, what happened to your hair? Did you do your hair going off the stage?" That just zapped my energy. So moms, are you doing the same thing to your kids? Okay, after I have kids, I found out they're actually a pure joy. They're so easy to please because they have no revelation of consequences. They have not experienced pain, failure, disappointment, betrayal. So what we feed them matters. So after I have kids, I start turning off my negativity switch. Okay, in front of them, I don't criticize things. Okay, instead of that, we discuss why things are made that way. Why do people come in line? Do we have a better solution for that? Why do we have pollutions? We discuss the pros and cons, and we discover solutions together. Okay, and then I also make sure I praise them for their efforts before I criticize their work. Okay, it's so easy to look for, oh my gosh, you have awful handwriting, but ignore that they have worked so hard to come to this part. Okay, and I also play dumb. Why do I do that? I want them to be able to make decisions, to know that they can solve the problems. Okay, along the way of their lives, there will be a lot of people that crushes our kids' dream. I will not be the one. I will be the foundation of their courage. I will be the one who truly accept them as who they are. So don't let last generation handicap you on how to be a parent. They did the best they can, and now it's time for us to do the best we can. Thank you. Hand over to you, Lynette. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, and thank you for reminding us to dial up that positive switch, dial down that negativity switch, because we are our kids' best cheerleaders because we believe in them. And who better else to do that? Thank you, Buffy. Now I can understand why you brought the audience to tears. Okay, so next up we have Maple. Maple Yap is actually from Singapore. She's a single parent in the F&B industry for the past 7 years. She has an amazing story. She created an Italian restaurant with a celebrity chef that won international awards by the Italian Chamber of Commerce as well as the Singapore Tatler within 10 months of setting up the restaurant without prior F&B experience. So today she'll be sharing with us discovering our womanhood beyond motherhood. Mabel, over to you.
Thank you, Lynette, for the wonderful introduction. Hi, everyone. I just want to, first of all, take the opportunity to say thank you to all the speakers that has shared before me. It's so moving. And it's a reminder that we are not alone as mothers, and we are strong and powerful women in our own right. So, I can't believe that I've been a mother for coming 20 years. And motherhood definitely comes as it comes with challenges, but what I discovered in the past 20 years is we definitely have all the answers and solutions that we need within us. So we have to trust our instincts and listen to our heart. Motherhood instincts are real. And, being a mom for I can remember holding my baby in my hands. And, at that point of time, I was, filled with so much hope and, looking at the baby. I have so much plans for him, my firstborn. And then shortly after, I was in an abusive relationship, both verbally and physical. And, the rest is history. So people ask me, how I got to where I am right now. I've been a single parent for the past 7.5 years. And I want to remind everyone that we really need to have a community of people to support us, family, girlfriends, people who really sees the best of us and continue to bring the best out in us. And many of you are watching and tuning in right now, texting me and telling me how proud you are, of where I've come. And, many of you have journeyed with me. And I want to say that, looking back, despite the ups and downs, motherhood really is fun. And there is, beyond motherhood, to remember to look into our womanhood, take care of ourselves, like, go on dates, go on girlfriend dates, go on spa dates, now whatever I do, I remember myself first and then my kids, because when we are so filled with love for ourselves, there's so much more as women that we can give. So remember to speak out, always make our thoughts heard with everyone in our life, including our kids, including our husbands, our boyfriends, our people in a business with us. And, always remember that you have a voice. So one of the things that I really felt like supported me and helped me in the past many years is acknowledging myself. So, there's this piece of paper that cardboard that I wrote many years ago. Many of us forget to acknowledge ourselves at the end of the day, because we are powerful women, but oftentimes we forget that. So at the end of the day, or in the beginning of the day, before I start the day, before I give the best to everyone around me, I go in front of the mirror, just like Clara shared earlier, and remind myself that I am beautiful, I am powerful, I am enough, I am disciplined. I am confident. I am courageous. I'm one in a million. I am brave. I'm organized. I am stunning. I am perfect. I am undefeatable. I am generous. I am gracious. I am elegant. I am classy. I am strong. I am extremely blessed. I am smart. I am sexy. I am unstoppable. I am determined. I am successful. I am fulfilled. I am committed. And I am passionate. And I also am compassionate. I am resilient. And I'm a force for good. So how many of you need to remind yourself of I ams? Ladies, if you tell yourself often enough, you will believe it. And all your dreams could come true and more. So happy Mother's Day to all of you, especially to my mom, the one who gave me life. Thank you for tuning in, my best friends, my girlfriends, and all the women, mothers to be in the world. I love you. Thank you so much.
And we love you too, Mabel. And let me, on behalf of the chat that's going crazy with the list of informations that you've just sent, you are everything that you've listed out. I can't go on because we're in the tight schedule here, but thank you so much. And there is a request to send the information and share it with us. And I think we're going to be going to your outlet very, very soon for spa treatments as well. Thank you so much, Mabel.
You're most welcome.
Thank you.
Of course.
So without further ado, I think we're heading into our panel discussion. We're going to be diving straight in. And in our panel discussion, the topic that we have been walking around, I'm sensing, from the various speakers earlier, it's how do we as moms actually hold that space and strengthen our children's mental well-being. This is actually a very hot topic out here in Asia. And it will be led by none other than Ms. Mariola Juru Moran Oliveros. Let me try and pronounce this correctly. So she's married to Jerome, mother of 4 ages, 17, 12, 10, and 7. She's our moderator. She's also a registered nurse with Master of Art in Religious Education, Doctor of Philosophy in Public Administration, and Doctor in Humanities. She coaches parents, young couples, families for almost 10 years now, and she owns various businesses, but spends most of her time actually doing philanthropic activities. So let me, without further ado, welcome Yayo out on stage, and she will be sharing with us, introducing the rest of her panelists. Yayo, over to you.
Wow, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. What can I say, Lynette? To all mother in the house, happy Mother's Day. So today we are so blessed and privileged as we learn from more than 90 mothers around the world as they share their learnings and experience as a mother. And this afternoon, child's mental health is just as important as their physical health, particularly when it comes to dealing with stress, behavior, and academics. As a matter of fact, actually, the CDC, or the Center of Disease Control, estimates that 1 in 5 children experiences mental disorder in any given year. And while not all mental health issues can be prevented, you can take steps to help keep your child mentally healthy as possible. So with the help of our panelists, let us all explore how are we going to do better in strengthening the mental wellness of our children. May I introduce to you our beautiful, amazing, and lovely mother/panelists today. Our first panelist, Coach Ayu Asi, an international certified coach focusing on parenting, an educator, an author, a mother of 4 adolescents and a 5 years old from Singapore. Let's give her a round of applause. And for our second panelist, it's Engineer Chody Anchores de Monteverde, a U.S. licensed neuro-linguistic programmer, a practitioner of pattern of excellence, a certified Reiki, a mother of 4, ages 20, 18, 17, and 16 from the Philippines. And lastly, but not the least, is Mrs. Anita Kaur, an entrepreneur, an early childhood educator, a co-author of Voices of Courage, a proud mother of three, and of course, these three were all a wonderful mother. And this afternoon, we're about to discuss how to strengthen the mental wellness of our children. Mothers? So for
Hello,
our-
everybody.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
It is so
Nice
good as
seeing
mothers
you.
here. I mean, it is definitely in the afternoon. We're supposed to be napping now, right? It's Mother's Day.
Don't sleep on us.
Speakers are doing great. I am overwhelmed. Yeah, it's been awesome.
Wisdom, right?
Yeah.
Now, for our first question, is that what do you do to ensure your child's mental well-being? Let's start with Ayu.
Okay, I realize especially when it comes to, when during the circuit breaker, or what you call lockdown, it's really important for us to do a check-in, or even for that matter on a daily basis, maybe like start of the day and end of the day, to check in with our children, to check how they are doing, not only maybe academic, but also how they are feeling, and give them that time to share.
Oh, I see. So that it means we really have to check in with our children, right? We have to know where they are right now at the moment. So we checking in is really matters. How about you, Anita?
Well, I believe that to ensure children's mental well-being is actually, to be very honest, it starts with the Queen herself.
Yeah.
Come on, let's all claim it, ladies. We are the queen in our home, okay? Our husband, we just let our husband think they're king, okay? But I think it is important to take care of ourselves. Um, something broken, you cannot, when you're broken, it's like a pipe, right? When it's leaking, you cannot give all the full water that's required to your children. So fix the pipe. And I feel also as mothers, right, we don't have to be ashamed to ask for help. Okay, so I always feel that you want to help others, help yourself first. Like, for example, I'm in a community here who amazing Women Encourage Asia, and it's a community that helps me too to patch up my holes, right, in my leaking pipe from time to time. So take care of the Queen.
Yes. We have to take care of ourselves. It means it all starts on us, right? Because we're adults, so we have to be well. We have to be mentally okay, so that our children is going to be mentally okay also.
Yeah.
Chody, what's your insight on that?
Yeah, for me, it's always being a good example, no, to them. As we all know, they are also encountering these challenges because of this COVID-19 pandemic. So I would say that yes, I have to be a good example. I have to walk the talk, as we have learned earlier, no. And for things to change, of course, for them to change, if we want them to change, if they have these challenges also, we must change first. So being an NLP practitioner, yes, I have to be always positive in my thoughts. I have to get excited always, and of course, I have to show my positive physiology. No, I cannot show to them that I'm annoyed, I'm angry, or what. So I have to be always be mindful of my physiology.
Yeah, you mentioned a while ago that it all started in us, right? So we have to be a good example. I mean, and like for example, in any event that there's a situation that is actually challenging for all of the moms, right? Wherein our emotions are really on a high state. How do you handle those situations? How do you handle those moments wherein sometimes it's we flare up. We understand that, right? In some way or another, we really do flare up. And then how do you handle those things? How do you control that flaring up?
Are you sorry? Are you?
To be honest, I've been guilty of that before, and like Anita said, the Queen has to handle herself first, right? I have to manage herself first. That is so true because, and I've learned through experience as well that when I manage my emotions first, when I'm calmer, then I can manage the children better. So of course, at the end of the day, we have to be calmer first.
And sometimes it helps with having support, be it your husband or even friends, or even for that matter, your own mother, you know, to share with them before you actually before you actually manage your children. So I feel that we have to come from a calmer state first before we can go to our children in a calm manner. Yeah.
How about you, Anita?
Well, I think first of all, I have to learn to accept that I'm human. In fact, to be very frank, half an hour before we came on here, I was actually having a with my eldest daughter because this morning, we were a bit heated. Words were exchanged, but this is real. This is real. She has her needs. I have my needs. But what's important I've learned is it's okay for the mummy to say sorry. I think humility is important. And I apologize. I said, I know it was just, I shouldn't have screamed, but I did. But what's most important is that I told her, we take care of the tribe. It's within the tribe. We may have our differences, but in the end, we take care of our tribe. So, we reassured each other that we are here for the long haul. There's no such thing that we're going to abandon each other. We're here for the long haul, and we take care of our tribe.
Sorry.
Yes, for me, yes, I have to create a positive, empowering, and solution-focused environment. So yes, how do I do that? Of course, first thing in the morning, I do meditate. Yeah, this is my regular regimen every day. No, aside from other, of course, we have to understand that we have to love ourselves, and for us to be able to that, we have to program our mind doing that. And yes, I do meditation before I go to sleep, and yes, after I woke up in the morning, yeah, I do 15 minutes at least meditation, so that yes, if I get encountered challenges throughout the day, at least I am aware and more cautious of my thoughts and my actions. So yes, I just create a positive, empowering, and solution-focused environment in the home.
I see. So it means we really have to be there with our children, like what we listened a while ago, that we have to be present, really present to them, right? And then to prevent flaring up is actually, it's okay to, like what you said, Anita, a while ago, like Swan, he said, failure is okay, right? Sometimes we fail, sometimes we fail to handle emotion, right? And it's okay to ask sorry, it's okay to say sorry, it's okay to apologize to our children and admit that we committed a mistake, that that should not be my response, and I apologize. But this time, as we talk about the mental wellness of our children, how do you think we could build a trust or safe environment among our children? Ayu.
It's about being there for them, knowing that they can always come to us to rant, to talk about, or to confide in. And actually, I think it goes back to what we say to them. That means when they come to us, we have to be non-judgmental. Yeah, because when we non-judgmental, that means we don't judge what they're going through, or we don't judge what they say. We instead we listen and be neutral and be there for them to be able to point out to us. And I think when they feel that they can trust us, they will actually, always come back to us to tell things.
Anita?
I think it goes back to for me, it's very simple. How your behavior, they're watching you, and all you need to know is your reaction. For me, is I'm a go. I'm always on the go. I don't know why I'm moving. I don't know. Maybe I'm ADHD, undiagnosed. I just regulate very well. Okay, but my kids are watching, and there are times, and you can see now they're 18 and 20. They're, and because of how fast I react, I don't take a step back. Sometimes it's my learning now. I don't take a step back and go, let's not go in, dive and go, like example, right? Today a lot was happening. One of my daughters went, I have encountered with police before. And I went, literally, I went, and she went, no, mommy. Sometimes when you walk around the street, the police do stop and ask for IDs. Normal. I'm like, oh. And she looked at me, don't react. I said, oh, sorry. So they are watching. I think as parents, we have to be very calm and trust our kids. I mean, sometimes like I wish I had duct tape and duct tape my eyes and duct tape my mouth so I don't react. So It's true. I have a lot of masking tape at home here.
Yeah.
So we really do we need to carry a duct tape everywhere we go?
I do. I must. I admit. I'm flawed.
Yeah, actually, a while ago when we were listening to different speakers, they keep on mentioning that, we have to listen, right? We have to listen. We have to, be there with our children. We have to do that thing. And I think Shodi will say something significant on this matter.
Yeah, for me, it's always respecting their environment. No, we have to understand that everybody has their own model of the world. So yes, we have to build the trust. Yes, I just give them that space, that trust also, that
Yeah.
they are doing great. Yes, because they will feel that if you don't trust them. So if you are giving them that that space and time for them, then I assume, or I not assume, but I am perfectly agree that they are building trust. We are building trust with them. So that's one thing that I want everyone to remember, to always respect the model of the world of everyone. Thank you.
Wow, that is
Model of
awesome.
the world.
It means that
Nice.
building trust is actually has a significant role with the mental health of our children, right?
Yep.
The relationship begins with building trust. Don't you know that the currency of relationship is actually trust? So inside the house, if you want to, build a lot of currency inside the house, is actually you have to build a lot of trust. And we can do that by, like what you've said, to create a sense of safety and security among our children, that they can always come to us, right? That we are here, that they can approach us, that we as a mother are their hiding place.
Yeah,
Right?
it's true. But if we don't build, I feel that if we don't build that safe space here at home, guess where? Because the safe space is required. And guess where they're going to look for it? Outside.
Somewhere.
That's it. And outside, in the arms, if you have daughters, it could be in the arms of another man. If you have sons, it could be in the arms of anything else. So yeah, it is tough. I mean, I feel that at this generation, we cannot blame them, right? Because they're born with devices, right? And the safe place for them sometimes can be in their devices too. And God knows what Google.com is sharing with them.
Yeah, so we really have to be careful on that. So
Yeah.
let's go back to Carol Loy's teaching a while ago, media, right?
Yeah.
But we're yeah.
Caroline, MEDIA, Caroline.
Yeah. Okay, for the second question, how can mothers meet the needs of our family given with the pandemic? How can mothers meet the needs of our family?
I think it goes back to
Now that,
we mentioned, sorry, I can't hear you.
Have uncertainty during the pandemic, how do you think we can meet the needs of our children?
I think it goes back to like what Anita said again, we ourselves have to assure ourselves, that we are actually feeling safe, we are actually feeling calmer. And we also have to seek out in terms of how can we take care of that part, where we are concerned. Because if we are not feeling safe, we are not calm, we cannot be there for our children or for our family for that matter. And of course, again, we can talk, we mentioned about, having that safe space at home. And that safe space may not only be physical, but also, that the emotional and physiological space that they need with us.
How about you, Anita?
How can we meet the needs? Actually, to be very frank, we cannot meet all their needs because I do believe, even though I tell my kids, I was a teenager one time, but I'm not a teenager this time. So I tell them, I mean, all I can do is meet the needs that I can see. Okay, I have one child who couple years ago suffered from severe mental health illness, and now she's great. Okay, but at that time, I mean, I'm not even a practitioner. What do I know about mental health? I'm not a psychologist or medical practitioner. But as mothers, right, when the season is there, we meet the need for that season. Like now is the pandemic, and to be very honest, pandemic is the easiest time for me to take care of my kids because they don't like to go out. They find going to school to wake up too early, traffic jam and all that. So to be very frank, the pandemic has been very good for the family, maybe because majority of us are introvert. I mean, they are introvert, I'm not, okay? So yeah, so I feel that meeting the needs at that season, are not so much of crisis needs, but at that season. So I feel equipped. To be very honest, I feel equipped because I have a tribe that helps me, and I make sure I take care of my tribe. So I don't find it difficult, to be very frank.
Take care of our tribe, no matter what happened, right? No matter the situation, we have to understand our tribe. We are in here for the long haul, like what you said a while ago.
Here forever.
Yeah, we're here forever, no matter what happens.
Forever. You can't divorce your mommy.
Yes. More or less for us to love them. We love them for who they are, no matter what. How about you, Chang? How do you think we could handle this pandemic as a
Yes,
mother?
for me, I would say our presence. Our presence in everything that they need is very important. Of course, we provide them their, the material things, but more importantly is our presence during the time that they need somebody to talk with. So the me time or the alone time with our children is very important. So in my case, we find time to talk to them one by one. So we go around the village. It's either I drive and tag them along so that we could have that me time or alone time, so that we could discuss things that they need. So not only for material, but also for their mental, physical, emotional needs. So children now are really vulnerable, and we have to be very cautious and conscious about it. So we have to be aware. Yeah, that's all I think. Thank you.
Since the information is all over, right? They can get it everywhere. Google.com is there to provide them everything that they need to know. But this time, I'm so happy and blessed to learn so much from you guys. And we could sum it up that there's really need for us to be, to the mental wellness always starts from us, right? And you said, in this time, I want to ask, what can you advise to your parent, to all other mothers or parents, how to do the self-care as a mother? How to be able to take care of themselves as a mother?
I think for me, I think it's like basically these three areas, physical, because like for me, I myself love to exercise. I love to go walk or run. And then of course, have to take care of our diet. Emotional, I think we definitely have to have that so-called village to help us, our friends, our family, because we need to pour out, we need to rent so that we can come back, to provide back again to the family. And lastly, physio or psychological, mainly, like I said, it's again related to your mental health, how you think, and that is important. I feel all these three basic things. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Anita?
How do you self-love? Basically, I feel that how you do it is actually, let's be honest. I think mothers, we can be very honest with ourselves. I like this analogy. When you look into the mirror, what you say to yourself. So for me, that is self-love. And when I look in the mirror, and there are 10 things I can say to myself, and if maybe 5 is not positive, then let's work on the 5. I mean, I admire you, Ayu. I don't think you and I can be friends because I don't like exercising and I don't like healthy eating. But it's okay, Ayu. But again, it's like really looking yourself in the mirror and just be very honest and work on the areas that is needed. And as I said, Google is a double-edged sword. You can use, to find information. But for me, I feel that, as what Ayu said, you really need a girlfriend, a group of tribe people outside that you can rent to, that you can be yourself. I mean, that is just being pure, bluntly honest with yourself, I feel.
Jody?
Yes, for me, yes, I always do the affirmation. So I have this, just for today, I am more and more relaxed, certainly. Just for today, I am more and more calm, serenely. Just for today, I am more and more delighted, gratefully. Just for today, I am more and more connected, graciously. So if I do the affirmation, yes, I think I make myself more prepared, and yeah, I can face whatever challenges that I can face throughout the day, that I can also at the same time help our children and help them realize the value of these things that happening to us. This is also an opportunity for everyone to get engaged with our children. So for us to get engaged, we have to be prepared. So we have to love ourselves. Thank you.
Very nice. It means it all starts in us, right? As a mother, it all starts in us. So if you want to help our children to strengthen the mental wellness, like what Ayu said, you have to have a healthy diet, healthy exercise, right? You have to, yeah. And then for Anita, you have to look good, right? You have to tell yourself, yeah, that, you have to look good, feel good. You have to welcome this positivity. And then for Chody, it's time for us, to add something, to add value, to add confidence in ourselves, right? By encouraging ourselves that we are this, we are that. It's more an affirmation. So this time to all the mothers, because we don't have much time to discuss more about the strengthening mental wellness, but this is the things that we want to tell to all the mothers. Mothers, it all starts in you. You cannot give something you do not have. If you want to create a mental healthy environment among your children, among your inside the house, like what Ayu, Anita, and Shodi mentioned a while ago, it will all start in you because you are a model to your children. We all always remember we have an audience, right? And that is our children, that is our spouse. So we have to be a better mom by being a good example, by disciplining ourselves. So if there's any more questions, is there anything that you want to add, Ayu, Anita, and Shodi?
Yes, I just want to greet everyone a happy Mother's Day. My mom, a happy Mother's Day. Yes.
Yes.
Yo-Yo, we have a question from Nico in the Zoom chat.
Okay. What is the question?
I'll just read out loud. How do you handle when your kid wants to enter relationship while you see that it's not the right time, yet because they are too young and that they are not ready yet?
Okay, so that the question, yeah, I've seen in the chat back. So Anita, do you have any man? It seems that that's your problem this morning.
No, the problem was not entering a relationship, but it's true. It is it's a problem with the other child. Okay, she's 18. Her friends are into relationships. They're having a great time, having dates, and then and she said, "Why can't me?" So I just share with her my values, as a mom, my values and my husband's values, our values, and I stick to my value. And I told her, I said, if you want to start a relationship, I wouldn't even know. To be very frank, they can go out and do funny things, but I wouldn't even know. But what is great is that because of the relationship we have built, and she knows I do speak sense and I do speak truth because maybe of the part of the works I do with youth also. And she will come back, and says, actually true. Wow, a lot of drama, man. The guy dumped her for something, or the girl dumped him for something, and and the guy just got fed up, and the girl slept with somebody else. In fact, wow, Korean drama alive in Singapore. I tell you, it is horrible. So what's happening is that what I realize is that we just have to share our values, and I stick to my values. That's all. And later on, it's really up to them if they want to listen or not. But so far, they realize that for now at this age, yeah, I told her that. I told them very honestly. In fact, you're going on a date. I'm actually paying for the date, so I should be going on a date with the guy. Happy meal for me.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, Chody having a 2018 years old children. What can you say about this one? I'm sure you passed through this one.
Yes, I'm still now. So anyway, I always remember by what Bible says that in Proverbs, train up a child in the way they should go. When they grow old, they will not depart from it. So meaning to say, you have trained them, you have teach them the values, no? So we all have different values and culture. Just continue training them. Motherhood is endless, and just trust them. Yes, and always give them that. Just be honest to you, and you are always there to support them and in their endeavors and whatever they are doing. Just be honest to you, so that yes, the communication is open. Yeah.
So we have different culture here. It's from Singapore and it's from the Philippines. And then with this one, how do you handle when your kid wants to enter a relationship? Well, you see that it's not the right time. Actually, there's no perfect time for a relationship. You know, there's really a perfect time. It goes older, it gets younger, you know. But whatever it is, whatever time it is, we parents should be there, right? We parents should be there to understand. I remember a while ago, we grow to be a coach, right? We grow to be a teacher, a guide, a coach. And this matter, we have to be a coach. We guide them in making decision. We cannot decide for themselves. So what we do is actually we guide them in making decisions. So we communicate with our children. You dig deep into that. Like for example, we learned the art of communication. When your children is asking permission, that is good. When your children is telling what's going on in their life, it's good because you have the opportunity to share. You have the opportunity to say something to your children, and then this is actually a chance and opportunity to mold the relationship. So when your children comment to you and say, "I want to go into this relationship," then you talk to them. Are you ready? Are you prepared? If you have a son, then are you ready to spend for that? You know, girls right now is high maintenance. Can you do this? Your allowance is like that. That's all be coming from mommy and daddy. If you will just get it from us, not the right time because financially it's not, it's not approvable, but later on, what is your plan? What is your goal? What is your priority? If you love that person, you can set that aside. You can give advice. That is actually good. As a mother, it's actually good. But like what I've told you before, 8 years old below, the language of love is time, right? But 8 years old and up, your language is space. You have to give them space. Yeah, you have to give them space. You just have to tell them the do's and don'ts or the cons and pros of a relationship. You're just there. But give them space, give them ability. You have to just empower them, equip them, and expand them through allowing them and trusting them and making a decision. So I think that is the advice that we could give to the parents who ask that question. There's no perfect time for that. You cannot say that this is not the right time to have a boyfriend or girlfriend. So, but that is the right time to be a mother to them, to be there with them, to accept them for who they are and to respect their decision, to respect their likings, to respect their, where they are at the moment. And it has to mention here, you have to look good, diet, exercise for mothers and children. How do you do that? Yeah, maybe they want to know how to do that thing, how to look good. Sometimes because we are so busy, we have so many things to do, and we want to be comfortable, right? Inside the house. So how do you think? What is your advice? Like Anita, I'm sure you're always glamorous inside the house.
No. No, you should ask my kids how awfully I dress at home. My kids are waiting for the police to come and catch me.
And for Chody, I see that you were so fit. You were able to yourself, given with your age. So how do you keep?
Actually, it's just a discipline. So I see to it that I do have exercise at least 5 minutes a day. So yes, since pandemic, I'm doing the walking activity in the village, within the village only. And at the same time, of course, I have to watch out for my diet. I mean, what I am taking in. So at the same time, I am enjoying life. So we have to enjoy life. No, we have to be happy. We have to be conscious of our emotions and our thoughts. In that manner, yes, it resonates to your face. Yeah.
So it means mothering matters, but mothers also matters, right? Okay. So and now, yeah, and we could we magnify that this time. Yeah, we magnify that mothering also matters, and we mothers we have to take care of ourselves, and doing that will allow ourselves to provide a safe and secured environment for children, creating them or giving them a mental healthy lifestyle. Right? So is there any advice that you want to give to all the mothers that is listening or watching this
we can have closing statements coming from the panelists. Yeah?
I think it's really about making time around what we have to do every day. It's what you feel is priority. And I think if we can be healthy longer, we definitely can have, more quality time with our children.
I think as for me, I feel that as a mother, please forgive yourself. You are not superwoman. Let's not kid ourselves. We have our down moments and up moments, but if you stay positive and you get the help that you need, trust me, the energy will flow, and you will create super kids. I always believe that. So take care of your tribe.
Yeah, take care of your.
Yeah, I like that. Take care of your tribe. Yes, for me, yes, I have this law of attraction. I have ABC. So first is asked, how are they doing? Ask them, how are they doing? So individually, ask our children, and then our children ask also the mothers, how are you doing, mom, nai, mother, no? And then next is believe and trust. We have to, we have to believe and trust each other so that the communication is open. Communication is very important. Remember, the what do you call this? I forgot. But anyway, we have to make that communication always open, and then at the same time, the letter C is to celebrate.
Yeah.
The small successes should be celebrated. So we have this regular, at least family home evening, in such a way that we could talk to each other and celebrate small successes. So for me, that is the ABC I can share. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Thank you so much all for being there and for giving a sound advices and giving those negative wisdom to all the mothers that is listening right now. So to know the will of God is the greatest knowledge, and to do the will of God is the greatest achievement. Motherhood is a ministry that we should be all enjoying. So back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panelists, and all the sharing of nuggets. And I think to hold everyone here, we are going to have a lucky draw right now, straight after. And then before we close off the segment for ASEAN and Far East and move on to the next continent. So I hand the floor over to Suzanne and Peter.
Lynette, you can hand it over to Peter.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Peter, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lynette. I've been listening to the entire segment with so much joy and anticipation. And now we have found, guys, and now we have found quite a number of comments on all the social media sites, on YouTube, on Facebook, and also in our chat group here. And let us bring forth the Wheel of Fortune, also the Wheel of Names. While the Wheel of Names is being spotlighted beside me, I'd like to say that in this segment, the prizes are sponsored by none other than our MC, Lynette Ha, our certified peak performance coach with International Coaching Federation. There are 3 types of sponsors gift. We'll tell you more about that later. But first of all, let us spin the wheel. Wait, spotlight on the wheel, please. We're on the wheel. All right, let us spin the wheel, please. And we have Yenny Yong. Yenny, congratulations. So in this segment, we can have 3 winners. Shall we have the next spin of wheel? So let me just put it down. Yenny is one of the winner. Spin, please, spin. Next we have, is that, oh, that's a very close one. Angie, yes, Angie, yes. Let's quickly move to the third one. And we have, is it Carol? Yes, that's Carol Lloyd. So the three winners are Yanni Yong, NG Ng, and Carol Lloyd. So the gifts, they are business ethic coaching, achieving peak performance coaching, and live coaching. So we will contact you very shortly for the gifts, the lucky draw gifts. All right, back over to Lynette to move on to the next segment.
Thank you very much, Peter. Wow, what an amazing afternoon it is. And I've just been reminded by our run sheet that I have 1 minute to quickly wrap up and move on to the next continent. I think from all the sharing we've seen and heard that a few words actually stood out to me. Trust. Creating that trusted space for ourselves, for our families and our children, that they will come back to us. But before we can do that, our cup must be full. We must practice me time. We must practice self-love, and we must be with ourselves. We must be present before we are able to share and love our children or our family or our loved ones for that matter, and be there be present, right? So another one that stood out was take care of your tribe, put duct tapes. No, don't control. Really be able to be on top of your emotions and to be able to control that, spread that love that you have with them, and walk the talk. When you say they mean something to you, let's walk the talk and be there. When they look up and they ask you something, stop what you're doing, have that eye contact, look at them, and they will feel that presence that you have with them when you listen to what they have said. Don't overreact and create that safe space. Create that safe space for your tribe, because they are the most important things that you said that they are to you. So let's walk the talk, create that safe space. So thank you very much for tuning in to the ASEAN and Far East segment, ladies. And I see some gentlemen actually on YouTube and on Facebook. So thank you very much, and continue to log in. Join us as we travel around the world together in this one space, in the same Zoom room, but across on Adobe YouTube TV and on Facebook. So let me, without further ado, end this. This is Lynette, your MC for today's ASEAN and Far East segment, logging off. And I will hand over to Grace. Grace Moran is actually a chartered accountant by profession, a digital entrepreneur, a United Nations escape volunteer, a public speaker by passion, a distinguished Toastmaster, a practicing life coach, and an enthusiastic individual who has high hopes for her future as a motivational speaker. You'll hear that when she starts, right? She is, and she's amazing. So she is a woman with real opinions on real things she cares about, and a woman who gives true friendship. Someone who dares to adventure, explore, pushing boundaries, and finding again and again her new improved self. Being a mother who gives wings of believing in the impossible. As a mother who inspires to be the best and coolest mom for her son, to be healthy and happy in his own skin, and stand by him as he pursues his dream, whatever it may be. Please let me hand the floor over to Grace as she takes you through the next segment of our Global Symposium for Mothers as we journey into the Middle East. Over to you, Grace.
Thank you so much, Lynette, for that introduction, and welcome to our second segment, the Middle East and India. As Kristen Holmes once said, mothers are both powerful and powerless, channeling strengths we didn't know existed and surrendering to things beyond our control. We lead and learn, stand tall and break down, laugh and cry, knowing that all of it combined creates the wholeness of the most important role we ever had, and that is being a mom. Today, we have 14 speakers from the Middle East and India to share with us the joy, hope, pain, frustrations, and other emotions we go through as mothers. And most importantly, the lessons we have learned, and we will be sharing them with you. Now, let's start with our keynote speaker. She is a corporate trainer, a workshop designer, a global priorities specialist, a value-based leadership expert, and a John Maxwell executive. She is an NLP practitioner and a meta coach. She is an author of 2 books, The Temptations of the Flesh of Madame Bovary and Awakening and the Hidden Phase of Scheherazade. She has also published 2 research essay articles and many short stories in diverse national and international magazines. She is a TEDx speaker. In 2016, she founded an NGO called Kun Insan, Being Human, which aims at coexistence, social cohesion, peace building, and bridging gaps between different political, social, and religious communities within Lebanon, mainly through storytelling, and she's known for her unique storytelling style. Based on her experience in public speaking and storytelling, she noticed how titles and labels fade away and eventually disappear once a human heart is touched. Her NGO's mission is also to empower women and youth. Let's all welcome Sadiqa Kebe on her keynote speech, The Leadership Dance. Sadiqa Kebe, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you, Grace. I'm so humbled by your introduction. Thank you, dear. Are you a good dancer? Tango, salsa, waltz, or even belly dancing? Mothers and guests, good morning from my side. Go tell him. Go tell her. And the go-between 7-year-old child would commute between dining room and living room, delivering messages she didn't even comprehend. She would innocently, with her voice, just state whatever her parents told her. She would walk between the corridors, her back stuck to the wall for safety and comfort. She would sweep the floor with her white socks on her way to the living room or the sitting room. She would even bite on her nails. And innocently, with her voice, she said, you are worthless. He said, you are selfish. She said, you are a monster. He said, you better leave the house before he kills you. Unexpectedly, although the scenario was every time the same, something hard would smash the 7-year-old doll. Sometimes his hand, sometimes his foot, sometimes a vase or a chair or anything that would do the smashing job. Although she was young, but Sadiqa knew that there was a better life out there, and she had to seek it. She kept on seeking until she found it in books. And between the going and the going, her personal growth journey started. At a later stage, she found herself a mentor, Uncle George, a priest, her father's childhood friend. And he put her on the best path of development you can ever think of, serving others. At the age of 14, she discovered and she knew it deep in her heart that this was the path she wanted to put her children on, serving others. Fast forward, Sadiqa got married and got 4 children of her own. And she started her leadership dance. At first, she danced in front of them as a role model, leading the way and walking the way. She didn't need to preach. Children see, children do. She took her kids to the most underprivileged area in Lebanon, according to United Nations, Beb Tibene, where she told them, if you want to help others, you have to step into the mud and dirty yourself to pull them out of their misery. Will you be responsible enough to add value to yourselves every single day in order to add value to others? Once there, she would step into the background and start her dance as an encourager and supporter and observer. And she would tell them, now is the time to test your response ability. Once back home, she knows, or she knew, that she needed to move or shift her dance to the side of her children to befriend them, listen to their concerns, listen to their needs, listen to the solutions they want to offer to have a better world. For at that time, they lived her dream, and her dream is to have a better world for those who needed it. One of those days, they came up with this magic solution, and they said, Mom, you know something? In order to help the battered, the abused, the raped, the prostituted, people need to understand that personal growth plus a good attitude plus opportunity plus action equals a better life. Her children are now living their dream, and she is still living her dream, treading on that path of serving others. In 2001, I met a mother who danced the Hope Dance. I was visiting a friend at the American Hospital of Beirut when the head nurse walked in and approached me. Are you an English teacher? She said. And I said, yes, I am. But believe me, until this day, I don't know how the head nurse discovered that I was an English teacher. She immediately asked if I can volunteer and teach a child who lives at the intensive care unit at the hospital. And my response was immediately a yes. She led me to a room where I was dressed in a green robe, gloves, and a mask, and then to Abbas's bedside. The child was an 8-year-old child hooked to all sorts of machines, a breathing machine, heart monitors, tubes that dangled from his nose, from his mouth. I couldn't even see him properly. Tears started rolling down my cheek, but I didn't notice until a sweet hand grabbed me and took me outside into the corridor. I am Sana, Abbas's mother. I suppose you're the English teacher. I nodded. Sana said, 8 years ago, I was pregnant with twins. Abbas was born with club feet, and the doctors advised us to operate at the age of 9 months since his bones were still flexible and tender. And his father and I, of course, agreed without us knowing that the anesthetist would break his neck while inducing the anesthetic. Abbas is paralyzed from the neck down. He can't breathe on his own. He doesn't know how food tastes like. He doesn't know how the world outside looks like. He has been living in the ICU since he was 9 months old, and he will live there until the end of his life. As a mother, I thought I should bring the outside world into his room. I created a school, and I engaged an Arabic, a math, and a science teacher, and you are the English one. Sana noticed my jaw drop, and then she said, us mothers are strong. We are peddlers of hope. And in 2016, Abbas addressed 16,000 American students with a speech on hope. In 2018, Abbas was taken for the first time out of his ICU room on his bed with all his machines because of his faith and hope. And he kept on telling his doctors that I need to realize my dream and I want to see the Mediterranean. The doctor came up with this invention of a breathing machine that lasts for 4 hours on a battery. And thus they were able to realize Abbas's dream. And until now, Sana is still dancing her dance of hope, sometimes in the front, sometimes on the side, and sometimes in the background. And my journey in serving others is still ongoing. In 2017, I met Fadia, the widow, who lives in Bebtebene in Tripoli with her 4 children. I knocked on her rotten door. She opened. She had a broken arm and swollen lips. And I was like, what happened? She said, the previous nights I was hit by a car. What about your swollen lips? Come inside, please. Let me show you. And I walk into that dark room where 4 children were sleeping on the floor, on sheets, not even mattresses. And she indicates a corner where I found 4 buckets of garlic soaked in water lying there. And she said, I've been peeling garlic for 21 years. And I've been receiving 1,000 Lebanese pounds per kilo. Every day, I peel 4 kilos. That is the amount of $2 per day. And since I had a broken arm, the only solution for me was to use my left arm and my teeth to peel the 4 kilos of garlic, or else you wouldn't have food on the table. You see, I've been striving all my life to make my kids comprehend that the price tag they wear, people will look at them accordingly. They will price them accordingly. And it's not about money. Price tag is not about money. Yesterday, terrorists knocked at my door and they paid $1,000 for my 16-year-old son, Abdullah, to go fight in Syria. And my response was, over my dead body. This is not the price tag I want to put on my son all his life. For opportunities and for our circumstances do not define who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, it is so true. Nor our circumstances, nor our situation define who we are. Personal growth, plus a good attitude, plus opportunity, plus action equals a better life. Allow your children to grow into their opportunities. And happy Mother's Day, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Grace, and thank you, Anolbi TV, and thank you, Peter, for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sadika, for that motivational leadership dance. It truly added value to us, your audience. We've got to learn the dance, the leadership dance, leading the way and walking the way to add value to others. Now, for our next speaker is an engineer by profession, a teacher by vocation, and a writer and speaker by choice. Her interests include reading, traveling, and music. She believes when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Let's welcome Joy Mary on Being Me Motherhood. Joy Mary, the virtual stage is yours. Joy Mary, can you please unmute yourself?
Thank you very much, Grace. I hope I'm audible and visible.
Yes, you are now. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Motherhood beckoned me, and I willingly followed, tempted by images of fairy tale motherhood, like those mothers in the ads. I thought I'll be fresh, smiling, and slim. My baby will snuggle and sleep off. But I wasn't fresh, smiling, or slim. My baby didn't snuggle and sleep off. I was cranky. My baby cried with colic. I was tired, sluggish, overwhelmed with oodles of mummy fat on my waist and abdomen. That, my dear mothers, was my intro into the fairy tale journey of motherhood. Have you mothers ever had that moment when you felt you weren't up to what was expected from you as a first-time mother? For me, that moment struck bang in the first week after my baby was born. I was confused, overwhelmed on how I should handle motherhood. You see, there were too many conflicting views from other mothers who had been there. Feed him at least 2 times in an hour. No. Once in 2 hours is enough. Lie down, take rest. No, walk around. You should start doing things on your own. A chorus of conflicting views that overwhelmed me, along with sleeplessness, the constant crying, and the motherly decisions I had to make. No one prepared me for this. No online or paperback pregnancy guides. The feeling of being overwhelmed didn't go away after 10 or 20 days. It lingered on for months until one day I looked up a word I saw online. You know what was it? Postpartum depression. Depression after birth. And as I read on that online article, I wondered, am I depressed? No, I'm fine. I have to be fine. Because you see, dear mothers, the only face that came to my mind is that of my baby, tiny and helpless. I realized I had to make a choice. I could spiral down to a point of no return or get out of it. I chose the latter. I chose to get out and find me in motherhood. Motherhood is not a fairy tale script of what we should fit into. It is our tale of how we script the most beautiful journey of our lives. Postpartum depression is a serious mood disorder that affects around 10 to 20% of new mothers. Please don't brush it away as baby blues. Do you know we can overcome this? Yes. It began the moment I realized, yes, with our self-realization and a concerted, conscious effort with prompt psychosocial interventions from certified individuals, our families, and a community of other empathetic mothers. That moment led me to ask for support from family, friends who could rely on, and I overcame it. As new mothers, we are unaware of the pressure of post-pregnancy hormones, the tiredness, and the unrealistic expectations of our role on our body. It is normal to feel overwhelmed as a new mother. Every single mother goes through it. We may call it baby blues, hormonal upheaval, whatever. Let us mothers who walk those first days be empathetic to other mothers around us. Let us reach out to those new mothers and help them script the most beautiful pages of their journey in their version of motherhood. Today, I am me in motherhood, and it's my own version. Are you ready to script your version? Thank you, an old channel, and over to you, Grace.
Thank you so much, Joy, for your speech. Indeed, motherhood is not a fairy tale. Our next speaker was brought up in Doha, Qatar, and currently settled in Abu Dhabi, UAE. She is an architect, an artist, an entrepreneur, and a proud small business owner. Let's welcome Zakia Zubair Malol. On her speech, our children will become who you are, so be who you want them to be. Zakia, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Grace, for that wonderful introduction. Yes, being a mother of three, I feel so energetic today to be surrounded by a group of inspiring mothers around the globe. It is indeed a pleasure to be here with you all. Hello, everyone. I am Zakia Zubair from UAE. Architect by profession and artist by passion, I make personalized, bespoke handmade interior decor pieces, currently running a small home business in Abu Dhabi. I don't know how much I'll be able to put across my message in these very few minutes, but let me try to make it short and simple as possible. Dear strong mothers around the globe, I want each one of you to know that it is okay to not be so perfect. It's okay to have bad mom days. It's okay to not be balanced all the time. It's totally fine to have a messy house and still get a good nap. We have all been there, isn't it? But, oh mommies, it's not okay to forget yourself amidst everything else. It's not okay to let go of your aspirations and dreams just because you're married or you have kids. It's not okay to feel guilty for prioritizing your needs too. We have been there too, feeling guilty. Yes, my friends, motherhood is challenging. There's a saying, when a child is born, so is a mother. Don't you all agree on that? I have always felt every single day it's something new I learn. Either it be a lesson for me to control my temper or a reminder to enjoy that very moment. So, among these challenges, most of us tend to forget about ourselves. Is that how it should be? Let me tell you a scene from a Malayalam movie named How Old Are You? A conversation, or rather an argument, between a mother and a daughter that made me think deep. The mother says to the child, "You have no idea how bright and inspiring lady I was during my college days. I had so many dreams and aspirations, but I sacrificed it all for you so that you can grow up to be a smart girl." And the daughter responds, "Oh, is that so? So are you telling me people who have achieved something in life are those who never had children? Or is it just an excuse for you? And even if it is, did I ask you to sacrifice it all for me?" Well, ladies, isn't that true? Don't you think we need to keep going and do what we want to do? And our kids watch us work for our goals. They see a strong lady who works for her accomplishments. Don't forget, your children will become who you are. So be who you want them to be. Be their best friend. Communicate with them. Teach them about values of life, not by preaching, but by practicing. They'll observe and learn. Show them it is possible to reach our goals with any challenging situation, if we have the courage to pursue them. Mommies, let's uplift ourselves because only if we do can we help our children grow into dreamers and achievers. Don't let anybody else decide our expiry date. Over to you, Grace.
Thank you, Zakia. Our next speaker is a mother and a leader. With firmness and flexibility, she is a believer of existence and coexistence. She believes in working for and rarely against. Let's welcome Dorgastri Mavuro on her speech, Quartering.
Thank you so much, Grace. Happy birthday, mommies! Let's celebrate that. Well, that little life in my hands, and I was staring at, and I said, I know you before you even landed into my hands. Isn't this what we feel as a mother, as a first timer? Exactly the same feeling that I had. But immediately I got puzzled. Oh, she comes with no manual, no instructions. What am I going to do with her? And then I started to look here and there. And I felt that what practices others have in their life may not be suitable for this little life that I have in my hand. I have to write my own manual for this life. And I started my journey as a new mom. Time passed by. 2011, my little girl left home in search of her future to the Northern Hemisphere. My tears wouldn't stop flowing. Not because of anything else, not because just that I was missing her emotionally, but I felt that that little innocent one with big dreams, wanting to conquer her own space in the world, is going all alone. But she gave me that brave side of hers, just to ensure that I feel good. Time passed by, 2014. The story repeated. Now it was my son who was going to the Southern Hemisphere. My tears wouldn't stop rolling down. And everybody started to say, you have empty nest syndrome. And I said, no, I don't believe that. The reason being, my nest is full most of the time because I don't believe in the practice of you have children at home, but then talk about the quality time. That doesn't go well with me. I want my children to explore the world, travel longitudes and latitudes, find life for themselves, feel the emotions of humans. The drama continued. And then I realized, how am I going to combat those tears, not because of just emotions, but learning to know how to operate or ask where to go for dinner? Completely lost with those things. I soon realized that I have something as a good practice. It may not be a great recommendation for you, but it worked for me. I started to quarter my heart, my home, and my feelings to accommodate my friends, family, kids, society, community, and so on and so forth. If one quarter starts to get empty, there flows from the other quarter like the gravitational pull. And this has helped me to keep my nest full most of the time, or at least full. So dear moms, why are we struggling by thinking that we are sailing so slow and stranded at a place? Let us share. Let us ensure that we have one another. So please join the motherhood as we are blessed, because we are the ones who make a life or break a life. So I salute the mother in you. For you are being happy. I salute the mother in you for expressing your happiness. And I salute the mother in you who ensures that the nest is full most of the time. Happy Mother's Day. Enjoy the motherhood from within because it reflects on you. Happy Mother's Day. Over to you, Grace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Durga. Let your children explore the world and combat those guilt by quartering and making sure your nest is full most of the time. Our next speaker is an audio engineer, a passionate storyteller, a lead at Mixi Audiobook Limited, Nigeria, and host of the Afrocentrist podcast. Let's welcome Ijiro Osakiri, aka the energetic EJ on Overcoming Mom.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, mothers in the house. Happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful mommies in the house. It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me here. So, Seba Tahir, the author of An Amber in the Ashes, said, there are two kinds of guilt. The kind that drowns you until you are useless, and the kind that fires you, your soul into purpose. So, I was in the former. I allowed the guilt to send me to a place that I was almost useless. Useless to myself, useless to my son. Life has thrown curveballs at me that made it, impossible for me to be with my son for a while now. And so I was suffering from mom guilt. And so today I want to share with you how I overcame mom guilt. Now, the guilt, according to this quote, says you either fall until you're useless or you let it power you into purpose. So I have redefined guilt, right? And I'll start with gratitude. I started to feel gratitude, like, okay, fine, this is what life has thrown at me. How can I turn this around for my favor? I decided to switch to gratitude, to be grateful for every single minute, seconds that I have to spend with my son virtually. Thank God for technology. I mean, what would I have done? I wouldn't have traveled miles away because we couldn't travel. So I don't know what I would have done, but thank God for technology. So I switched to gratitude, and that made it easier for me because then I looked forward to every minute, seconds that I have to spend with him virtually. Number two, I started to understand that this season is just a season. It is what it is. It is not supposed to last forever, and it won't last forever. So the understanding of that helps me know that, okay, this is just for a while. And so pending the time, I'm going to enjoy the journey until the tides change for me. And next, I did not let my inspiration down. So I keep on doing or following my dreams and doing the things that I would do, even if I was with my family and my children and my son. And one thing that does for me is, because we can connect virtually, I hear my son every time we talk, like, oh, Mom, I saw your video. I saw your podcast. And that keeps me happy because he sees that the distance and the fact that, we're not together is not stopping me from being who I want to be. And that inspires him as well to be who he wants to be. And then I listen. So every time we spend together, I would ask questions. I would have him tell me stories about his day, about how he's feeling about school, and his experiences. And I listen. And it's such heartwarming, thing to know that I can listen to him. I remembered my last birthday, April 11th. His was one of the first messages I got. And his message was so touching. I couldn't, stop the tears from rolling in. I was so proud, like, wow. I am grateful and I am glad that this boy is turning into a young man. And I was so, so, so grateful for the gift of him. And lastly, I learned to talk. So every moment we get to spend together, I find it like it's an opportunity for me to talk, to listen, and then to just enjoy those moments together. So I don't know if you're here as a mom and for any reason whatsoever, you have to be away from your child and probably you are allowing the guilt get to you. Please do not allow that guilt cripple you. Do not allow that guilt make you useless, but rather take on that guilt. Focus on gratitude. Understand your unique situation. Remain inspired so that you can inspire your child. Listen every time you get to connect with your child, and then learn to converse with your child. And with this, you'll be able to combat mom guilt and enjoy every moment you have to spend with your child. So I would encourage you today, do not allow the guilt to drown you, but ride upon the wings of the guilt and make it push you into a purposeful parenting, whether you're together or you're far apart. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you today. God bless you. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers in the house.
Thank you, Jiro, for that speech. Long distance relationship is not the ideal situation to be, but it doesn't mean that we don't influence our children's lives. In fact, with some effort and planning, it is possible to have a close relationship with your child, even from many miles away. Now, our next speaker is a passionate poet and a translator. As a community leader, she was the president of the Indian Women's Association, Qatar. She loves to read, write, and travel. She feels her recent obsession to give voiceover for audiobooks has become the most prized possession. Let's welcome Susmita Patnaik on Reliving Dreams. Susmita.
Thank you, Grace, for the gracious introduction. My dear mothers from all over the world, I wish you all a blessed Mother's Day. Tell me, what could be more rewarding than watching your children grow into beautiful individuals who take care of themselves and the people around them? Isn't it heartening to know? Friends, I'm a happy mom at home who enjoy looking at the world through my daughter's eyes. Yes, it doesn't matter how successfully I lived my dreams, how prominent are my achievements, but today I keep on counting my blessings, keep admiring my adaptability to fit into their shoes and live in abundance. It reminds me of a beautiful old quote: the further the bird flies, the more boundless it could be. Friends, often I do reminisce. Memories of the yesteryear resonate with an eternal love, mother-daughter bond. I still remember my little ones clinging to me to watch birds and butterflies on the window pane, a spectrum of colors and winged desires together to explore a new horizon. The trio remains the same, but their perception has leaped with rolling times. These little girls have outgrown their mother, a newer insight and a bigger and better world to reckon with. Their aspirations, revelations have added wings to the mother who wants to fly high with them to have a kaleidoscopic view of life at large. Life could be so blissful. The mother in me is awestruck. Motherhood brought a sea of changes in me. I evolved with each passing year better than before. I still wonder what liberated me from that conditioned mindset. What defied me to go and check my inner self to break free the chains. Oh my God, was that excitement in their eyes to soar high and touch the sky? Or the curiosity to unfold the bigger mysteries of life? Numerous questions lie unresolved, but the journey continues. Being a mother is never easy. There were times I had to stretch beyond and shelter them like a tigress. But that's how I celebrate my motherhood. My dear darling daughters, I relish the freshly baked cakes, bouquets, and my favorite perfume that you give me on my birthdays. Keeping aside all the tantrums and disagreement, I cherish this bond which grows fonder in your absence. The envelope you left for me last time has a beautiful message which is very close to my heart. And that reads, life doesn't come with a manual. It comes with a mother. My daughters, if you are missing me, I miss you too. Love you. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Susmita. We are entirely made up of dreams yearning to believe. That's so true. Our next speaker is a certified Cambridge trainer and a passionate reader and a philanthropist. She is also a mentor and founder of Visakha Orators Juniors Club, a speaking club, and the Pick-a-Book Juniors, a reading club for children. Let's welcome Yanti Pakala on the speech, Building Communication with Teenagers.
Thank you, Grace, for a lovely introduction. How are you doing, mothers? Especially, should I ask this question to all the teenage mothers? Teenage is the most dreaded part of our lives. We have been teenagers too, but being a teenage mother is icing on the cake. I know it myself personally. The reason is I'm a mother for two teenagers, one who is at the fag end of teenage and one who is at the prime of teenage. And what's the cherry on the top? Pandemic. Raising two children virtually, all by myself and throughout the teens, I guess I have garnered a little understanding on their needs. In normal life with teenagers was always demanding. But with this raging pandemic, especially a devastating second wave, not only had a physical impact, but also a psychological impact on the children, virtually confining them to the house. My son, who turns 20 this year, has not stepped out of the house in the last 14 months. And the reopening of the college is as elusive as getting vaccinated for the whole Indian population. And my daughter is in her 10th grade. And she missed out the most important phase of her school. No farewells, no celebrations, no birthdays. Just get herself stuck in front of the laptop. In all these times, my husband is in Doha. 17 months since we had physically seen him. And I have 5 cats to add to that. Now my hands are full with teenagers running emotionally high. My adrenaline levels are always here. What do I do? That is when I started thinking I should have certain regimentation in my house. I'm using the word regimentation. The first thing I have used this is because I understood that my children are aping me when I hear them talk to their friends on phone or chat on WhatsApp. I see that whatever I am trying to do, they try to give them as tips. So the first thing I taught them was taking up responsibility. So I inculcated that self-discipline in them, wherein there were chores that were distributed among 3 of us. And with seriously no domestic help, the children did pitch in and they started enjoying doing it. Like some washing clothes, to drying them, to folding them, ironing them, and most important, having the menu fixed for the family. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, what do you want to have? Trying out different dishes and taking turns to cook was one way of taking up responsibility. The second most important thing I taught them is to have a me too time. Me too time is not very important only for the mothers. Even for children, they should value that me too time. Now, what can these children do in this me too time? My son joined ISAC. It is an organization that helps engineers. And he went full time into quizzing. And he started learning playing new games, which is a wonder for me, and started hosting them on YouTube. My daughter pursued her classical dances and helped me run my orators and reading club. And in all this, we found time to meet with the whole family for movies online thanks to Zoom. So if you're worried what your children are going to do on your computer with unlimited bandwidth, learn one thing: stay calm. Let your body language display the authority. Don't get angry, but make them understand the responsibility of being good while being online. Give them that me too time. And flip side, I continue to worry about the time lost for their outdoor games. But this 14 months went in a jiffy. And this time too, as teenagers will pass, with a lot of memories for us to store. So welcome to the world of teenagers, a period that passes too fast. Thank you. Over to Grace.
My apologies for that. I have to unmute myself. Now, our next speaker is from Dubai, UAE. She is a coach trainer, a passionate public speaker, a social media strategist, and a digital content creator. She aspires to inspire others to be the best version of themselves. Let's welcome Nayana Shaju on her speech titled 3 R's. Nayana, the stage is yours.
Good day, good afternoon, good morning from wherever part of the world you are. First of all, let me share a little love to all the mothers out here. And thank you, Adobe TV, for making this Mother's Day the most memorable Mother's Day since the past and for the future. Thank you, everybody, for inviting me, and thank you for these great opportunities. When you talk about a mother, there are several things which comes to your mind. The synonym for mother can be loving, special, giver, protector, mentor, peacemaker. But most of the time, you never know when you turned to be a sacrificer from the great superhero. All the growing years, when your children are growing, you were there as a cheerleader. Later now, when they grow into teens, they just want to be your chauffeur. For all the mothers out there who feel rejected, dejected, here I want to tell you that there is a reset button to love yourself. And hence I present to you 3 R's on how to reset yourself. My 3 R's will be, how do you react to the rejections? The next R is rejoice. Do you take that moment to rejoice, to be happy, to take that break? My next R is refresh. Do you know what is that thing which refreshes you? Do you know what recharges you? The awareness. If you're aware, what rejoices you? What helps you to bring back those power? You're almost there. I am a mom of 2 beautiful daughters, and I'm really happy to be doing this role. I'm a public speaker and a Toastmaster. So let me start with you. Why do we say how to accept rejection? I come from Bombay, and every day starts with a rejection. When you want to take that auto rickshaw to reach the station or anywhere, The rejection starts when the guy says, I don't want to go. Later, when I turned into a salesperson, all the salesperson out there, you know what rejection means to a salesperson. So what does that mean? Do you stop there? Or you reset yourself every single day to bounce back? What do you do when you're down with your health, your physical health, your mental health? I would tell you, go back to your team, your girl gang. Have that little set of friends who pump you up. You will definitely have one or two who don't even bother to check on how do you look, has your color is gray. They only check with you, how are you doing? Did you have lunch? Let's team up, let's meet up, let's meet together. So take that time to rejoice. Take up a hobby. Each and every one has a hobby. The forgotten hobby maybe. Know yourself what resets you, what refreshes you. So today on this occasion of Mother's Day 2021, do not forget to reset yourself every single day, every single week. Let's refresh, rejoice, and react to the rejections. With that wonderful note, I hand it back to Grace. Thank you very much and happy Mother's Day to one and all. Thank you, Grace.
So much. Thank you so much, Nayana. So let's remember to reset our button to bounce back. Our next speaker is from Kerala, India. She's a traveler, a mountaineer, and a Bharatanatyam dancer. She's currently working on a book about how she turned challenges into opportunities and following her passion on mountaineering experiences in the Himalayas. As a mother, she aspires to teach her son to value humanity about anything. Let's welcome Srisha Ravindran on her speech, Motherhood is a Journey and Not a Competition.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. So I'll just start with an event from my life. It was raining cats and dogs outside, and the same day was the annual day of my son's birth. We bundled up and escaped happily with all the excitement as we had not ventured outside for a week due to the rain. I went prepared with 2 packets of cookies and a bottle of water. I did not cook any snacks that day because it was a working day for me. I work as an income tax manager. So cooking the breakfast, lunch, and dinner was and is always a tedious task on a weekday. Soon after his show, I welcomed him to my lab with all the excitement and I was very proud. Oh yes, that's my boy. But then the real show started. He wanted to go out in the rain and play. I said no. And that took some time to settle. Next, he wanted fried peanuts, but I had only cookies. He started crying and rolling on the floor. I settled it again. And the other mothers next to me just glanced at me, and I think they pointed out my son as a wrong example to their children. I was embarrassed. The mother next to me offered fritters to my son. My son grabbed it as though he has never seen a fritter. And he told me, you could have at least packed sweet corn for me, but you had no time. I smiled and I shrugged my shoulder, and the other mothers around me. But inside, I felt I was burning. I choked down my guilt. Motherhood overwhelmed me at that point of time. The woman who offered me fritters to my son had a big boy. So she motioned to him and told, can you take him to the basketball court and play? After that, she moved near me and I began talking. I thanked her for her kind gesture and thoughtful act. I started admitting my current feelings and venting out about how hectic the day was. I could not stop and she didn't mind. She said, I have been there. Just because my son is behaving now does not mean he does that at home. I have one more boy who is about your son's age and he is quite handy. So yes, that was a true mom goal. She was pregnant as well. So you see, there's a lot to handle. And what she did there was not turning this into a competition because she was facing it hard, but she was building it in the right way. I was often asked, how could I go for mountaineering or do my dance programs or do a full 9 to 8 job, leaving my son with my mother? And if I do not miss it, basically, How am I not so considerate? I had spent hours, days, and weeks thinking about my choices and parenting abilities. I have been hard on myself in all ways, but a part of me asked me to go on, and I need not validate myself so much, mainly because I have a mother who helped me to build my life not just as another mother, but a human who is also a mother. Since what we do with our kids is a choice at some level, we can't help but judge someone who appears to be choosing something different. Haven't we all done this or faced it? Mom shaming is real, and the expectations are unrealistic. The one size will fit for all ideology is so wrong. The speed of the wind in my life as a mother is not same as yours. So let us all be milkweeds and go with the flow and live and let us teach our children the same. Nobody is same, nobody is perfect. Motherhood is not a competition. It's a journey where we all take different routes, but the destination is the same. Raising a child does not need a city. And a lot of us get so hard on ourselves by seeking validation. Furthermore, we may not be able to leave our judgment aside while guiding a mother. Yes, that's a mistake we do by not being thoughtful or not intentionally. Yes, we need to think about it. Why is there a global symposium today for mothers? To remind us and reassure that every mother out there, that although we all are on a solitary path, the bump, the twist, and the curves on the path are similar in nature. So let's build it, the motherhood. This is Srisha from India, and I thank Enolbe, Grace, and all the other coordinators for having me on this show. Thank you and have a happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Thank you, Srisha. Our next speaker is a champion speaker at Toastmasters International, a certified trainer, an associate NLP practitioner, a TEDx speaker, an entrepreneur with an educational events company, Speak and Shine, and a host of an online talk show, Talksopedia. Let's welcome Nisha Shibram on her speech title, Mothers to Have Dreams. Nisha.
All the super mommies, wonderful moms with dreams, good afternoon from Qatar. A very happy Mother's Day to each one of you. Many years ago, somebody had asked me, when you will become a mother, whose dreams will you give more priority? Would it be your dreams or your kids' dreams? And at that time, neither did I have an iota of doubt, nor did I think for even a second. And I replied, my dreams first. And I could see many people raising their eyebrows and giving me that look. Oh, what a selfish mom she is. But I had reasons, and very strong ones. Because I knew a mom, a loving, caring mom, a very simple mom, a mom with dreams. She dreamt of traveling all over the world. She loved travel. But after marriage, and especially after having kids, she just confined herself to her house, taking care of her kids. That was my mom. And every time she would say that if you both were not there, that is me and my brother, she would have traveled all over the world. And then I would say, just go ahead and do it. And she would say, no, because I want to see your dreams to be fulfilled. I want to see both of you settled in your life. We finished our college, we went to different places and we got settled. We left our mom all alone in the house. And even then, she would always say that it's not the right time. Let me just see you settled. Let me see you getting married and have a family, a beautiful family. One fine day, she left us. And she left behind all those unfulfilled dreams of hers. That moment I felt that this is how life is. Probably this is how life is. We have to take care of our family and our kids, and we should not be giving importance to our dreams. But no, it's not like that. As a mother, before you take the responsibility of taking care of your kids' dreams, you need to make sure that you fulfill your dreams, because one day your kids will just fly away to different destinations, and you will be left alone with no time left in your hands to fulfill your dreams and goals. Somebody had very beautifully said that you can be a good mother, and at the same time you can chase your dreams. And I remember in 2014, when I was 7 months pregnant, I was there in Oman on that public speaking stage in a speech contest with that big belly addressing the audience, because I chose to chase my dreams. My dear wonderful mommies out there, don't let motherhood block your dreams. Instead, be that badass mom who chose to chase her dreams, carrying her kids under her wings, and just go ahead on the journey of fulfilling her dreams and goals and aspirations. Because you have got only one life. And how would you set an example before your kids if you don't take care of your dreams? How would you tell them, go ahead kids, go ahead, take care of your dreams, fulfill it? You have to set an example first. So be that badass mom who will just go out and chase dreams. And once again, a very happy Mother's Day to each one of you. From this badass mom to all the badass moms out there. Back to Grace. Thank you so much.
Nisha. Now for our next speaker is from Kerala, India, and she is a proud mom of 2 lovely daughters. Her hobbies are dancing, public speaking, and cooking. She is a passionate Indian classical and Bollywood dancer. Let's welcome Nishana Maksud on Motherhood version 2.0. Nishana?
Imagine a world where all the love in this world begins. We all go for offline, for hibernation, meditation, reflection, or whatever we may call it. That's when we dive into serious thoughts. Today is Mother's Day. My thoughts got diverted to the role of mothers in our life, how their presence influenced us from the moment we were born. Those lullabies, rock-a-bye baby on the treetop. The values which add to our footsteps and how it replicated to my kids when I became a mother. Undoubtedly, it's pure, divine, selfless, sacred, endless adjective. Do you think this intense and caring maternal instinct is limited only to humankind? Animal kingdom, motherhood is legendary there too. We'll be fascinated by different forms of motherhood exerted by animal kingdom. Right from the biggest land animal elephant, which carries their baby nearly 2 years before giving birth, months of guidance and care given by mother elephant to their calves till it stands on its own. Another example, queen ants sacrificed to leave its home colony and efforts to start its new colony of 1,000 members. Fascinated we must be to see how moms exist in different forms. If this relatively less intelligent exhibits such deep motherly behavior, we human beings, so-called most intelligent, could certainly apply motherhood in all our relationships. In this era of cloning, I wonder how beautiful it would be if we turn all the existing relationships in this world, be it between a parent and a child, husband and wife, siblings, cousins, friends, colleagues, organizations, communities, nations, as motherhood. How peaceful the world would be. We then call this the paradise with unconditional love, a heaven where there's no yardstick but only compassion, empathy. Household full of smiles, society filled with kindness and understanding, harmony everywhere, cheerful, heavenly, peaceful, and blissful. All these may sound utopian, but look back how mankind has been transforming. Nothing is impossible. You don't really have to be a biological mom to inspire someone. If each one of us commit to exercise and extend the motherly behavior outside our personal space, we generously feed all the relationship in this world and actions of kindness, compassion, gratitude, and forgiveness, like that of motherhood, we then can together create a peaceful world, more pleasant and harmonious place. Let us exemplify motherliness. Happy Mother's Day to all around the globe. Thanks, and over to Grace.
Thank you so much, Nishana. Our next speaker is a lawyer and a chartered accountant by profession and runs her own company. She's passionate about female empowerment, and her goal is to educate 100 girls. Her aspiration is to give values to her two daughters and empower them so that they can lead a happy, balanced life and contribute to humanity. Let's welcome Arshi Kaura Tektani on her speech, The Lost Dream. Arshi.
Hi, Grace. Thank you very much for this lovely introduction, and a very happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful moms all across the globe. When a child is born, it's not only a child that is born, a mother is born on the same day as well. On one side, we are really excited, happy, and feeling blessed. But on the other side, we are nervous and scared. What will happen to my dreams? What will happen to my body, my hair, my skin? And above all, how am I going to take care of this beautiful life, innocent life? We want to give the best to our kids. We want to give them the best toys, best food, best education, best doctors, everything best. And in order to do that, we don't realize when we convert this beautiful journey of motherhood into a race to be the best mother. We first start comparing our parenting styles, and then we drill it down to kids. We start to put pressure on them for performance, activities. I'm equally guilty of this. Once, when my daughter was around 3.5 years old, I asked one of her friend's mom for a play date. She said, sorry, Arshi, we can't meet because my daughter goes for swimming classes, dance classes, gymnasium, French classes, karate classes, and so on. And she left. I kept sitting there and I declared myself to be a bad mom because I'm just taking my 3.5-year-old only to school. Within a week's time, I enrolled her in many classes, and both she and me, we started running the race. I'm not saying these classes are not good. They are very important for the self-confidence. But what is important is a balance between learning and enjoying that learning, enjoying that childhood. After doing that race for a month, I realized, what have I done? I've taken away from her her free play, her play with her sibling, her friends, the time that she was spending with her family, the dream time that she must be thinking about something. I've taken away everything from her. Instead, I started comparing her and putting pressure on her for performance and to be the best. But when we do this, our kids start to fear. They start to fear failure and they start to doubt themselves. Our kids are like seeds. They need water and sunlight of our love, affection, and above all, our faith in them and in their dreams. We have to allow our kids to dream fiercely, freely. We have to let them fail and learn from that failure. We have to be no judgment, no comparison, no inhibitions. Because out there in the world, it's really cruel. People are waiting to smash and crush your kids' dream. So we have to teach them to celebrate failures, fail again and again, learn from it, and celebrate that failure. In the end, I like to leave you with a story which is very close to my heart. Once a schoolboy comes back from school with a slip in his hand with a special instruction of giving it only to his mother. The mother opens the slip and starts to cry, and she reads aloud, "Your son is a genius. We are not equipped and trained enough to teach him. So please teach him yourself." After many, many years of mother's death, the son found the same slip in her drawer. He opens the slip and he starts to cry because what was actually written in that slip was, "Your son is mentally ill. We will not allow him to enter the school premises." That child was Thomas Edison. He cried for hours and then he wrote in his diary, Thomas Edison was mentally ill, who, by a hero mother, became a genius of the century. So my friends, we as mothers have to remind our kids every single day that they can be anything, they can achieve anything, and every single dream can come true. And we have to show the faith and nurture their dreams, because when we do so, we may give the world its next genius. Thank you very much for listening and this opportunity. And I'd like to wish everyone once again a very happy Mother's Day. Over to you, Grace.
Thank you, Archie. Now, our next speaker is from Dubai, UAE. She practices living a life of consciousness, presence, and authenticity every day. She's a certified parenting coach through Dr. Shifali Chavari, Conscious Coaching Institute, and the Jai Institute for Parenting. She is also a certified Theta healer and an NLP practitioner. Let's welcome Lena Kapil on her speech, Being a Better Parent Starts with a Better You. Lena?
Thank you, Grace. Parenting can be a very lonely journey. It is the most underrated job, yet the most important, and has no formal education. You know, there are prenatal classes to teach us everything up to the baby's birth, but nothing to teach us how to handle that baby when he or she grows up and has a voice. When I became a first-time mom, I had this vision of being the perfect parent, a friend to my child. And I wanted to give my child everything I didn't get. And I also had these expectations that I'd have this natural love for my child and that my child would love me back. My child wouldn't be that child screaming in the aeroplane or the one who sits on the floor in the mall. Just like every parent, I meant well for my child. All I wanted to see is that my child is happy. But in all my efforts to parent my child, I found myself being permissive, giving in to the whims and fancies of my child, just so that I would be loved by my child and accepted. I didn't know where to draw the line. And I found myself disapproving of my child's behavior, losing my temper at times, and that made me feel very guilty, embarrassed that I couldn't handle my own children. I would resort to rewards, bribes, just so that they would listen to me. I felt trapped in this vicious cycle of endless responsibilities. And I found myself feeling zapped of energy. Some of you may be able to relate to this and are perhaps currently experiencing this as well. I thought to myself, this can't be it. I'm not in my essence. This is not me. So then what's going on with me? And this is what I learned. We unconsciously fall into the trap of generational parenting patterns, which means we parent from our thoughts, our beliefs, our behaviors that we were subjected to as a child. It's that moment when you realize that you sound like your parents. Either way, it comes from this herd mentality. You're either asking your friends, how did you parent? What did you do? It just comes from this space of complete ignorance of who we are. And it truly hit me at that point that how I'm parenting my kids today is shaping who they will become as adults. And it's shaping their beliefs about themselves. It was at that moment I also realized that how important it is for me to be a happy person and to be fulfilled in my life. The more I discovered myself, the more whole and complete I felt. You know why? Because for the first time in my life, I experienced freedom from within, because I could see what was influencing me. It was my beliefs and my unconscious patterns. Today, I'm in a much better relationship with my kids because we honor each other's feelings. There's mutual respect and cooperation, not because they fear me, but because we have set healthy boundaries. There are no expectations, no attachment from my end. And it's allowing my children to blossom at their own time and pace. So, this is conscious parenting. Conscious parenting is the awareness that children have come into our lives to teach us to connect with our true selves. Every conflict that we have with them is an opportunity for us to turn that camera lens onto us. And this allows us to look within and see what is going on inside. What are these feelings, these memories of our own childhood that are surfacing? And then it allows us and gives us this time to process these feelings and accept, forgive, and let go of our own emotional baggage. Every parent, child, and family is unique, and parenting has nothing to do with your child, but everything to do with parenting yourself. Thank you. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Lina. Now, our next speaker is from UAE and has an extraordinary career. She was an ex-army lieutenant and a corporate professional before she set up her own coaching company specializing in energy consciousness coaching of gadget de-addiction, conscious parenting, teen parenting, and financial literacy. Let's welcome Nahid Khan, on her speech, Financial Parenting, Digital Parenting Era. Nahid.
Thank you so much, Grace, Anop TV, for bringing all of us together and the whole world together and celebrating motherhood, which we celebrate actually every day. So I was actually very keenly listening to each one of you. And I was seeing that this is my life. This is what I do. Yes, this is what I learned. And this is very much true that our lives are really same as human beings. And here in my 4 minutes share, I would be talking about co-parenting and co-partnering. So I will talk about before motherhood, before I become a mother, talking about like evolving in my marriage also, because this was the real source for my teenager children, being mother of teenager children, 17-year-old handsome boy Ayan, and a beautiful 14-year-old daughter, Zara. So this Zara and Ayan, as I see, they are half Nahid and half Javed. So that evolution that, in my marriage really brought spark in my motherhood also. Also, I see my parents, because of whom I'm here right now. I want to thank them. My father, I lost my father just 2-3 years back. And that was a time when it was really being emotional. And I took a step forward as a parent, as a mother, seeing many things. So friends, you will agree with me that even our father has at times played mommy. And even if I see my life also, I would like to say that my mommy played as a daddy many a times. And here I would like to have, because I want few things which worked in my life. And I want you to also to just have it a try, because these are real toys and fun. Because here what connected me was like connecting to a child in you. So when I see a mother in you, or in me, or a parent when we talk. So here I'm including all men also on today's Mother's Day, as their role is also like really shaping our motherhood and they being a part of it. So I'll be using many things, which has worked with me. So what worked with me, these COVID times were very transformatory times. So I see each one of us carrying a sanitizer with us, which is the need of the hour. And, so what worked with me to become calmer, like we speak and we say that to become calm. So what worked with me is mind sanitizers. So when I am showing you this sanitizer, I'm talking about the mind sanitizer. So what will stay with you is music. Music worked with me. some particular, it will be differ to everyone, but it really makes up calm, soothe, even excited, happy, attend to our emotions, and love. So I have love for animals, even my children, I see. So that really recreated me in my many things. And what I see, food and humor, COVID times, really having a roller coaster, having the, sometimes a low zone or a high zone. And why I'm talking about this, because we say we are human beings, but we are human hormone machines. So we are under the effect of hormones. You all will agree. If I'm happy, I'll be doing a happy mommy play. If I'm unhappy, I'll be a really bad mom, or a mom making mistakes. And it's okay. What I learned is I am so happy to accept my ordinariness. I'm even happy to accept my children's ordinariness. And that is what each day makes us, really attached to each other. And I have a treasure box to show you. So here are all relationships which I learned after all fights and all, that we had been together, accepting each other. So here, what another thing is speaking less, which worked for me as I talk a lot. And my children, this is a sellotape. We don't actually require to coach anything. They are on their own soul journey. And we are actually learning and like really partnering them and evolving ourselves as a soul, as a human being. So really raising our vibration is important. And COVID times, when I was dealing financially, in my business, and even technology, you are seeing I'm asking so many questions as such, the most. So learning technology and learning financials, I saw that even my children, like simple things, having 3 piggy banks, I am practicing this with them. A very simple example, because life is simple and it is connecting dots. So I saw, one piggy bank for having the savings, and we seeing the money, being accumulated. Another piggy bank for the child to spend, or for me also to spend, and another piggy bank to contribute. Because to contribute, this is one lesson which we are learning now, and this is a lifetime lesson for everyone. And a lot of love of human beings makes us who we are. And technology, today all people, you will agree with me, small, medium, large, extra large, all sizes, we all are gadget addicted. So there are plus points also to this technology, which will be really multiplying 500 times more. So financial parenting, because it is not taught in any school, we have also not being taught. And even digital parenting, we can have simple examples in our life, and like really using technology in preparing the food, and having the text messages with photos and videos, going on Facebooks also, and going to our group mates, our family, what we are cooking and all. So thank you so much. And I would like to bless everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nahid. Now allow me to introduce the next speaker, which is rather myself. Before I share my own story, I will digress and not preach you, as there's no manual for motherhood. You got to trust your instinct. I will share instead a personal story. Hi, I'm Grace Moran. I'm the MC, speaker, and moderator of this event. Maureen Hawken once said, before you were conceived, I wanted you. Before you were born, I loved you. Before you were an hour, I would die for you. That is a mother's unconditional love. I became a single parent before I can learn to weave my dreams. I struggled with the ramifications of motherhood at a young age. I was caught in a tangled web where it was easier for me to survive than live. It was one cold night in September when my son was born. And I cried when I first saw him. His little fingers wrapped around one of mine as if he was trying to tell me not to give him up for adoption. How could I? I have loved him. Today I breathe life into him. He was my little miracle, for he gave me the gift of learning. From a penniless, jobless, and homeless mother that I was, he gave me wings to soar above all storms. Then finding a balance between work and full-time parenting was challenging. I remember that day. I was living for work. He was just 4 years old and he would not let me go. He sobbed uncontrollably and said, "You always go to work, mommy." With his tiny hands, he reached up to me, wanting me to pick him up. And with tears in his eyes, he begged me, "Mommy, please don't go. I'll be a good boy." My heart bled, and to this day, the deafening echoes of his tiny voice reverberated through the years to haunt me. I tried to juggle my time between jobs just for us to survive. But how can you possibly explain that to a child and make him understand? I tried to listen to his outbursts, understand his needs, and feel his pain as I tried to multitask between motherhood and work. Despite all challenges, my son and I had a strong mother-son bond. We laughed, played, danced, and no matter how tired I was, I will tell him a bedtime story. And when I fell asleep, he would hug me and pamper me with little kisses, forced my eyes to open and said, "Mommy, wake up. I will read you a story instead." Memories are made of this. Every moment counts. And I taught him the importance of education from day one. He got accelerated from school, and I was as happy as a clam. He is, after all, his mother's son. He was full of dreams at 10 years old. At first, he wanted to be an astronaut. A month later, he wanted to be the president of the United States. I looked straight into his eyes and I said, "Jackie," that's what I call him, "whatever you will become, I will love you just the same." But when he turned 15, I was no longer allowed to hug him in public. Myriad of changes kept growing. How time flies as my little Chucky became a young adult. Being a single parent, I was ambushed by the intensity of unexplained attachment, only to realize that when our kids grow up, their priority change. So once in a while, I embark myself in an epiphanic moment. All I want is just to be the best and the coolest mom. And the thought, over the years, I have evolved from being a normal mom to a super mom. Yet, I still fall short somehow. I wish there's a formula for motherhood, but there ain't. I might have not been the perfect mother, but I believe I have given my best to stay connected as we sail through those teenage years. We had an optimistic, yet turbulent and profound love for each other, as I've learned to respect those changes and not owning him, controlling him, or demanding of what I want, not seeing what he truly wants. Every cloud has a silver lining, and unconditional love has a great way to show it, because amidst pain and hardship, I gained my PhD in motherhood as I became the household CEO, babysitter, nurse, teacher, personal chef, personal troubleshooter, just to name one tenth of my job description as a mother. Looking back, I have no regrets. I believe I made the right decision in raising him on my own amidst all storms, and being able to share a life with the person I treasure most by giving him a mother's unconditional love, which is unparalleled by any other kind of love. And I love him more than life itself. Not everyone will understand what this feeling is like, of loving someone so much that it hurts and feels like your heart will explode, that you will die for them and give them everything until you have nothing left to get. And yet, even with nothing, it feels like you still have everything. That's from all the speakers from the Middle East and India. Now moving on to our panel discussion. Do you love your children unconditionally? Most love is conditional and controlled, but unconditional love is about loving an imperfect person perfectly. Most love, as I said, is based on control and fear-based. Sometimes we parents love our children conditionally because it is coming from our own inadequacy of things that we missed out when we were young, and we want them to fulfill it for us, isn't it? Or we don't love our children equally when one of them is no good enough, not smart enough, not a degree holder, not much achievement. To love somebody isn't just a strong feeling. It is a decision, a judgment, a promise that no matter what, you'll stand by the children you love. It's not about loving them more when they lived up to our expectations and less when they don't. Unconditional love is one of the most important gifts we can receive as children. Moreover, it is the very best gift we can offer our own children when we become parents. And multiple studies have revealed the positive effects of unconditional love, which includes healthier brain development in childhood, enhanced ability to forge positive relationships, greater stress resilience, and more. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Grace Moran, and I'll be the moderator. It is my pleasure to work with all of you in this panel discussion, Loving Our Children Unconditionally. Allow me to introduce our panel of three esteemed women from the Middle East who will share with us the thoughts on our topic. Our first panelist is Nisha Shivram. She is a certified trainer and associate NLP practitioner, a TEDx speaker, and a champion speaker of Toastmasters International. She is an entrepreneur with an educational events company, Speak and Shine, and a host of an online talk show, Talksopedia. Our second panelist is Lena Kapil. She is from Dubai, UAE. She practices living a life with consciousness, presence, and authenticity every day. She's a certified parenting coach through Dr. Shifali Chhabari Conscious Coaching Institute. Our third panelist is Arshi Kaura Tektani. She is a lawyer and a chartered accountant by profession and runs her own company. She is passionate about female empowerment, and her goal is to educate 100 girls. I'd like to welcome my three panelists. Now, I want to ask you these questions, and this goes to our panelists here. What does unconditional love really means to you? And let's start with Nisha.
Unconditional love, your partner or anybody in this world, second is to let the person grow in life. Unconditional love never put any limitations in the path of someone's growth. And when you love somebody like that, then you are loving them unconditionally. Now, when it comes to kids and, kids or anybody in this world, any individual, they are born with their own personalities. They are born with their own dreams and goals. Now, when I say that, Grace, I love you, but since I love you, you have to change for me. Now, that's not love. If I love you, I have to accept you the way you are. And I have to support you and guide you in your dreams, in your goals, in your aspirations. And that is what unconditional love is for me.
Thank you, Nisha. Of course, it's all about acceptance. And let's hear from Arshi.
I totally agree with Disha. It's unconditional love means no strings attached. You cannot love someone if they are doing this or if they are not doing this. Love is love. And I think motherly instinct is the purest form of unconditional love. I like to quickly share one incident that I learned unconditional love through that incident. When I was pregnant, in first trimester, I got chicken pox, and everybody around me, all the specialists, all the gynecists, they advised us to terminate the pregnancy because you may have stillbirth, you may have baby with no limbs, or all those sort of things. But there was some motherly instinct inside of me that told me to continue with that. So I think going ahead with the pregnancy, even knowing I may not have someone in my hands after 7 months, that is unconditional love. And I like to reiterate, motherly love, I think, is one of the purest forms of unconditional love, when we love our kids without being judgmental, and we give them those wings to fly, because they know someone will always love us no matter what. So I think that is unconditional love for me.
I agree with you, Archie. Now let's hear from Lena.
I agree with Archie, Nisha, and you, Grace. So unconditional love is about dropping our expectations. It's about loving our child for no reason. You know, when we reflect on our reasons for having children, we realize that there was an expectation attached to it. Some of us had a child to fill a void in our lives. Some of us had them to continue our legacy, while others had them because, you know, they're cute, cuddly, and simply lovable. And our expectations were about, you know, either it's about fulfilling your dreams, it's about making you look good as a parent, or then about completing you as a person. And therefore, this is conditional and transactional. It's not even love. Unconditional love is egoless. It's about accepting that we are just a vessel through which our child has entered into this world. It's about accepting that we don't own them, that they are their own sovereign beings. It's about accepting them for not what they're doing, but it's just in that moment, however they are with us. Unconditional love is universal. When you love the one who is kind to you, you also love the one who is not. It's that moment when you start to differentiate one from another, then there's conditionality attached to even the one we think we love. Over to you.
Now I'd like to ask you a question, each one of you. And this question goes to Archie. Archie, do your children feel loved even they make mistakes?
Yeah, it's, I think, one of the most loved topic I have. To be honest, the way I was brought up, and I passed on the same, mistakes are not frowned upon in our family. It is not something we look bad if we have done a mistake. It is actually our act of heroism if we have done a mistake. So it is a ritual in our family. The moment they sit in the car to come back home, they will share something that they have done so-called like mistake, which is like something good they have achieved. Because we always say, if you have done a mistake, there will be a lesson, there will be some learning from that mistake. Like, just to give you a simple example that actually happened last week, my 6-year-old sits in the car and she's very upset and crying. And I said, what happened? She said, I did a mistake while adding up 30 plus 25. I couldn't get the answer right. So both me and my daughter, elder one, we started teaching her something called column addition. And after she finished it, we gave her some more sums. After she got the correct answers, she said, thank God I did that mistake, because now I know what is column addition. So we all actually feel very happy when we do mistakes, which actually sometimes scares me. But yes, I always tell them there should be a learning with the mistake. There shouldn't be just, we are just continuing mistakes. Learn from it and don't repeat from those mistakes. So I think so far I've been successful that they come happily and we all share our act of heroism or mistakes during the day. So yeah, they feel excited to share their mistakes with me. Yeah.
Yes, I believe that we have to accept our children for who they really are, and that includes their imperfections.
Absolutely.
It's through those mistakes actually that we grow, and if they won't go through it, they would never know what it is like to stand still through life storms, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Now, our next question is for Nisha. Nisha, how do you find a balance between a permissive and controlling mom?
Controlling mom. I can relate to that because I had one. My mother was a very loving, caring mom, but she had, she used to control us. And when I say she used to control us, she had her own plans and policies for her kids. She had plans on which career would I be choosing, which subject would I be studying, which college would I be going into. Now, when you have a controlling parent, two things happen. The child becomes quiet or the child turns into a rebel. And that is what happened with me. I turned into a rebel. I started going against my mom all the time. When she wanted me to get into the Indian administrative services, I said, no, I want to go into drama and acting and all those things. Well, there was a clash, we fought, and I had to do what my mother wanted me to do. But by the side, I made it very clear that, even if I'm pursuing the career that she has chosen for me, I was, by the side, I was doing what I wanted to do. I fell in love with a man of a different religion. I'm married to a Muslim. My mother never liked it. My mother never wanted that to happen. My mother had chosen a guy for me, but then I had decided that I would do what I liked, right? So this is what happens when you have a controlling parent, when parents do not understand that kids, they have their own dreams and goals. Now here, since I have gone through that phase, I allow my kids to be what they are. I allow my kids to do whatever they want. If you come to my house, you will see on the walls they have scribbled a lot of things. I didn't stop them because this is the age when they can do it. When they are grown up, when my son will become 10 or 11 years old, he will stop doing it, right? And if I control them now, later on I would feel that, oh my God, I snatched that innocence and that childish thing from my kids. Right? It is their age to create and imagine a lot of things, and I allow them to do that. Now, if you go back after this session, if you go back to Facebook, you will see I have posted a picture. Right now, when I was doing my session, my son was climbing on the door. Now, as a parent, I should see that they do not get hurt, but I won't stop them to do that because it's their age to do all these things, right? So yes. Since I have gone through that controlling mom's, phase when I was a child, I allow my kids to do that. And you have to, because as somebody had said that, kids, they come from a different generation. You cannot thrust upon your ideas and your decisions on them. They have their own goals and, dreams. Let them do what they want. Just allow them. Just to see to it that you support them and guide them to be on the right path. That's it.
Nisha, I can relate to what you were saying, but I will make a comment when I wrap up my message. Now, our next question is for Lena. What is conscious parenting? And how is it different from the traditional parenting that we know of? And how can you be able to relate this to unconditional love?
Right. So conscious parenting is not mainstream. It's not even the norm, and it's not widely accepted. It's because it moves away from control and domineering type of parenting. I'll give you some examples. Like, instead of using control to stop a behavior to make the child comply, you actually honor the voice of your child and understand their needs. You look what's underneath that behavior, because every child, whatever they're doing, is they have their best interest in getting their needs met. So you and your child work together to come up with a win-win solution. Another example is where you'd be approving of your child only when they act in a certain way, which is acceptable to you. Like, in the moment when they're being compliant. In conscious parenting, you accept and you love your child just the way they are in that moment, even if they're not being compliant. You don't use judgment. Now, instead of practicing classic discipline, because I said so, I'm the parent, I know better, it's more like you compassionately listen and with understanding that you don't know everything about yourself to begin with, or about parenting, or about your child. I always imagine myself wearing this hat of curiosity before I approach my children in any situation that they're in. Now, another thing is when you would usually communicate with bribes, with punishments, with manipulations, shame, or even with rewards. In conscious parenting, you communicate directly about your intention, your feelings, your needs as a parent, and you work with your child to come up with solutions. And that solution is based on your family values. You set healthy boundaries with your child. So you allow them to function within that boundary instead of saying, no, you cannot do this or you can do this. And lastly, instead of trying to fix your child's problems just because they're crying or because you don't want to see them suffer, you actually hold a safe space for your child so that they can feel their feelings. You allow them to figure things out. And all you do is you lend your shoulder to them to cry on. Because at the end of the day, you want to make your child resilient. And this type of parenting builds further trust. It's the only way of actually empowering yourself and your child. Thank you.
I agree in everything that you said, Lena, because I'm a big fan of Dr. Shifali, where Lena learned all this. And I will comment more on that as a wrap of my message later. Now, I would like to ask each one of you of your final message to our audience here, like a take-home message. And let's start with Nisha.
Well, Grace, I would like to just wrap it up by saying that let the child be a child. Don't turn him into something else, which he is not. Because what happens when we try to, do that with the child, your child, when he's standing in front of you, he will be something different. But when he will go out, he will behave completely different from what he is. And then we will wonder, is it my child? I have not raised him like that, right? So just allow your child to be a child. Don't try to make him something else. It's, as I have been repeatedly saying, that they come from a different generation. So let them explore, create, imagine, and be, their own personalities, own their own personalities. That's it. Back to you.
Let's hear what Ashi got to say.
I'll reiterate again that unconditional love is motherly instinct. God has made us this way, that we love our kids unconditionally, without judging them, without comparing them. Let them give them the space where they feel safe, that they can do mistakes. There is someone who will stand by them no matter what. And as I told in my speech, the story, Thomas Edison, the whole world said he's mentally ill, but the mom believed in his son. She continued to love him unconditionally. She believed in his dreams. And the same if we do to our kids. Let them do mistakes. Let them dream fiercely. Like once my daughter asked, Mommy, is it possible to achieve this? I said, yes, everything is possible. What will happen? You will do a mistake, but then you will come back to it. But let them not give the boundaries that this is it. If you do this, then this is wrong. Mommy will not love you. So have that, the fierce dreams in them and support them, nurture their dreams, no matter what's happening. That just continue, follow the motherly instinct, and you will see that you are loving your kids unconditionally. Thank you.
And Lena, what's your take on it?
My sincere message to all mothers and fathers out there is to invest your time in getting to know yourself. Love yourself unconditionally first and become better versions of yourself so that we together can raise the next generations to be more conscious human beings. Let's give this gift to the world, more conscious human beings. Thank you.
I would like to say thank you to all our panelists who had contributed to this panel discussion. Now, to quickly wrap up, loving someone is unconditional commitment to an imperfect person. To love somebody isn't just a strong feeling, it's a decision, a judgment, and a promise that no matter what, you'll stand by the children you love. It's not just about loving them when they lived up to your expectation. Our job as a parent is not to fix our children. To truly love someone, to love them for who they really are, warts and all that. They don't have to love you back, need you, or agree with you. What does it truly mean to truly love our children unconditionally? By accepting them for who they wish or want to be. Not imposing our will or ego, our opinions as mothers. Let them experience every feeling they have without fear of rejection. And this is an important message I'd like to share with everyone. Unconditional love is to love someone no matter what life throws at us, without accepting abuse, of course. That someone could be yourself, your mother, your partner, your kids, your friends, and each day we can practice unconditional love with a simple act without wanting anything in return. By doing that, we learn to accept and love ourselves, and we're able to cope with change and disappointment better. Now, we would like to take questions, and we'll be happy to answer them. We won't be able to see all those questions coming in as we are here. So if someone could help us, if there are any questions, and read out the questions for us, and we'll be happy to answer them. No questions? Anyone, please unmute yourself and can our host help us to unmute and help us, whoever got a question? If not, I will continue.
Well, anybody who has question, please raise your Zoom hand. The Zoom hand, you can click on the reaction button on the bottom right. And yes, there's question for you. Let me just unmute somebody.
Yes, please.
Hi, Grace. It's Elizabeth here. I've been listening to all the wonderful stories that the mothers have been sharing, and as a daughter, it's a wonderful insight to be able to see all the different ways people are dealing with the experiences as a mother. And obviously, for me as a child, I just want to know how do you guys do it? How do you stay so strong for us in times of hardship?
I'd like to give this opportunity to the three of you, and anyone would like to answer it? Nisha? Anyone, Nisha,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, Nisha.
Yeah. When I was pregnant with my daughter, and when I went for the checkup, the doctor said that there seems to be some problem. This may this may lead into an abortion, and I sat there crying. I wanted to save my child. But luckily, another doctor came and said that, the reports are fine, you just have to take care. And I did everything to take care of my child. And that motherly attitude or that motherly strength, it comes automatically when you know that there is a part of you growing within you, and God has given you the responsibility to take care of this life. It just comes within you automatically. Okay, I am a lazy person, but when it comes to my kids, right, I just get up early on time and take care of them, take care of their school. But if my friends look at me and if they see that I'm doing it, they would be like, oh my God, Nisha, you are doing all these things. And that's the power of a mom. And you will understand it only when you will become a mother. When I'm explaining it to you, probably you would think that, oh, okay, fine. But one day when you would become a mother, you would realize it. That is the power of a mom.
I would like to add into that, as in what I mentioned in my speech, it's just unexplained emotion that you just put so much into it. It's a motherly feeling or emotions. Of course, I'm not saying that everybody is like that, but it's just really a feeling of a mother. Once you become a mother, then you will get to understand all these emotions and feelings more. So do you have any more questions?
Thank you for answering that. I really appreciate the insight.
Thank you, Liz, for that question. Peter, do we have any more questions? Because we can't see. All right, here we have a question. If a child is unable to show love and emotion to his or her mother, what can the mom do to get her child to understand her love? I'll give it to you, Arshi.
I think it is natural that there is no gesture that they will show their love and affection. For example, there will be some cases like today's Mother's Day. So maybe the child forgot to make a card or something, but there will be some connection between the child and the mom that you will feel that love. Like, it's a simple example my mom used to give, that when you're hurt, first words that come out of your mom is, the name of your mother. You will call mom whenever you are hurt. That is, I think, for a mom, expression of love, not necessarily making or saying I love you, mom. So I think for me as a mother, if my child is banking on me or doing what I want them to do, as in they are empowered the way I want them to be, that is the expression of love for me. So not some specific, I mean, it's not that relationship where I expect roses or dinners outside from my kids. It is the gestures, the good values that they represent, that those are the real they can show to.
Yeah. So I would just like to add into that not everybody are really emotional or demonstrative, but just because they're not showing any signs of emotion doesn't mean, that they don't care about you. Teenagers, it's millennials, it's completely different nowadays, But I believe that there's always something out there, behind the facade that they're trying to show you of not showing any emotion at all.
Absolutely.
Any more questions? If not, then we shall continue and wrap this up as we're running late. So that was it for me as the MC and speaker and moderator for segment 2. And now it's time to move on. But before I'm going to move on, I just would like to wish every mothers out there a happy Mother's Day. And it's been truly an opportunity and a privilege to be part of this Global Symposium for Mothers 2021. Now, allow me to introduce the MC for the speaker for segment 3, Africa and Europe. She is an Amazon best-selling author of the book Reinvent Yourself. She always reinvents herself, creating infinite possibilities for your life. She is an international motivational speaker and has spoken around the world to more than 10,000 people in conferences and workshops on the topic of empowerment families. Today, she will share with mothers how reinvent themselves and realize what is important for them in their lives and go after it. She believes that paying attention and being present to your family is the greatest gift a mother can bring. And let's welcome Adobe Onyekwele.
Adobe, hi.
On
We're
mute,
going to
yeah,
do, hey, it's me, Suzanne. Okay, we're going to do a lucky draw now.
Okay.
Okay. Give me a minute. Adobe, you can introduce the segment first. After that, you can hand it over to Peter. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. My name is Adobe. I'm a reinvention coach. I'd like to say Happy Mother's Day to all of you here today. You've done well to have come to this fantastic event. I'm the MC and moderator for segment 3, which is Africa and European section. Today, we're going to be talking about how motherhood can be made to be relevant, and also how you can take little nuggets to enhance your own motherhood style. What other time to talk about this than Mother's Day? Because that is the time to empower and also to share our knowledge with other women so that they can thrive. Thank you. Over to you, Suzanne.
All right, thank you, Adobe. And now we shall pass the time to Peter, who is the lucky draw master, to reveal the next group of winners. So over to you, Peter. Peter? Okay.
Hello, everybody. Now we are done. We have completed our segment 2, and now it's time for another round of lucky draw. Can we bring up the spotlight on the wheel of names? But before that, I'm just going to share very quickly from the very first segment who are the winners for the lucky draw. Okay, for the very first segment, the hourly draw, we have 3 winners. They are Jenny Yong, Angie Ng, and Carol Loy. They have each been drawn a gift from Lynette Ha, certified peak performance coach, with each one a 45 minutes coaching session, business ethic, achieving peak performance, and life coaching. Now let's look at the Wheel of Fortune now and see who are the new winners. Team, the Wheel of Names, please. All right, the next name is Sumasri. All right, Sumasri. Next, let's move on. That's A. Poonam. A. Poonam. Next. And next lucky draw winner for the hourly draw is Vanessa Suban. Vanessa Suban. Let me just note it down. Vanessa Suban. All right. So for segment 2, the hourly draw, the 3 winners are Suma Sri, A. Poonam, and Vanessa Suban. We'll display this chart later. Now, meanwhile, I'm going to hand over the time back to our MC of segment 3, our wonderful Adobe. Adobe, over to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And without much ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker. She's actually one of our sponsors today for this event. She is the author of the best-selling book, The Secret of Golden Numbers. She's an international student. She's an international student base. She has an international student base from all over the world because she runs an online classes. She is also the founder of Cambridge Certified Teachers. She also founded the Golden Numbers Academy with almost 2 decades of private numerology practice. Let us put our hands together and welcome Gracie Yap. Gracie, over to you. Gracie Yap will be speaking to us about how numerology can help you. It can actually change your life just by knowing how to apply it. So the stage is yours, Gracie. You are unmuted.
Hi, everyone, and a warm welcome to all the awesome mothers out there. My name is Gracie, and today, how many of you want to 10x your life? Type in me in the chat box.
All right, let's pick Suzanne first, and Bella Alino.
Right.
And Margarita.
So I'm going to give you a crash course in learning a sacred, secretive language that goes back to the ancient civilizations like the Mayans and the Sumerians, who are record timekeepers. And this language is more than 4,000 years old. So let's have a look at the slides, shall we? Right, so this is numerology that I'm going to talk about. And this numerology that I'm going to talk about is very much like Morse code, right? When you knock on the door. And obviously, it means something to numerologists like myself. And I'm going to give you a crash course because today you're going to learn what these numbers all mean. Shall we? So when we take a look at the power of numerology, this is how it works. Okay, I am going to read all the patterns in your life using the Pythagorean system. And the Pythagorean system works with numbers 1 to 9. Number 1 is the beginning. And number 9 is the end. Okay, so it's like the alpha and the omega. So there are two schools of thought in numerology. We have the ancient Chaldean system, that is steeped in mysticism, and it's only got numbers 1 to 8. But the system that I'm going to teach you today is numbers 1 to 9. Okay, because that is universally practiced by all the numerologists in the world. So are you ready? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the power of numerology, shall we? So we take a look at the second slide. Okay, so the power of numerology lies in learning how you can read the patterns of your life and how you can work with the numbers. Okay, so this is how I want you to understand that life can be effortless. You can live a charmed life. You need not be stressed because numerology can be an excellent self-help tool. In fact, it can be a problem-solving tool to give you all the answers in life, all situations. Just like Pythagoras said, know thyself. So the first step is in knowing yourself. So I have a gift for you today. If you go to this web link, we're going to take a look at the web link, the next one. You're going to download your report, and the report is bit.ly understanding yourself. Okay, so go to bit.ly/understanding yourself. Give us a valid email address, and you will know what numbers you are from 1 to 9. Okay. Now I'm going to take a look at. Can you show us the slide? Bit.ly understanding yourself. Right. Thank you. Okay, so I'd like you to take a picture of this. I'll give you some time to take a look at your report. Okay, great. All right, so we're going to take a look at what numerology can do for you. So today I'm going to teach you how to decode your name, right? So the promise is that I'm going to tell you all the secrets behind your name and your golden numbers, okay? Now, I want you to understand that in doing this exercise, you might want to take out a piece of paper and a pen. A piece of paper and a pen. And all you need to do is to remember you only use your official name. That means I want you to take a look at only using your passport name, your driver's license name, or your identity card name, okay? So let's take a look. I have a case study for you to guide you along. Next slide, please. So we're going to take a look at the alphabet table. Okay, you got it? So this is how the Pythagorean system looks like, right? You have 1 to 9. And in case you want to do this by yourself, this is how it looks like. A, B, C, D, E, FGHI, and then JKL, and then you keep on going. Okay, so what we're going to do is that take the letters in your name and change it to a number. Change it to a number, as you can see on this alphabet table. All right, and let's have a go. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so I'm going to give you a case study. I've specially prepared this case study for you, and he's an Afro-American. Everybody knows who he is. He is none other than Kenya West. Okay, so we're going to take a look at his official name. All of us know him by Kenya West, right? But when I Google and I did pull out his name from public domain, like Wikipedia, you'll find out that his name is actually Kenya Omari West, okay? And what you can see is that the letters are given a number. Okay, excuse the formatting. The numbers are a bit like, it runs off. So let me just explain. If you go back to the alphabet table, you'll find that K equals to 2. Okay, so I want you to do that for your name, okay? All right, so far so good. Okay, we go back to the case study. So who is he? He is a multiple award-winning artist, Grammy Award winner. Is only one of his awards for rap. He is also a fashion designer. He is a politician, and his net worth, he's not a millionaire, mind you, he is a billionaire. Okay, as of last month, he is $6.6 billion worth. How many of you can sell a Nike shoes? He sold his own brand Nike shoes. It's known as Easy Nike shoes. At a private auction, he actually netted 1.8 million. So that's the case study I've prepared for you. Can you see? So I want to tell you, mothers, if your child does not want to grow up to be a lawyer, a doctor, an architect, a teacher, it is okay. He can be the next Kenya West. Why do I say that? Because Numoji has that powerful capacity. It is a powerful tool to give you the career profiling, to give you your inborn gifts, okay? Numoji has got that power to tell you what your child will grow up to become, so that you, as a mother, including yourself, you can find out whether or not you're on the right path. So you can work with your numbers, embrace it, and you do not have to swim against the tide. Can you see? So Numoji is actually used as a compass. It will tell you whether you should go straight ahead, you should turn left, you should turn right. Hopefully you don't have to make a U-turn, okay? Because making a U-turn means that it can be an expensive mistake. So can you see, Numoji gives you that ability to tell you your opportunities ahead of time, and to also for you to avoid the pitfalls. Okay, so as you can see here in the Peter, can we have no, before that, okay, because I think we are missing one number. That's all? Oh dear. Okay. All right. Okay. If you see what the red letters here, right? They're all the golden numbers. Okay. So I want you to take a look. What you are going to do is that you're going to add up all the 3 sets of numbers, because you're going to have 3 sets of names, right? Just like Kenya West, Kenya Omari West. Okay. Then you will find that it will come up to a single number. You will have to reduce that number from to the range of 1 to 9. Okay, what is so fascinating about his name is that, can you see, number 8 is just like Chinese metaphysics system, no? It is the money magnet. Okay, it is the money magnet. But let me ask you, Why would a billionaire that is so rich like him, like Kanye West, so multi-talented, and mind you, he married a Kim Kardashian. Unfortunately, they are separated right now. Why would somebody like him dump him? So I invite you to join me in the breakout room, or can we have the next slide? Find out whether your name contains a golden number in my 5-star review book that's sold on Amazon. Okay, so I invite you to my breakout room where I'm going to spend 30 minutes with you to decode your name. Okay, and then you will find out whether you have a golden name number or not. So I'm also going to tell you why somebody like Kanye West got down, okay, because he has one number that you should avoid in your name. So join me now. So this is Gracia signing off, and thank you, Adobe, my lovely host, and I'll see you lovely ladies soon. Bye for now.
Thank you, Gracia. That was very amazing for you to share with us. Yeah, to share with us about how you can find out and decode your name and your future just by reading your code. So I ask everyone, you can, and the audience, to join Grace in the breakout room so that she can give you free reading of your charts. Who knows, that might make you very rich, or you can be as successful as Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. Thank you very much. Now we're moving swiftly. Our next speaker is the keynote speaker. She is a best-selling author and a multi-award winner. Her book, Born to Stand Out and Not to Fit In, has been read all over the world. It has even been translated in different languages. She's a peace ambassador, a parenting coach. Twitter advocates for raising strong, confident children. She helps and empowers family to be the best version of themselves. She has shared her messages on different TV channels, on magazines, and is being recognized by tabloids. And she's spoken internationally all over the world and offers coaching and mentoring. Her strapline, which is only what she does, she's the only person I know in this world that does the animal parenting. Let's welcome Twitter Advili from UK. She's the keynote speaker. The stage is yours, Twitter.
Oh, thank you, Ada, for this lovely introduction. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever part of the world you are in. It's such a privilege and honor to be with you, amazing and powerful mothers that are connected around the world to celebrate this grand event of Global Motherhood Symposium. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, Pete and Suzanne, and all the team that is behind to make this event successful. But also I'd like to thank my friend Adobe, and I congratulate her for the hard work that she's doing in this event. So let me start. When I was a young girl, I used to ask my mother how it feels to be a mother. And she would answer me, it's a feeling that cannot be described. Nothing can be compared with the love of your child. It is your soul. It is your everything. But you will understand when you have child on your own. And I never knew how much love your heart could hold until I became a mother. Rosie Papa said, if you are a mother, you are a super heroine. Show me a mother that after giving birth, her life hasn't changed completely. You just gave birth to a human being and you feel like your heart is coming out of your body. Every cell of your body is filled with happiness and extraordinary emotions. I invite you to close your eyes for a moment, please. Imagine the first day that you hold your child in your hands. You are so amazed how fragile his or her hands are, how tiny her hands are, how divine her eyes and her face looks. A mind-blowing moment, a perfect human being. And all you want is to be the best parent that you can ever be. Open your eyes, please. Please, could you write down what did you feel? Okay. Thank you. Few years ago, I had the greatest epiphany of my life. I was cycling on the road when I heard a huge bang. I was flung to the side of the road and knocked down on the ground when I saw a big truck that came over my legs 3 times. It was a near-death experience. There in hospital bed, as I'm fighting for my life, I remember when my children came to visit me at hospital and my son was 4 years old at the time. With the tears in his eyes, he came and said, "Mommy, you're not gonna die. We haven't finished our story yet." My children were my strength, my motivation, my big why, the reason that kept me going. That's why I wrote my second book, Family, the Legacy of Love. Mothers, how beautiful this name sounds. And what a privilege it is to be a mother, but also a very critical and important role. I will describe mothers with 2 words: unconditional love. Nothing can be compete with the role of the mother. She is a chef, a cleaner, a storyteller, a communicator, a motivator, a counselor and guider, educator, a teacher, a driver, a nurse, a therapist, a doctor, a healer, and many, many more roles. She sacrifices everything: her body, her time, sleepless night, feeling tired, neglected, a messy house, toys over on the coffee table, painting, fingers on the walls. And in the end, everything is worthy. Since I became a mother, I realized that family is not only important thing, it is your everything. When it comes to motherhood, we strive that our relationship with our children is ideal. At its core, motherhood is a relationship, actually a partnership between a parent and a child that takes hard work and sacrifice. A relationship that is built through unconditional love, communication, respect, and deep, meaningful connection. That is what motherhood is all about. Beautiful Sophia Loren said, "When you are a mother, you are never alone in your thoughts. A mother always thinks twice, once for herself and once for her child." Mother, you know how important you are in this world, not only as a mother, but also as a human being. You are the example and the legacy of your children. Adults do not born successful. They are molded, shaped in the process. I really believe that molding shaping your children start since the day they are born. We mold them to become the best version of themselves. All mothers are precious and special in their own ways, but my mother is my heroine. She is my idol. I would like to share you some lessons that my mom taught me that I believe that have shaped me to be the mother and the woman that I am today. The first step is confidence. The greatest gift that she gave me is that she believed in me. She cherished and she championed me. I was a very curious child, and I would run to her to ask for questions to answer and to give me answers. And I was called a chatterbox child because I always asked for questions. But my mom would say, leave her alone. Let her express herself. Talk, mommy, talk. I felt that I wanted to fly. Do you know why? Because she understood me. The second step, respect. Like most child rearing, respect starts from home. My mom taught me to respect others for who they are and not what I want them to be. Behave respectfully and do not think that you are superior or better than others, my mom would say. Respect is so important because without it, children cannot value themselves and let alone others. I have a value that I think that will carry out to be the contributing adults and successful and happy in later life. The third step that she taught me is honesty over hiding. She taught me to always tell the truth, no matter how bad the situation is. Teaching your children the value of honesty and integrity establishes in them the importance of personal responsibility, trust, caring, which is a very important character trait in order to raise successful leaders. The fourth step is have a rich soul. Human being does not mean what you have in your pocket, but what you have in your heart. That's the most precious treasure. In the end, what people remember is how you treat them rather than how much you spend on them. A good person doesn't have to be rich. Money is earthly, soul is infinitive. The fifth step that she taught me is faith. My mother taught me to believe in God. Even that time in my country was not allowed to practice belief. But when I came to England, I wanted to have a personal relationship with God, to know Him personally, which still today is a priority in my life. With Him, I have everything. Without Him, I have nothing. As Billy Graham says, the greatest legacy one can pass to one's children and grandchildren is not money or other material things accumulated in one's life, but rather a legacy of character and faith. Harvard University has found out in order to raise successful and happy children, there must be two elements involved. First, love. The second, good work ethic. Love. Share your love by giving them a feeling of unconditional love, and keep love as base of your upbringing. Teach them how to love others, how to love themselves, how to be loved, and how to receive love. Tennis player Serena Williams says, knowing that a wonderful being waits for me when I get home, I feel like I don't need to play any more games. I don't need money, titles of prestigious anymore. I love them, of course, but I don't need them to be happy. This is completely a different feeling for me. The greatest thing that you can give to your children, the second one, is not money, latest gadget, wealth, or material things, but teaching them tasks such as tidying up their room, sweeping the floor, emptying the bin, washing up, doing the dishes, and doing their own laundry. Encourages them to understand their personal contribution to succeed in their adult life. As an old saying is, give a man a fish, he will eat for a day. Teach a man how to fish, he will eat for a lifetime. Children are like diamonds. Their potential is inherent, but they need to be taken care and attention with the right education in order to impart this luster, breathtaking shine, value, and worth. I am confident that our children I'm confident that the future looks bright, despite the fact that our world looks messed up right now. I am confident that the future looks bright for one reason, that our children will be our future. Believe it in your heart. Mothers, fathers, grandparents, teachers, everyone, we have a great calling of we are the great influencers of molding our children's character. We have the potential to change the tide of violence, crime, hatred with every kiss, every cuddle, every thoughtful responses. Let us wake up from the deep sleep and collectively say no more for the sake of our children and let us be the game changers for our treasures one. Let us keep polishing our diamonds. Let us be the legacy of example. Be the mom that your child wants you to remember. To all mothers out there, happy Mother's Day and God bless you. Thank you.
This is amazing, filled with nuggets. You have to be there for your children. You have to care for them. This is what we need for Mother's Day. You've just started this segment with blazing guns. So all mothers out there, we have to be there for our children, teach our children, and love them unconditionally. Thank you very much to our keynote speaker. This is very good coming from you. Thank you. Now we go on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is a mother of 5. She's a makeup artist. She's an entrepreneur, and she loves empowering women. She even has her own line of makeup. Most importantly, during the lockdown, she started a food delivery business. I can't believe she's a grandmother. Let's welcome Princess Lande Akitoye Ogwade to the stage, please. The stage is yours. And she's representing UK.
Thank you so much, Ada. Thank you so much for that introduction.
You are too low.
Let me just bring it up. Can you hear me now? Am I loud now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Am I loud now?
No.
Can you hear me now? Okay, it's quite loud. Can you hear me now? It's quite loud now, no? Is it loud now?
A bit more.
Oh, this is the loudest. I'm surprised. No, it's not on mute. Hold on, let me mute and come out. Can you hear me now? Is that loud enough?
Lente, we're coming to you.
Is that
What?
loud enough?
No, cannot hear. Very, very low. Yeah, the volume is very low.
Oh, let me hold on. Give me one moment. Let me do that again. Volume is quite loud here. Can you hear me now?
Technical team, can you come to her assistance?
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, okay. Hi, Princess. Can you try going to your audio settings?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, inside there, there's a microphone. Maybe you pull it all the way to the highest. Drag it to the. It is the highest. Is it automatically adjust microphone volume? It's still.
Let me do it again.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
It's still a little soft.
That's a result of my research. What's going on? Can you hear me now?
Yes, Yeah, if you project a little bit louder, it's a little bit louder. Okay, why not we move on to the next speaker? I'll bring you to a breakout room to test your sound. All right. Okay, Adobe, let's move to the next speaker.
Yeah, Susan, you can introduce me.
Right. Okay, I'm just going to introduce your speech, Tider. Okay.
Yep.
And the speech that you are going to do for today is, okay, let's all put our hands to welcome Adobe, and she is going to speak on the topic, Bring Presence as a Mother. Over to you, Adobe. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm a mother to 2 fantastic children, and I'm also a motivational speaker. Today, I'm going to talk about being present as a mother. There's an old adage that says, do as I say, not as I do. That adage is a recipe for most parental failures in the world. Before I continue, I'm going to give you a short story.
Can you hear me now?
There's a woman named Grace. Her name was Grace. She got married because her mother was so busy with her job. So she wanted her to be married so that she can go and make money. Now, Grace has 9 children, and she just left her children because that was all she knew. She was just collecting children, but she wasn't raising them. As you know, children are not plants. With plants, you can water them and feed them. Some people even talk to plants, but sometimes children need some emotional connection. Now, one of Grace's children was different. She learned from another family and she connected with them. But because she didn't grow up like seeing what's been done at home, she too raised her children like her mom. She was only stopped by her first child. And she was still not able to change, but an illness, 5 heart attacks, stopped Grace. Because when she was in the coma, she could see her, stop her child, she could see her life. And after she recovered, that she now realized that she needed to be present. Grace is my mother, and I am that child. Because of my realization, I have started sharing my story because at the school gates, do you know what is often discussed at the school gates? Does your child go to piano lessons? Does your child go to horse riding? We keep on taking our children to different levels, but in the house, you are not there for your children. So I think the best thing to do for Mother's Day is to try and become present, because one day these children are going to grow, they're going to grow, and you are going to be left by yourself. You cannot count on success because you haven't planted it. All you planted was material things. So how do we set the right example so that we don't regret in our old age? I'm going to give you 3 tips that you can use. The first one is parenting must be intentional. It doesn't matter if you were raped, if you have the child single mother, or if you're even married. Once a child is in your hand, you have to look after that child with intention. And being at home, the second one, being at home doesn't mean that just because you are physical there, you have to relate to your children. How many of you ask your children, how are they today? What do they like? Even know what your children likes or what they do that day. But you keep asking, have you done the homework? Have you done this? Go to this class? We just keep being like tiger parents or helicopter parents, taking them to different activities without really connecting to them. Do you know how many children and parents that have separated because of the anguish of Mothers there, but they are not present to their children. Even Michael Jackson had the same problem. The parents were there, but they were not present. Even he became a millionaire, he wasn't able to enjoy his success just because of that connection. Remember that one day, when you are old and the children have flown the nest, what legacy have you left? Are you just going to be having the trophies in the house that the children don't even want? The big piano, all the horse riding certificates, my children don't even want them. I'm the one collecting them. But my daughter taught me. She told me that, Mommy, when we were small, you were not even playing with me. And that was when I learned that being present intentionally as a mother is what will help you. Thank you. And become present today.
Okay, I think I'm back on now.
Shall I introduce the next speaker?
I'm back on now. Can everybody hear me loud and clear?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I do apologize for that mishap there. My name is Princess Landiakitoye Ogunade, as Adobe has introduced me. I am so grateful to be here today, and I'm so thankful to all the organizers. It's a double blessing for me today because it's actually my birthday today. I turned 48 today, so I am so happy to be amongst these wonderful women and mothers from all over the world. And I'm just going to be sharing my experience as a single mother and transitioning into being a married woman with children. I've got 5 children, and by God's grace, I've got 2 grandchildren. My first is 6, and I've just been given a new granddaughter who's 5 weeks old. To me, I'm a Christian, and I believe what the word of God says, that children are a gift from the Lord and a reward from heaven, and they're a reward from him. Children are a beautiful gift, and we as mothers, there's no manual for us. We have no manual. It just happens when the child comes, or when God blesses you with the child. It doesn't come with anything. I'm going to speak from my experiences and what has happened to me. Coming from where I've coming from, you know, being a single mother, the stigma that comes with it, you know, in society, with the family, you know, as, oh, you're a single parent bringing up those children. You have to take those children along with you. You have to explain to the children that, no, you are wonderfully and fearfully made. You've got to let them know that as you are a special gift, whether you come from a single background or whether you come from a 2-parent background. The most important is you are alive. And the most important is showing those children, you yourself as an individual. One thing I always say to people, don't take things out on the children. So whether you're coming from a broken marriage and you know the hurt and the pain, I came from that place where I was broken, where I was hurt, where I had so much pain. However, I took my children along. However, I told them how good they were. However, I told them it wasn't their fault. However, I told them that all things happen for a reason. When I was struggling with them, when I was trying to raise them, I always, because my story is such a complicated one, that I had one relationship and I had, so when they were not from the same father, but I did not let them affect them. I made sure that I raised them and nurtured them as one. I didn't say, oh, you're from this person. No, I told them to love each other. I told them to embrace each other. I told them to lift each other up. I spoke kind words to them. In the beginning, I was like, oh, you're silly. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, but I noticed that it started to affect them. So by God's grace, eventually I was able to tell them that it's not your fault. You haven't done anything wrong. These things happen in life. Oh, but they're saying this at school, that my dad doesn't come to the playground. But I said, at the end of the day, eventually when my ex-husband passed, I said, what about those who haven't got anybody? You haven't got a father. It's not your fault. Stand up for who you are. Be proud of where you're from. There are a lot of women out there who have raised children as single mothers, and they have so many instances that I can quote, but because of time. So it's how you bring up that child. You as an individual, you have to know who you are.
You have to let them know who they are. You have to, you have to do it in such a way that they can stand up for themselves. You have to always speak positive into their lives. Tell them that they're great. Tell them that you've done, even if they've done a mistake, oh, you can do better next time. These are all the things as a mother that we are supposed to be doing. My transitioning from when I was a single parent into the marriage, I had to bring my children into the marriage. And I told my present husband, I told him that if you're going to get married to me, you're not just marrying me, you're marrying me, my children. And I'm glad we've been together now for 14 years after my first marriage broke up. He's still with me now. And my children are all raised as one. I carried them along. And I asked him, I spoke to him before we went into it. I spoke to him, I said, look, if you don't love my children, you don't love me. Don't let anybody put your children aside in the back seat. Carry them along. Tell them what's going on. Open up to them. Because sometimes we feel that these children are young and they don't know what's going on. They do know what's going on. They can hear things. They can see things. They listen. And for that purpose, you as a mother, you tell them. You, as I said, you nurture them. You keep on carrying them along. Don't say that because you're in love with somebody else, they don't matter. No, because that causes damage. The world is full of so much hate and so there's so much evil going on. You as a mother need to be able to take your child out of that and tell them, this is how it's supposed to be. This is how you're supposed to live. As the other speaker said, teach them how to clean, teach them how to become independent. My 9-year-old, she can cook, she can clean, because I've instilled all these values into her. Oh, we live in the UK. Oh, my other friends don't do that. No, because you're going to be a mother one day. You're going to be the one who's going to cook. You're going to be the one who's going to have to look after your children. There was mothers. We need to be able to teach our children the good values. There's so much on the internet, so much going on social media. Sometimes we need to take them away from that and tell them, look at this person's life. If this person sat on social media, I don't think that they'll get to where they are now. Don't look at things of the world, even though that we are in this world. I love to talk to women. I love to empower them and say that if you look good, you feel good. Look after them. Even if it's a few pennies you've got, make sure they're well clothed. Make sure they're well dressed. Make sure they eat good food. These are the little things. As mother, pray with them. I pray with my children. I ask them to read a passage. I don't know what religion, everybody's got their different religion. Whatever you believe in, teach them these values, the core values that our parents taught us whilst we were growing up. I just want to say a very big thank you to everybody for listening. And I want to wish everybody happy Mother's Day all over the world. And for me, as I said, it's a double celebration. And to all those who wish me happy birthday, thank you so much. And God bless you all. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Happy birthday to you, Princess.
Thank you.
That was a very amazing speech. You just touched all of us. Because women find themselves in different situations. It could be moving over to a new country or marrying somebody else. But important thing, take your children along. Don't leave them just because you're falling in love, because the children will always be there for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is she's a chef. She's a very, very dedicated person. When she cooks for you, you will, well, you bite your fingers off. She's very nurturing. She's, if you want to come to London, she's the one that will show you all over the place. She knows all the secret places where most of us that have been here for 50 years don't even know. But the important thing is that she values her mom. So let's welcome Michelle Yao with her title, Mother's Value. Michelle, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adobe. And I also want to thank the organizer, Peter, Suzanne, and the channel Anobi TV for giving me the chance to speak in this program today, the Global Symposium Mother 2021. And I really want to say that I value my mother. And that is to every one of us. Mother, it start from the time you were conceived in her womb. And the most important is that once she gave birth to you, and her hope and wish that this person is going to be beautiful, intelligent, and grow up and be someone wise. And all of our mothers, they do this. The mother is the hope of the child that grow up to become. And there are so many things that I have seen what my mom has done. She been a child without parents at the age of 9. She grew up and she envisioned herself and to bring out 4 beautiful children, 2 girls, 2 boys. And she always has the vision and hope that this child is going to be grown up and has a beautiful life, a good work, become a professional, always support. And I always look at mom when she was taking care of her business and she has to take care of my brother and myself, or when we are sick, and how she juggled with the life of being a mother and also someone in business. And this is to say that mother is the manager of everything in the house, a teacher. She does not know what, she has not gone to school, but she has to employ someone to teach her children to become better version of herself. And she's the world best chef. And she has so many recipes, and she is the best sauce curry laksa thing that she has done in her time. And she's also a good nurse and taking care of family and a financial controller as well. Can you imagine? That is so much value that we have for our mothers. So traditionally, she's very strict and she uses the Chinese way of teaching. But that is to teach the child to become disciplined, to have manners, to study hard. All these are ingrained as a good motive a mom has. As I am now in a Western country, I also see the parents, the Western way of doing things, which is they let the child do what they like and decide what they want. More freedom to say. So it's a soft strategy that the parents today are using. So I want to say that all moms are great and you are all beautiful and you are the purest love that we get. Happy Mother's Day to every one of you around the world, especially for my mom, who is 98 years old. Thank you, and thank you again, Anobi TV.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michelle. That was a good lesson on motherhood, on how to know that mothers, when they discipline us, they actually love us. They are not doing it because they hate us. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is from Spain. She is a woman that has influenced so many people. She's gotten her own business that empowers women. She is full of knowledge. Her speech title is "Your Breaking Point is When Your Breakthrough Begins." Let's welcome Marisa Parker on stage, please. Marisa, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Adobe. Almost 4 decades ago, I was juggling my time between working, entertaining visitors, running the household, feeding, and spending time with my children. Was it hard? Yes. My job entailed shifts. With the night shift, something I dreaded, as I couldn't fathom the thought of having to stay awake to take care of my patients while the nanny was at home taking care of my first child. That was my eureka moment. I tendered my immediate resignation, regardless of the amount of bribing my director tried in assigning me to a clinic on permanent morning shifts. None of it changed my mind. Motherhood was, and still is, my learning curve. Then came the time when that learning curve took a sharp turn. When marriage turned out not to be the everlasting bed of roses I thought it was, and sleepless nights became a norm. That's when I said, decide now, Marisa, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. The annulment didn't come easy. By then, it was another challenging curve to my 12, 9, and 6-year-old children. In another foreign land with no family in the country. This is when I remembered your breaking point is when your breakthrough begins. My years of being a single mom was a blessing, a feeling of fulfillment and inspiration, which grew by the day as I saw my children grow with enthusiasm and determination. From school and after school activity runs to welcoming the teenage years, running my own business, picking them up from school or after their activities, getting stories and tucking them in became the routine, as well as ensuring they made their own beds before they went to school and strictly adhering to doing their individual daily household obligations. Weekend treats were getting to sleep in my bed, and in turn, their stories became my bedtime story. Unbeknownst to them, I only broke down and let the overwhelming pressure make me weep whenever I was all alone at home. Then came the day the learning curve took a detour. The marriage proposal came with a very strict condition. My 3 children come first, no matter what. Take it or leave it. It was an easy yes for him. 13 years sadly cut short, leaving me widowed. One thing I learned was that you never insist the kind of higher education for them to pursue. rather to listen as to what choices they have at the current time. To this, I owe to my eldest son. He was 18 that time. He opened my eyes to respect this truth that became their way of forming their future. Eventually, dealing with my two daughters who attended university as well came handy. One day a question popped up. Why do we have to finish our studies? Why? I humbly answered, because someday that will be the only wealth that will never, ever be stolen from you. Our continuous open communication has only strengthened over the years. Maybe times of trouble, confusion, happiness are just simply to pester and annoy each other. To me, and by the grace of God, having an empty nest never became an empty nest. Happy Mother's Day! Magandang araw ng mga ina. Feliz Dia de la Madre.
Teresa, what a surprise. We all know this, but it takes somebody like you to let us remember it. Listen to your children because they have a lot to teach you. And most importantly, the emptiness is not an emptiness. It's just a time for you to take a different detour in life. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Our next speaker is from Croatia. She has PhD pharmacist, and she's a multi-award winner. She's a lover of life. She's the coach, and she has this aspect that she loves to share, which is conscious parenting. Let us welcome Anna Anke to the stage, please. Anna, the stage is yours.
Hello, thank you, Adobe. I am so grateful to be here with all of you today on this special day. And as you also mentioned, on this Mother's Day, I want to talk a little bit about conscious parenting and why I think it's so needed a little bit shift the parenting paradigm from traditional rigid one to some new ways. Because, as you mentioned, as a coach and counselor, every day I work with many people from all over the world, people different ages, in different parts of their lives, and with any life issues, when we go deeper, we always come to, let's say, same kinds of roots, and it's in childhood. Everything started once in childhood. Of course, through our lives, there is many causes and effects, but that first cause is really built in childhood. So who holds the keys to changing the world? It's us parents. And that's why conscious parenting is really focusing on ourselves. It's focusing on reparenting ourselves to be the great example for our children. Because we all know that the best and the only effective way of parenting is really our own example. We can talk a good talk, we can tell some theory, but kids are not really listening to us. They are watching us and absorbing our energy. So conscious parenting means in every moment, as much as we can, being aware and conscious what we are bringing to this moment. And we like to think that our kid just triggered us, or our kid just misbehaved, so now I'm angry, or my kid just had tantrum and that's why I'm so upset now. But it's not the whole truth, because nothing outside can trigger us only by itself. We already bring so much unresolved emotional baggage and some inner wounds from our own childhood and our whole life. So when we are interacting with children, we are bringing all that into that present moment with children. That's why it's so needed to do some conscious inner work, to just look inside and to resolve our own wounds, to feel our own inner needs, that our kids don't need to feel our inner needs, and to love ourselves so much that we can allow that also for our children, and to take care of ourselves so greatly, especially us moms, to be the great example for our children. And we don't need to control and fix our children constantly. Culture, of course, tells us that we need to push them, manage them to go in the ways that we want them to go, but that can give short-term results, but only long-term results are allowing our kids to be who they truly are, to be their most authentic selves, to not immediately label them when they are little. Mainstream culture label kids as good, as bad, and it already don't exist something like good or bad. Everything is just
you. That's and also these words from Brigham Young present the ideal in disciplining and training children. As parents, our greatest desire is to rear our children so that they can learn to live in accordance with gospel principles and develop a pure and virtuous character. Discipline with this as a goal will be the most effective if it is done in love. Love is not an action or a technique. It is a feeling which guides our actions. When love fills our hearts, our actions reflect the love. And our desire is to do only that which will benefit our children. When we feel love, our actions towards a child who is arguing with his brother will not be a result of our own frustration. Rather, they will reflect our desire that he not harm himself through a habit of contention. The following principles can help us create an environment in which true instruction can take place. Principle 1, establish a loving relationship in which correct principles can be taught. Christ was the perfect example of how love can be used to discipline and to teach. As a mother, we feel in our hearts when our children are hurt. We feel in our body. There's this feeling when we feel our child is injured. There's this feeling we get inside of us. There's this feeling we get when the child is crying. When our child is hurt, we always feel it inside of us. It's the motherly love. Let's turn this love, let's turn it around and use it when we are disciplining our children. Coming to motherhood in Africa, like I titled my speech, before this time, I'll use Nigeria as a case study. Our parents, they always believe in you spare the rod, you spoil the child. Yes, I believe in such principle too, but must you always use the rod on a child? Do you have the time to talk to your child? Do you have the time to be friends with your child? Do you have the time to show your child that loving character, to give your child that loving advice, to tell your child that I am not just your mother, I am also your friend, to tell your child that I'm not just your mother, I am also your sister? Do you put your child first when you think about the future? Do you put your child first when you're trying to discipline them? Let's go down to, I don't know, I'm trying to restrict my time. I have 5 minutes, so I'll just take it slowly. I'll just kind of simplify everything. Principle 2, be unified and consistent as a mother. No training can be truly effective if both parents do not agree on the method of discipline on each child. So as a mother, you have to come together with your partner and decide on how do I train my child? How do we train our child? How do we train our children? How do we discipline them when they go wrong? When they disobey, what are we supposed to do? My mom will always say, when you beat a child with the right hand, you draw the child closer with the left hand. So after you beat your child, or you spank the child, or you scream at that child, the child will always want to feel sad. The child will always feel bad. But then you have to draw that child closer to you and tell the child, my child, what you have done is wrong. My child, what you have done is bad. At this time, I just want to show you that I love you. I do not hate you. I do not maltreat you, but I am just trying to teach you the right path to follow. So you will be a better man, a better woman in future, and you will lead as I am leading now. And let's go to principle 3, make correction a learning experience. Teach your children when you're correcting them, you correct them in a way that they are learning at the same time. As you're correcting them, you make sure that they learn what you're correcting them. You make sure that they take it to heart. They do not forget it. You explain to them why you have done this. You explain to them why you tell them this is wrong. You explain to them why you're telling them don't go out with this person. You explain why you're telling them don't do this. Also, principle 4, use physical punishment rarely and with restraint. Do not always use physical punishment on your children. Sometimes you just have to. There was a day I I had to teach my child, my daughter, I have two daughters, and I had to teach the senior one how to give a younger sister, how to be a giver, how to share things with her sister. And that day, I didn't want to spank her. I didn't want to scream at her. I was going out to get something, and I know if I step out of the house, where I was going to wasn't very far from my house, just outside my gate. I had to just lock her in the balcony in the pouch outside, so she would be seen outside. But then I went there, and when I came back, she was screaming and all that. And I asked her, "Do you know why I did that?" She nodded. I said, "Because I wanted you to learn that it is wrong not to share with your sister. You should give your sister whenever she wants something from you. Learn to be a cheerful giver, because if you don't start it off with your sister here at home, you wouldn't be able to share with others out there." So we should learn physical, it's not always we have to be physical with them. We just have to restrain ourselves. And then down to principle. Okay, we're done with the fourth principle. And let me just say this to round it all off. President Gordon B. Hinckley, in speaking of correction, reminds us that the Lord, in setting forth the spirit of governance in his church, has also set forth the spirit of governance in the home, in these great ways of revolution. No power or influence can or ought to be maintained only by persuasion, by long-suffering, by gentleness and meekness, and by love unfeigned. Reproving betimes and sharpness, when moved upon by the Holy Ghost, and only then and then showing forth afterwards an increase of love toward him whom thou hast reproved, lest he esteem thee to be his enemy. So in all we do, all I am trying to say as a mother, all we do, I know the motherly love is there, but we should learn to show love at all times to our children. Even while disciplining them, even while teaching them to do the right things, we should show them love. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tega. Yes, we should discipline our children with love. I like what you said about the way you taught your daughter to look after her junior one. Because I used to, like most parents, we feel impatient and we are quick to spank. Thank you for sharing with us. So we discipline with love, and we go towards use the Gospels as a guide for us. Thank you very much. And we move to the next speaker. Susan, are we having the lucky draw now? No? Okay. Our next speaker is Dana here, please. Okay. The next speaker is from Europe. She is a mother, and she's a coach. She inspires a lot of women. She has a way of teaching that actually imparts people very well. And she's sought after in her area of expertise. Today, she's going to show us how to reap what we sow.
For her future child to have a better life. I promised myself, someday my child would receive tons of time and attention. Time passes by, and I was fully present for my only child for his first 4 years. And I was with him all day long. It was so blessed to be a mother. It's so blessed to see his smile and how he's growing, his first steps, and how he start talking. But shortly after that, our journey began. We had to move from country to country and go through 2 immigrations with different cultures and languages. I did my best to get my teaching education and be able to work in my field and pursue my dreams as a teacher in both countries. And this year, I'm celebrating 40 years of teaching, and I'm so glad that I work as a teacher in 3 countries from my birth country as well. So I'm here, and here I am with several teaching diplomas, and I'm taking care of other children. And so sad that I didn't have time to be present as a mom for my only son on his soccer games, on his field trips. Little did I know that one of the greatest struggles I as a mom face is creating a life for myself and to be present for my son. When you compensate to a child, he learns hard work. He worked hard to accomplish and become a champion in Muay Thai and win a black belt. He became a great man, respectful at work. He graduated from university. He's working for big company. He's owned 2 businesses, successful businesses. So now I have a time. I'm an empty nester, but child grown up. One day I received a call from Thailand when he was traveling at that time. And on the other end, I heard my son's words of appreciation. And I feel his voice that he is crying because he's telling me, Mom, I'm so grateful that you brought me to this world. I'm so grateful that you choose this country as Canada. And for him to have this beautiful life and travel the world and have the better life that I had. At that moment, I had the happy tears look like now, sorry for that. But this one is, I said to myself, yes, my dream came true. I did what I had promised to that little girl, that my child will have a better life. And I'm here to inspire all women around the world who has young children that your life matters. Your child lives matter. As you sow, so you reap. Take time. Be present with your child. Listen to him. Hear him talking to you and tell his story. Even that this is matter to him, but he wants you to hear him. He wants you to be present with him. And at this busy time, we all have no time for child, but take a time. Do your best to have only your child and you. Make a Mother's Day and Son's Day. Make a Mother's Day and Daughter's Day. And enjoy your time together. Those moments are not reversible. Those moments are unforgettable. And we gave birth to our children, to our child. We do remember this first day that we had him in our hands. And it's so tiny, fragile child, it become and grown up in beautiful, beautiful soul.
Oh, thank you.
We have this reason to give the child's birth.
first child in April, and they were married in May. In the May, she turned 20. So life was new and life was young. But 11 months later, she had her second child. No complications. Everything was easy, smooth, and the child came out in the lift on the way to the delivery theater. It was a smooth delivery. She didn't even know she was giving birth. That's how easy it should be. And I believe that's how God wanted us to be able to give birth naturally. Yes, when we talk about natural mothers, we're talking about getting pregnant, not even knowing you're pregnant, giving birth, and it's just like, oh, hello, I've had a baby. Yes, that is natural giving birth. Some women find themselves as mothers, but you don't give birth. You can become a mother in so many different ways now. You can have blended families, you can be fostered, a foster mom, you can be an adoptive mom. You could just have looking after children because of a family circumstance. Being a mother takes more than just giving birth. This particular woman's story takes me back to when she had 4 girls, 4 beautiful children, gifted to her from God to cherish, to love, to protect, to look after. But unfortunately, it seems as if she was only happy when these children were scared, frightened, hurt, being beaten within an inch of their life, scared and dangerous and in pain. This seemed to give her pleasure. This seemed to make her happy. I'm not here to judge because she left us and went to be with our Maker about a year ago. Don't speak evil of the dead because they're not here to defend themselves. We don't know what was going on in her mind or in her life. Maybe there was some undiagnosed disease that needed to be brought to the highlight and given her help. And that was why I mentioned, if you remember, about the sequoia tree in the forest that reaches out underneath its roots to all the people. Imagine that as women and mothers reaching out to themselves around the world and holding each other strong. There wouldn't be a mother in the sequoia tree community who's struggling on her own and doesn't know what to do or has something going on and doesn't have someone to talk to turn to show her which community she can go to get the help. There are so many places you can get help these days. So many communities, so many groups. We need to look out for our sisters, for our mothers who may be finding natural motherhood a bit of a struggle. You're not alone. We are together in this, like the sequoia tree. Together, we are stronger. I remember when I had my first child, a little boy. 2 weeks in, my sister stayed with me. But on the day she was about to leave, I went into a panic. You're not going, are you? You're not leaving? I mean, stay a bit longer. You can stay forever. I don't mind. In Africa, we have the community, we have the village. That's where the saying comes from. It takes a village to raise a child. But here in the UK, I felt isolated. I felt alone. I felt scared. But God was with me, and I did something right because when the community nurse came round, she did say, whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. That gave me some strength. That gave me some courage. That gave me what I'm standing before you today. Coupled with my foster mother who instilled love in me, who instilled value, who loved me unconditionally. She gave me the courage to stand before you and be the woman I am today. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me today. Have a wonderful, happy Mother's Day. I celebrate you all. God bless you and thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Dee. We should all be like the sequoia tree that reaches out to give others comfort. That is a very good ending to this story. It actually sums up everything. We should look after each other. Thank you very much, Dee.
Thank you.
Now we move over to Africa. Our next speaker is Benedict around? Hello? Okay, Benedict, not here. Well, we move back to the.
Around.
Oh, you're around. Okay, yeah.
I was on mute.
Sorry, yeah. This lady is someone that she's written a book. Her book is on Amazon. It's one of the most sought after book on the internet because her book says how family's culture helps to bring up a stronger family. She's an inspiration. She's a grandmother, she's a mother, and she looks after a lot of people with her work. Let's welcome, the speech title is Culture Clash. Exactly how the culture affects us. Let's welcome Benedict Okpo on stage, please. Benedict, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Adobe, for inviting me, giving me the opportunity. Today, I'll be talking about culture clash. I live in the United Kingdom, and I was born and brought up in Africa. So generally, parents learn parenting practices from their own parents. So it goes from generation to generation. Some people grow up, they discard some, and they keep the values that they want to keep. In Africa's system, parenting is again perceived to take a lot of forms, which is able to lead the child to be responsible adults. Though there are various parenting styles, there are ways in which the African parent brings up a child in order for the child to absorb the cultural values of the land and also to be responsible adults. The uniqueness of this system with regards to parenting is our traditional African community is that the responsibility of taking care of the child is not only to the biological parent, but it is shared and extended to everybody in the family. This is buttressed by the African proverb on parenting, which says that a single hand cannot nurse a child. That implies that although the mother has the responsibility of taking care of the child, the responsibility is shared by all. Again, the media has taken precedence in our families that children no longer listen to tales by moonlight stories. They are rather with the television, internet, books, and computers. This modernization and gadgets and proper traditional parenting, which is easily be accessed by all, is there for all. In view of that, a lot of young people have lost touch with the rich cultural value we have as Africans. I am a single parent of 4 children and 1 grandchild. In the United Kingdom, raising children as a single parent, it is difficult, as you know, even with both parents. Earlier, as a mother, I realized that using my mother's parenting style will not work for me because my children wanted to be heard and be seen. They want their voice and their opinion to be heard and their point of view to be listened to. However, for me, growing up in Africa, a child is seen but not heard. A child is expected to assist in training their younger ones and siblings. A child leaves house only when they are going to get married or to attend higher education. But here in Europe, in the United Kingdom, children can get a job when they graduate and go and live on their own or decide to further education or not. So I decide earlier on to support whatever the children decide to do. So I have to relearn my own parenting style in the culture that I found myself. So we'll all sit down on the table and do our homework together as I embark on studying as well in the United Kingdom to become a better parent. Sat down and did the homework with them, which I never saw my parents do with me or any of my siblings. The shock for me was many years ago after my first child graduated with medical engineering. And 2 years down the line, after she was working, she decided to go into full-time ministry. This is me that was already like so happy, boasting, oh, my child is a medical engineer. And all of a sudden, she left her job and I have to support that. It was a very difficult decision for me to support her indoors, cry behind the door, but supported her, prayed with her, and support her ministry, which is doing well. Whatever program she's organizing, I'm there. I was her greatest fan until she moved away from London. So this is how the differences in the culture clash affect us back here. So we have to relearn. We don't have to be stuck on the way that our parents did it. We can take the good ones and leave what doesn't work for us according to where we find ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benedicta. That was amazing. The culture clash. I'm sure most women go through this, but you were able to turn that around so that your children do not suffer, even doing sharing the homework with them while you embark on your studies. Thank you so much. We move back to the UK again. Our next speaker is somebody that is in love with the planet. She enjoys looking after the environment. It's so spot on that she actually campaigns about it. And she believes that parents need to not just look after their children, but teach them. Her speech title is Passing on the Legacy of Nurturing the Environment to Your Children. Let's welcome Makaya Sabah to the stage. Makaya, the stage is yours.
Makaya
She
need
was
to
there.
turn on her video.
Makaya, turn on the video. If she's not there, we go to the next speaker. The next speaker is someone that's she's a motivational speaker. She transforms women. She likes sharing the possibility of I can do with women. She's a coach. She coaches over 10,000 women and she speaks a lot on stage. Her speech title is Power of Influence of All Kinds and Motherhood on all kinds of motherhood and in creating future leaders, because she believes that we should be creating leaders. Let's welcome the amazing Beata Podolska on stage. The stage is yours, Beata.
Thank you very much, Adobe. It was a great pleasure. Thank you so much for this lovely introduction. And big thank you to the organizers of this event and the Enova TV for invitation to take part in this global event. It is my privilege to be able to share my voice on this amazing platform. How powerful can a mother's influence be on a child's life so that they could become future leaders in this ever-changing world? The influence is enormous, powerful, and life-defining for a child's future. And it doesn't really matter if a mother figure is an actual birth mother, foster mother, stepmom, auntie, grandmother, boss, or even a next-door neighbor. Even Mother Nature is a mother with great power of influence. All women acting as a mother figure to a young child or a teenager have the immense power in their hands to shape the young mind into the belief that they can be anything or anybody they wish. Many famous people we know today have reached great amounts of success in life, have either been adopted or fostered. Simone Biles, an Olympic gold medalist, proved that an adoptive mother can help a child achieve whether they're related by blood or not. The gymnast was in the foster care system and eventually adopted by her grandfather and his wife. She was only 3 years old. And when she was put in a foster care for the first time, she had every circumstance playing against her. But love and care of good adoptive mother has helped her achieve greatest success in life. Coco Chanel, who at age 12 lost her mother, was sent to a foster care facility and ended up becoming one of the most well-known fashion icons. Bill Clinton was adopted and later became 42nd President of the United States. Edgar Allan Poe, who was never formally adopted after his parents died, but was fostered by complete strangers. John Allen and his wife when he was 6 years old, and later went on to becoming one of the most famous authors of the 19th century. I feel every mother figure in child's life can support, mentor, and shape the reality of a child in a great way, using the wisdom, knowledge, and strength to teach the kids valuable life lessons. The unconditional love is real regardless of the motherhood status. The mothers aim to create the environment for the child where they can feel safe and heard. When I was growing up in the 1980s in communist Poland as a child and later teenager, as a family, we didn't have a lot of possessions or money, and yet we had everything we needed to be happy. I was incredibly lucky to have loving parents who taught me to get good education, taught me to be strong and independent as a woman. My mother would take care of me and my sister while working full-time job, while my dad was working really long hours. She taught me to be me, best of me. I was encouraged every step of the way to follow my dreams and aspirations, no matter what. This freedom and trust I was offered gave me the confidence to raise my hand at 5 years old when asked who wanted to take a lead in a Snow White kindergarten play. I was the odd child who climbed the trees, danced in the fields, rescued homeless animals, and would come home covered in blisters because I was exploring the world with Mother Nature, swimming in the river in the middle of March, 1 meter snow on the ground. And yet, I was never discouraged to be someone I am not, which gave me the courage to follow my own path in life. Today, I'm an auntie myself to 19 and 15-year-olds. And when I watch them grow, I am filled with pride. Over the years, they have been brought up by my sister, the grandmother, the great-grandmother, and by myself, the cool auntie. And I personally believe being raised by all those generations of women, mother figures, have provided them with the necessary life lessons they needed to believe in themselves as future adults. Today, I would love to say big thank you to all of those mothers who made me who I am today. And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers across the globe. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Beata. That was amazing. I always believe that the person that nurtured the child, the hand that rocked the cradle, is the one that the child knows. Thank you so much. We should spend more time nurturing so that our children can grow to become fantastic individuals like presidents and people that can shape the world. Thank you. Our next speaker, we're moving, so still in UK. Our next speaker has always been interested in what goes on in your mind. In fact, when I see her, I'm very careful the way I think because she can read your mind. She's somebody that's she's interested in well-being and effective communication in motherhood because she believes that this is going to solve all the problems in the world, as in for mothers. Let's welcome Dr. Toyin Magbabiola on stage, please. The stage is yours, Dr. Toyin.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the organizers to actually invite me onto this platform to talk about well-being and effective communication in motherhood. Wow. People look at me and think, how did you do it? Well, as a mother myself, a mother of 3 beautiful children, sometimes I say to people, what is motherhood? There is no clear definition. The reason being, motherhood is an instinct. It is what comes into your mind. It is a gift. I remember when I had my first daughter, and they said to me, after about 3 months, I think my mother-in-law and my mother came over to visit. And she said, why are you burping the child that way? This is the way to burp the child. But something said in my mind, I've had this child for 3 months, been burped, and has survived. So it is imperative to know that motherhood is an instinct. Motherhood is an inner strength and an inner gift. So how does that work into the well-being? To be a mother, there has to be something in you. You need to be strong, but sometimes you need to develop that strength in you. And that is why your well-being is very, very important. We hear everywhere about well-being. It became more prominent during this pandemic. But well-being just means, who are you? Are you looking after yourself? And what are you telling yourself? Because it is from what you say to yourself, that is what you become. So I always encourage women that the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning, somebody mentioned earlier about affirmation. I am big. I am great. I am beautiful. I am bold. When you start with that set of words, it puts you in a frame mind of positivity. Positivity is part of being part of your well-being. Because when you're positive in yourself, you radiate that positivity in the people around you. And that is what your children see. I'm a medical doctor by profession, but some people don't believe I am because they see me doing other things as an entrepreneur. But I always say, your children see what you do at home and not what you do at work. So you might be great at your workplace, but the children see what you do at home. So if you're a negative individual, screaming, shouting in the house, that is what your children learn. That is what your children see. When you communicate with other people, the way you communicate with other people is also very important because your children will communicate exactly the same way. So it is important that you need to know your well-being, your frame of your frame of mind, the way you work, the way you speak actually has an impact on being a mother and what your children learn from you. Well-being, what else is there? Eating good food. Doesn't need to be expensive. You don't need to be rich. Have a little garden at the back of your house. Have a little plant area where you can grow your vegetables. Healthy eating, healthy exercise. We're not all going to be champions in the Olympics, but a little exercise is a great thing for our mind. It releases a special hormone that makes you excited. Happiness cannot be defined, but happiness is part of well-being. So when you're happy, you are able to transform that into the children or the people that you're looking after. Effective communication is all part of well-being because if you're able to communicate effectively, you get the message across, you listen. I always say, as a mother, our great job is to listen. Listen, because God gave us 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth. Listen and listen, because when you listen to your children, you get to know who they are. And of course, you get to know who you are because your children actually teach you who you are. You might think you know you, but your children actually know you more. So communicate with them, listen to them, spend time with them. We talked about being there, being present. It is so, so, so important. We talk about discipline. Discipline is also a form of communication. You know, if you don't speak, you're sending out 2 messages. It's either negative or positive. And you need to be able to let the child know what you're communicating, how you're communicating, and what they need to know. So it's so important as mothers around the world. I'll say, listen is my message. Listen well and learn from your children, especially the millennials. They tell us as mothers in this generation that we're psychologically abused, which is so true. But sometimes we don't want to accept it. So let's listen, let's learn from our children because they will make us better mothers. Have a great Mother's Day, everyone. I love you and thank you so much for having me on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. That was amazing. You just taught us that we should listen, 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 listen. But most importantly, I learned that I have to start a home business because the children see what you do at home and not at work. So by doing that, we are showing them that it's good to be entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, have we got Makaya?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Our next speaker is somebody that's, like I said, she's interested in environment. She actually helps to promote looking after the environment. Her topic title is How Parents Can Pass on the Legacy of Looking After the Environment. So you don't just have activists trying to fight for us. We can inculcate it in our children. Welcome to the stage, Makaya Sabra. The stage is yours, Makaya.
Hello everyone. I'd like to thank you all for coming to this event and everyone who put this event together and everyone who gave me the opportunity to speak. Today I was thinking about how could we instill information about the environment in children, because children can get bored quite easily. So I thought the best way would be to do activities together. So I've put together a few activities that I found the easiest and most interesting. I believe this is an important topic to talk about, as the children of today must learn about the damage we are doing to the environment, so the leaders of tomorrow can care for the environment and not expose our environment for their profits like they are doing today. I welcome you all to get pen, paper, even just use your phone to jot down some of these ideas and put your own creative spin on them. My mum never really spoke about the environment, but my nan did, so that's why I thought this would be an important topic to speak about. One of the first things, which was my favourite topic, was growing plants, as I found it would teach children responsibility as well as being able to guide your children through something that is quite simple. As well as this, there's certain plants that can create cleaner air in your own home. So as well as instilling responsibility in your children, you're getting cleaner air. One of the first ones I would recommend in bedrooms especially is mother-in-law's tongue, as it produces oxygen at night, so you'll be getting cleaner air while you sleep. Another one is peace lilies and Boston ferns, as they thrive in high humidity and reduce mold spores. So I'd put these in your bathrooms, but please be careful if you have a cat, as peace lilies can be quite toxic to them. Another one, which is probably my favourite one, as it does so much, is weeping fig, as it removes the formaldehyde that is produced by furniture and carpets that can cause a bit of irritation to your throat, eyes, nose, and skin even sometimes. Another one would be, instead of using your car for short journeys, which I know most of us like to do, as we're inherently lazy, why not use your bicycle or your stroller and walk, as it'll instill discipline with your child not to use the car for every trip they do, as the emissions from them are very toxic to the planet. While you are doing this, you're teaching them to be more healthy and more in tune with the environment. And one of the other ones is recycling. It's so important, as recycling instills that habit in them as they grow, as well as reducing the amount of landfills that they will have to have as they become adults. I believe this is a very important topic, as it's important to protect the environment, and I'm seeing that now as I get older. And it's important to do stuff with your child to instill these values rather than just telling them what to do, because they'll never absorb it from just speaking. I found as a child, I found it better when I was doing activities with them. But I'd like to give this information to inspire parents to help teach their children. I'd like to thank everyone again for listening and giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Wow, wow. Makaya, that was lovely. Parents, teach your children to care for the environment so that we don't have people trying to fight for us. If everyone can teach their parents, like Makaya said, we can all have a wonderful planet. And also she gave tips. I like those tips. Sometimes you can walk, just make fun with the children, with the environment. Thank you very much. We move to South Africa now, quickly. I like that. I can fly to South Africa in a second. We have a lady here that she's been feeding over it's more than 5,000 people during the COVID, and she's still doing it now. She's a creator of possibilities. She's got her own company. In fact, she's into a lot of things just to motivate. Without further ado, her speech title is Defining the You in Mom. Let us welcome Ambassador Marion Miakasimi from South Africa. The stage is yours, Ambassador Marion.
Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate this. It's an honor to be here. And thank you for the beautiful introduction. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for all the organizers for this amazing platform. It really is something that's much needed, especially for the moms around the world. My discussion today is about the you in mom. And to give it a little bit of history, I'd like to go back to us as moms when we were born. So if you have to look at us, we all have a life cycle. That's what our journey is about. One of the goals that I have in terms of what I do is to make sure we can find the most authentic parts of who we are, grow them, develop them so that we live the most authentic lives with the best version of who we can be. So if you have to look at each one of us has this life cycle. You are born. That's your beginning of your journey. And when you are born, you're born into this beautiful family unit, which is given to you as a gift. As a baby, what happens to you? Everyone faffs around you. Everyone wants to make sure you're safe and you're okay. And you grow into this as your life's journey progresses. So you become a toddler. And in that phase of you as a girl born, you are now the daughter. And you grow into your life, in your journey. If you have siblings, then you become a sister. But you remain the daughter and the sister, and your life's journey keeps going. You become a scholar as you go to school. You study as you go to university. As life goes on, you're in relationships. You find you become a close friend, a sister friend. You grow and you develop in your family. You have cousins. And then you find your partner of sorts and you become a wife. And then you have babies of your own. So you become a mommy. And then the life cycle becomes such that the baby that you once were in that family unit, you have now a baby in your own family unit. And then you grow in your journey with that baby in that role. Can you see, though, that in your life's journey, you being that baby and the daughter for you remains as part of your journey? So the question that comes up then is, in each of your roles as you as the baby growing up, being the scholar, then being the wife, then now being the mother, Has any of your roles as you changed or altered or differed or disappeared because you became a mom? No. Actually, most of us in every day of our lives and in every task that we try and approach, you actually retain each of those roles. You have to remain being the daughter to your parent. You remain being the sibling to your brother or your sister. You remain being the wife. You are the mother. And most of us are still career orientated, business women. We try and push things forward. Some of us and some women I know are grandmoms. So your life's journey encompasses so many roles. The question that we have to ask ourselves as moms is, when we become the mom, when you are gifted with the gift of motherhood, does your role alter so much that you forget you? Because I don't believe that. I actually believe that when you're given that role of motherhood, it actually enhances you, it grows you, and that growth builds your potential. It builds your potential to make sure that you can find the best version of you. Why? Because that makes and builds for the best example for the role your child is going to play. Because remember, their life's journey and the life cycle is starting when they are born unto you. Remember, your motherhood sometimes is not just about you giving birth. It's about you becoming a mother by finding a partner who has children, adopting children. But the fact that you gain that motherhood state is enough for you to build and remember that you are building the life cycle of the next one on their journey. And why not develop you as you grow in the life's journey with that baby? So remember, just as you as a mom are gifted, you yourself are a gift unto the child. You yourself remain that gift into the grand and grandmother that you've given those roles to. You remain the gift because you have given the title of aunt and uncle by giving birth or having this child in your home as yours. So as moms, we encompass so much, but we are warrior women. And we need to take this message across to other moms throughout the world. Whether you're a single mom, whether you're married in your family, whether you're happy, whether you're career orientated, you are a mom and your motherhood is your gift. But you being you in your motherhood is the best gift. So the goal is for you to try and really motivate yourself, empower yourself, advance yourself in your role as mom, in your role as the daughter. So as these roles apply to you, you magnify yourself in these roles and find the best versions of you, because that catalyst effect is what's positively needed to motivate and empower and advance our children. And let's face it, and I believe this, the best of us are those of us who lead by example. We can talk, we can give talks, and we are so brilliant. All of us on this platform today are giving off messages of such hope to so many. And that alone is what so many moms out there are needing. They need that little bit of a sisterhood, which we give. And in our leading roles as sisters, let us also define that those leading roles can be any sister who needs it, because that leading role is the example for the child. I take this opportunity to thank everyone for this wonderful platform. Thank you for letting me talk, for giving off my little bit of a message. And I wish every mom the happiest of Mother's Days. It's amazing and ironic that today is also the birthday of my daughter, which allowed me motherhood. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to the Almighty for the opportunity and for us all being the gifts of moms. Thank you again for this amazing platform. And thank you to my lovely sister Adobe. Love you to bits. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Mary. You know, I've never thought of it like that. I used to think I was always a mother. I don't know about you, audience. Because that means that I am still the toddler, I'm still the little girl. Because I haven't left my body. Thank you for making us to realize that, if that's the only thing we get from Mother's Day. So even if you're an old woman, you are not old. It's just life cycle.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have Donica here?
Adobe, she's in the US side.
Okay, okay, yeah,
she'll be speaking later. Yeah.
So, okay, let me just, now we've come to the end of this of this segment, Africa and European segments. I have had 17 fantastic speakers who have left nuggets and given advice. Because in motherhood, we need support. This business is not going alone. I know some people feel I don't need anyone, but I beg you, please be nice to fellow women. It's not easy. When you see your fellow sister not looking well, or probably she's always angry, there's something that is happening to her. It's just a manifestation. So happy Mother's Day, you all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be the MC and the moderator of the Africa and European segment. Over to you, Susan.
Adobe, are we having a panel discussion?
Yes, I was going to wrap up this one, then I can go to the next one. So we're wrapping up this. I've got a hand up. Somebody's hand is up. Okay. Yeah. We're wrapping up so that we can go to the next one. We're just having a panel discussion. And the panel discussion is taking place next. It's very interesting topic. So stay for it. I would like to introduce to my panel. Susan, can I introduce them now?
Adobe, please go ahead to introduce your panelists.
Okay. I've got fantastic ladies. In fact, they are ladies that have said that they will be willing to help to give us the ideas of what they think about being a mom and also how to relate to your children. I've got the first panelist I have here is Fauza Bells. She is a motivational speaker, a mentor. Her greatest passion is to empower, inspire, and motivate young men and women. And she also advocates for lasting change and for people to live their best life. She is also the author of the book, Rising from the Dust, which is a bestseller. And this book is about a woman's journey to self-discovery. Let's welcome Fauza Bells on stage, please. You are welcome, Fauza. She joined us from Dubai. Sorry, I didn't mention that.
Thank you, Adobe.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. My next speaker is from Zimbabwe. She's a fashion designer, not just a fashion. She was born a fashion designer. And her business is based in Dubai with unique African-inspired prints. I have seen her fashions and actually begged her to make one for me because the kind of pieces that she makes, they're everlasting. It's something that you wear and feel okay. Her brand is called Ntombi Couture. It's a contemporary brand for all backgrounds. At the core of her mind is mental well-being. She inspires people to have positive mental attitude. Ntombi culture dresses clients to focus on what they love and to be proud of their bodies. Among her other businesses, she works with a community of over 800 disadvantaged women in Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Swaziland, assisting them to export their products to the diaspora, thereby providing for their families. She's a proud wife and mother of 2 energetic toddlers. I don't know how she finds time to sew. Let's welcome Tando Magausi. Tando, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Great to see you again as well.
Yeah. And my next speaker on the stage is she's an entrepreneur, a retired nurse. She's a mother of 3 beautiful children, 36, 22, and 30. She have raised her children between the UAE, we are traveling, Spain, Philippines. Oh my God. And she's also a woman that motivates other women. She believed that a woman shouldn't just stay and do nothing. You should always constantly evolve yourself, reinvent yourself, and don't think of the emptiness syndrome. Let's welcome Marisa Parker on stage. Marisa, you're welcome.
Thank you, Adobe.
Yeah. Now I have these are members of my panel. Thank you very much. The topic of our discussion is the ones that we all know. It's called Spare the Rod and Spoil the Child. I am from Africa. And there, for even if they say 2 + 2 and you don't know it, they're going to cane you with a big cane. But when I came to the Western world, if you don't know 2 + 2, they just rub your head and give you a sweet. So those are, there's a confusion. And some people think that the West is too soft. That's why the kids don't appreciate. But the West thinks that the people from the non-Western countries, they're too hard on their kids. What are we talking about? According to Mahatma Gandhi, power is of two kinds. One is obtained by fear of punishment, and the other by love. Power based on love is 1,000 times more effective and permanent than the one derived from fear of punishment. So let's define corporal punishment. What is corporal punishment? Corporal punishment is any form of correction that involves physical retribution. It may include switching, spanking, caning, slapping, chastising, paddling, or flogging. Moreover, the use of negative language and name calling has also been added to acceptable addition to corporal punishment. So if you are always talking down to your child, that is also abuse. So I'd like to pass on the questions to my lovely panel. The first question is, why are you attached to the use of, why is the use of corporal punishment used to correct children? Do you think it's a product of Western or non-Western influence on us as a society? The first question goes to Fauza. Why do we continue with it? Is it good or do you think it's bad?
Well, I think that's a very important question to ponder about for all of us. I am an African mother, but I would not necessarily say that I do corporate punishment. I believe that spare the rod, you spoil the child. It's biblical. However, I don't believe in abusing, because growing up myself in an abusive home, it actually created a lot of fear, and that is what has led to Rising from the Dust, A Woman's Journey to Self-Discovery, my first book. And so for me, I believe there is a line in between where we can discipline our children without us parents or guardians or teachers, whoever we are, those who are in authority, creating fear in our children. So for me, I would say that, the corporate way of punishment, that is actually a long gone in the army, when you are being trained to be a hardcore, that it's not for our children. I believe that God has trusted us to nurture, to nurture our children, to be the guardians. So if we have been trusted and birthed this life, why create fear in them? Because they will always grow up, with all these fears and traumas. So I certainly don't believe in the corporate, but that's for me personally and in my household and the work that I do in the communities back in Kenya. Back to you, Adobe.
Okay. Same questions goes to Marisa Parker. What do you think about corporal punishment? Is it a product of the Western or non-Western influence on us as a society? That depends on where you are, whether you're in the Western or non-Western.
May I just give an emphasis to spare the rod and spoil the child? And just due recognition, it's actually from the 1600s. It came from a narrative poem of Samuel Butler. Can you imagine 1600 and why he used that term in his poem? Now, I don't understand why do we relate it corporal? Corporal means body. It's got a very negative effect. So in that sense, I won't even think about it. Nowadays, you can, which is, I think, more impactful for children, is not really to make you an example, but you can always use a little bit of common sense, psychology, and your facial expression from a kid is already like, mom is angry. Oh, mom is happy. I can go out for my overnight. So look, it's not anymore. There's no rod. For us, probably the rod before they meant like a joke. You never know. So please, corporal punishment, very negative, and I don't like. Look, if I beat my child and suddenly they get scars, that would be the mark for lifetime. And you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Oh, thank you so much, Marisa. I like what you said, that if you do that, you might regret some things, some actions you take for the rest of your life. And the face is enough to showcase that you're actually happy or angry. Thank you. Same questions to Tado Magumise.
Yes, so it's I feel any kind of punishment, any kind of discipline rather, is obviously dependent on not just your cultural beliefs, but as a family as well, what you decide as a couple, as a single parent, or as a guardian, how you choose to discipline your children. I'm a mom of toddlers. We are learning as we're going. But I feel that when it comes to actually doing any harm physically to your child, you have to consider a couple of things. Being an African, this is something that we grew up in. I personally got smacked here and there, not much in my life, but when it did happen, it actually was effective. I didn't do it again. But I feel a lot of it is definitely fear-driven. And so even if it's not actually a physical discipline, I ask myself, what is the intention behind whatever means that you're using to discipline your children? Are you trying to drive fear, or are you trying to drive an understanding between right and wrong, so to speak? We live in a society that has rules, for example. We have to discipline our children because they grow up to be adults out in society. Where you go to work, there's certain parameters that we have to do certain things within, or for example, between right and wrong. There's the laws, there's all those things. So there has to be an appreciation to be able to say, oh, it's not okay for me to do this. I have a little boy. When I think of him being hit or him hitting somebody else, children tend to emulate what they see, what their parents are doing to them. If I think of my little boy then emulating hitting a girl or his sister, for example, it then makes me think, what type of man am I raising? And being somebody who has seen abuse in my life as well, I don't want to emulate that within my children. I don't necessarily believe it's a Eastern thing or African thing. I feel that it is prevalent depending on the home that you've grown up in. And as parents, it's just important for us to kind of figure out, how is this going to affect my child mentally, emotionally, how they perceive the world, how they perceive themselves, and how they feel other human beings should be treated. And so from my perspective, it's just a mixed match of what is going on within the home first, regardless of whether that home, yes, our cultures do affect it and where we've come from, but what is the culture in your home that you're creating, and what is the root of why you choose your method of discipline? Over to you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, you said that people, because of the fear, because I remember when I was young, I wasn't smart much, but I was always in fear of being smart. It hangs over your head. And I think that gives people not having confidence in future. Yes, people might think they are doing good for the parents, but it creates another scenario in your mind. Okay, our next question is, do you feel that we can discipline a child without resorting to punishment of any sort? I'd like to ask this to Franza, please. What methods can we discipline a child without resorting to corporal punishment?
I think when a child turns 7, they shouldn't be smacked or beaten or, because that is when, their mind actually process a lot of things. And personally, my 11-year-old going to 12, I have never beaten him. I just don't believe in this whole thing of corporate punishment because, like I said, what is your why, right? When you choose to hit that child, what's your intent? What is your intention? What is your why? Because sometimes it's not actually about the action. It's about what you're impacting in that child's life. And so for me personally, I just don't believe that this is the only way to discipline children. And yes, we are taught, to have those conversations. And for me, I would just, have a heart-to-heart conversation and talk to my child. Why did you think of doing what you were doing? And do you see the repercussions? Having that conversation, even when he will get a timeout, no iPad, no gaming and all that. But have that conversation with them and just talk things out because they are human beings. They have feelings, they have emotions, they've got mind also. They can think. And sometimes we want them to think the way we want them to think. But they are individual created human little beings that we have been trusted to tender for. So I don't think this whole thing of corporate, for me personally, in my house, the Bells home, it's the only way to discipline. I just disagree with it. There are better ways. Communication is very important.
Wow, I think any child would like to live in the Bells home because they won't get beaten. They will just get love. Yes, I like what you said about that they can think, because sometimes, I think when parents are not able to, they think the child is cheap, is not thinking. So they sort of resort to that. That's a good one. Thank you for that. And the next same question to Marisa Parker, please. Do you feel that there's no other way you can discipline a child without resorting to corporal punishment? What other ways do you think is better?
I could always give you an example of some few things during my lifetime. And the number one, as I told you already, it has a negative effect on me. But now that my kids are grown up and they are all like established among themselves, I could say that when they were growing, and that was growing up, and that was when I was a single mom. He was 12, and then my two daughters, 9 and 6. I have to talk to them, especially to my 12-year-old. I said, listen, sometimes when mommy gets cranky and a bit unstable in the sense that, let's go today? No, let's not go today. Sorry, darling, but you know what? I'm in my menopausal stage. So, and it was effective because the thing is, before they even succumb to their hormonal changes, they will always think, what if mommy will become like, we have to really be very careful. So I think it doesn't matter where your kids grow up, where you at the moment, we are all like everywhere, global. And during that time, another thing that I did is that 12, 9, and 6, and they were meant to be in the games, you know, the video games and all these things. And I think we all mothers have got that problem. I oversmart them using off the internet. They didn't know that. They didn't know that. And suddenly, oh, we lost again. We don't have a connection. Oh, sorry, darlings. But what's your suggestion? Let's go out, whatever, you know, you can play outside, you can just do some Scrabble, or you can do some trivia. And I said, oh, good. That was my little secret. Of course, now they know everything. I have told them. I said, if I didn't do that, your mom was a single mom. Come on, give me a break. And they did.
Thank you for that. I didn't know you could spark with storing up the internet. At least that shows that moms is still tops. So we don't have to get angry or resort to anything. Thank you for sharing that tip. I think I'll use it with my son now. And the next question to Tando Magamuse. Is there any other way you can do this without resorting to corporal punishment that would be effective as well?
Definitely. I'm just going to build up on what Marissa and Fauza have spoken about. I definitely echo what Fauza is saying about communication. I think as long as children understand the why behind the discipline, if that form is, for me, for example, right now, their toddlers, what's most important to them is watching Baby Shark and Baby Bass, you know, and they'll watch it 10 times a day. But the whole idea is I'm not going to allow you to do this because you did X, Y, Z, right? I think it's very important for them to understand at different stages, obviously, that the disciplinary action is completely different, but it doesn't have to come in the form of necessarily the hands contacting their bodies, because the same hands that we use to love them are the same hands that if you're using on them, it tends to then confuse for them, like, okay, but this is my mom, doesn't she love me? I'll give you an example. My daughter, she fears timeout more than anything, both my children, right? And it's very, very important for me to be consistent with them. Like, you have had timeout because of X, Y, Z. And they know it themselves. Like Faza saying, they have brains, they see it coming at times. And at times it's just pushing boundaries, right? But once they understand it, there isn't an issue about being put there if they understand that they've actually done something they shouldn't have done. But my daughter asked me, you know, Mommy, when I go into time out, do you still love me? And it made me consider something. Of course, I said, yeah, of course I still love you. But now imagine if you've got a child who doesn't ask those questions, are you reiterating the love that you have for them after you have disciplined them in one way or the other? So it's very important that regardless of even if you choose to put time out or take away a video game or take away time with maybe bad friends or maybe that trip that you had promised them, however a parent chooses to do it, it's very possible to do it without hitting them. But I think what's more important beyond that is the communication of the why so that they understand it and just being consistent with them, but loving at the same time.
Wow, what a great story. I like the fact that your daughter was able to say, Mom, do you still love me even after the timeout? Yeah, I never thought of that. That means that the ones that don't speak, they will internalize it because some are introverts, some are extroverts. So we really should be paying attention to our children, like their feelings and everything. Interesting. Thank you for sharing that. My next one, the next is that do you think as a society, because when you go to the Bible, they said it's good to spare the rod and spoil the child. Do you think we've been taught this by the religious leaders or like some of us, we see our grandmothers do it and we feel well? Some people say, like I met a guy, he was always not happy, always shouting. And then when I was telling him about, that it's not good to shout at his children, and he told me, said, well, I was smart and my mother shouted at me. It hasn't damaged me. But I could see him that he's actually damaged, but he doesn't know it. So where do we get this? Is it who enforces it for us? Because even if you don't like it, people might enforce it and you succumb. So do we get it from the religious leader or from our grandparents or from friends who are doing the same thing and they'll call you a soft mom? And but by the time 5 friends say, oh, you are spoiling your child, you're spoiling your child, you might now want to show them that you're a tough mom and you do that. So how did you think we got all this from? What is it? What actually reinforces it for us, even if we don't want to do it? I'll ask this to Fauza. I'm going in a second.
Yeah, that's a powerful question. And I personally believe that we all have a brain. And that's what the Bible clearly says, that if any one of you lacks wisdom, ask me, because I give without reproach. But also biblically, we have been reminded to train up our children in the way they should go, so that when they get old, they will not depart from it. Yes, spare the rod and spoil the child, it's also there. However, I don't stand in agreement with, I'll give you an example. From personally, growing up in abusive home, my uncle would beat me until I'm almost conscious, and he would still kick me. That was not discipline, that was an abuse. So there is a balance of disciplining our children, because they will always try to push in the buttons. Yeah, these little kids are very intelligent. They will always try to push the button. Absolutely. But again, that is when I said, and Tando has also emphasized the same, Marisa has also said the same, that communication, when you teach your child why, you feel that that is not okay for them to, to continue doing, they will understand. But hitting them, it doesn't solve the problem. It will just create mental disturbance for them. And for me, I just think that no matter who tells us, whether it's our religious leaders, whether it's granny who used to do it. My granny used to, and my uncle, they were very abusive. But I don't necessarily have to, to keep carrying that seed that was planted in me to my own children, to my own child, because then I will be carrying the bondage with me and creating that fear and carrying that seed and recurring that, that fear, that emotion to my own child. So I have to think as a mother, and as Tando said, we all have our own ways and rules and, to how we want to raise our children in our own households. And yes, even if our friends say, oh, you are spoiling your kid, as long as it is working for you in your household, I believe we should all be in a position, to discipline without abusing our loved little beings. Discipline must be there, but it shouldn't be an abusive, because this corporal, for me, that's an abuse. It's not discipline. Back to you.
Oh, thank you for that. We should draw a line. I like it, between discipline and abusive. Because when you fell down, you shouldn't be there. That's not discipline. I like that, Father, you're able to say it. So very, very, and you came out very well. Thank you for that. Same question quickly to Marisa. Marisa, have you been taught by religious leaders, or you think it's a generational system?
There is nothing wrong with developing your faith, whatever kind of faith you are in. It's also nice to just tell your kid, listen, this is the good thing and this is the right thing. If you think that you go for the bad thing, you know what's the consequences? Will you be ready for that? Of course, they're confused. The first development stage of children are like from 1 to 7 years old. And after that, like in the Western world, you have your sleepovers. And that sometimes is a big problem, because that's where you will really think You cannot stop them. You cannot stop them. So I always just tell them, look, listen, just tell me who your friends are, and I will tell you who you are. In that way, I will have a constant communication with them. Their friends, we will be embracing them as well as their friends. You're welcome in my house. Then I will be able to know what kind of a friend she is or he is. Be tolerant, because that's the stage. Can you imagine growing 3 children? Mom, I want somebody to stay the night over. Mom, the other one. Okay, 1 each only. So there will be 3 plus 3 kids. And these are all your responsibility as well. So for me, it's just like be open to your children. Just tell them, listen, what I'm telling you, if something happens to me, I'm planting you a seed. And that's for you to grow, to water it with good things. You can never be, you're always like winning when it's good things.
Oh, thank you, Marisa. And same question to Kando Magamusi, so that we can wrap up. Same question to you. Where did you learn this art of corporal punishment from? Is it been encouraged by our religious leader or society?
So growing up for me, it's an interesting mix between religion and just background of parents. I'm raised by 2 parents who were in the army, right? My mom tells me she loves me every day to this day. I'm 35, but she doesn't fail to do so, right? So as much as I wasn't, they didn't push it as much verbally, but when I did get hit, I was hit, right? So there was always this feeling like, okay, she loves me, but hits me, I don't like it, and this and that, right? But from the church perspective, that's also pushed a lot from where we come from, that, well, we have to do it because this is what the Bible says. But the longer I spend time in my faith, and, there are a lot of things that in the Bible that are taken literally, and sometimes I don't believe that's what the rod means. That same rod is spoken about in Psalm 23, where they speak about how the Lord is my shepherd, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. They're taken as imagery of comfort and guidance, right? So the way I have interpreted spare the rod is its interpretation of discipline, not necessarily physical, literal, a rod, a belt, or whatever it is. So that being said, that has it's helped me see it in a different perspective. But you do find, yes, your faith is your faith, and how you choose to interpret it is up to you as a person, right? But there's the other aspect here, Adobe and everyone else, that I want to highlight. When it comes to discipline, there's the other side of what are you going through as a parent, and what have you been through? I have found if I'm really exhausted, I'm a very busy person, right? If I'm exhausted, or if I'm feeling anxious, or if I'm tired, for example, it's very easy for me to snap at my children more than usual. Children at that age, they're usually doing things that children at that age it's normal for them to do. So even if that's like throwing certain clothes out the closet, for example, if you're a mom who likes the home to be extremely neat, right? And they do that. There are times where it's actually, oh, that's so cute. He's 3 years old. He's just throwing them out. But there are other times where he does the same thing, and I am exhausted, and I'm not in the mood to see a mess around me. So it's that other thing where it's just like, communication is so vital, because it's not just to tell the child, this is why you're doing it, but mom is tired right now, please don't make a mess. Those type of communication channels allow children to also be able to conduct themselves in a certain way without having to be put in a naughty corner or hit or smacked. So it takes that extra step, even as adults, to kind of figure out where we stand and why we're taking certain decisions that far with our children. So from the religious perspective, it also then challenges you. If you've known a certain life for 25 years and this is what you've been told, how do you then shift that? Because there's a lot of unlearning to do for yourself as a parent, and then to also relearn a new way of doing things and encourage your children to learn that way as well. There's a very thin line and a fine balance there that I feel is an inside job for each parent as they go about their journey with their children.
Thank you so much. I just want to, Marissa made a very good point because I was trying to rush quickly. Marissa made a very good point, which she said that we have to listen to our children. But Tando, you also said that we have to look at what is going on as a mother, because yes, if you are not happy within yourself, you tend to snap quickly. So that is something that we have to look at. And you don't have to continuously use naughty corners. That is also a very thin line. So you have heard from our fantastic panelists. Now, Susan, do we have people coming to ask questions? Or do we just wrap up? Well, we're just trying to wrap up because one point is that, like the rod, in the Bible, the rod was used for sheep, because the sheep they don't have common sense, so they use the rod. You have to hit them so that they can go in the pen. So that was how it started. So I don't think, in my own opinion, I had disciplined my children before, but I think it's not a good thing to use the rod to hit your children because you don't know what damage mentally, especially for the ones that don't speak. Silent children harbor a lot of things that they'll come like 50 years and accuse you when you are like 90. Oh, mommy, you did this, mommy, you did this. So that was a very fantastic panel and I have enjoyed it. And I don't know, do we have any questions from the audience? Susan?
There's one guest, Nida Saba, has one question. I believe you only have time for one question.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to give me this opportunity to talk, actually. It is a question and a little bit to be a message. I didn't have a time to do my speech, but I want to deliver a very important message for everyone today. I want to let every woman know, and they need to realize their own unique value. The only way to build just and fair in this world is of each individual, each family, each community, and each nation lives for the sake of others. There is very important message as well. Let's raise the consciousness of people everywhere to restore the love and the prosper. It would bring a world of lasting peace and universal value. This is the only way how to create equal opportunity and protecting human rights. This is how we will secure safe future for all our children in this planet. Thank you very much to give me the opportunity to deliver my message. Happy Mother Day. And thank you very much for Susan and Peter and Adobe and everyone for assembling this amazing event.
Yeah. Thank you, Nida. Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us. We've now come to the end of this panel where we'd like to thank the audience and happy Mother's Day. We are from segment 3, Africa and European. And I have my fantastic panelists who have come from very far places. I have to bring them in. Thank you, Fauza. Thank you, Marissa. And thank you, Tando. And this is us. And I'm exiting as MC and the moderator for this segment, Africa and European segment. Adobe Onekweli. I'm signing off. Over to you, Susan, and thank you, my panelists.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Adobe. Thank you, Anolba TV, for giving us this opportunity to speak.
Right.
And thank you, Susan and Peter.
Right. Thank you, Adobe. Thank you for all panelists who were present just now. It was a very wonderful
Can I just make an announcement?
Okay, yeah.
I would like to announce that we are having our Gracie Yap, she's actually invited you to come and have a reading. She'll be giving you 3 numerological readings. And this reading,
Adobe, I will be continuing from there. Yeah, because we got some new information. Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
So we're going to have are you still having a breakout room?
No need. It's just a very short introduction, very short announcement. Right. Yeah. So I know that we are running a bit short of time, but let me just have a quick announcement. So on behalf of Gracie Yap, I would like to thank all the speakers and the guests who were at the breakout room and the presentation, and also those who have bought her 3-part mini course. And for those of the speakers and the guests in this Zoom session who have missed the breakout room session and or also missed the presentation, we are organizing a very, very special session happening on Wednesday, 12th of May next week between 9 p.m. and 10 p.m., which is a 1-hour session, Singapore time, which is at GMT +8. Okay, so Gracie is going to do a presentation on name numerology, and she will also do a profiling based on your birthday numbers and your names as well. So do take note of the Zoom link that we'll be sending out to all speakers and guests who are present in today's symposium, and log in early to register, and we'll see you on Wednesday, 12th of May. Thank you. That's all I have to say for the announcement. Back to you, Adobe.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to announce our next speaker for the event. She's from the last segment, the segment 4, which is the American segment. Sorry, the American segment. She's the MC and moderator of the segment. She's a life coach, conscious parenting, and spiritual coach. She is also an NLP practitioner and a keynote speaker. Her passion is connecting people to their hearts and to help them to heal, evolve, and transform. She has 2 certifications in Montessori education and has owned her school, helping educators, teaching companies, and corporations about conscious leadership. She is passionate, following the footsteps of her mother and grandfather. She's also the best-selling author and multi-awards winner, Peace Ambassador, transformation and parenting coach. Let's welcome Val Alino to the stage, please. Val, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Adobe. Thank you, everyone. I cannot believe we are in our last segment. For those of you that are just coming in, happy Mother's Day. And don't you be fooled for once that my segment is the last and people are tired, because I have actually been here since the first speaker. So since 1 a.m. So I would like to see how the energy is in the room and give some love in the chat to make sure we charge again, because we've had so many emotions come through. We want to make sure that we're still whole present for this last segment. And thank you, Adobe, for those for that presentation. You added a couple of things there from your heart. Oh my gosh, a lot to say. I'm just a seeker, a person who has devoted actually her life to speak on behalf of children. So these topics that everybody has hit, especially the last panel, has actually shifted my own presentation. So I'm going to go raw on the spot when it's my turn to talk. I want to thank Susan and Peter and NLB for doing such an incredible job in putting this together, uniting hearts, minds, souls, and spirits from around the world to give messages of hope and love to all the mothers in the world. Now it's a time, at least in my side of the world, that people are waking up, and it's Sunday, they might be getting coffee, and they might not know that we are live. So I want you to take a couple of seconds right now and put in your different social media the link that's been everywhere with our YouTube channel and our Facebook, so that people can come and actually invite them, because we are drawing prizes every segment, and they are great. And not only because of the prizes, we want to make sure that we can spread the word. So I kindly ask you to do that. And without further ado, I would like right now to call to the stage a really dear friend of mine. I am going to introduce to you all Margarita Eberlin. She is a mom of 5 and an entrepreneur. She has been tailoring marketing strategy and implementation solutions for businesses for over 23 years through companies like Telemundo, Nielsen Company, Columbia Pictures, and so forth, even in Los Angeles with her own professional services companies. She owns several businesses herself, including an advertising agency, a business consulting firm, and an online learning platform and an e-commerce business. When she's not busy growing companies, Margarita enjoys an active lifestyle with her husband and 5 young boys, ages 13, 12, 9, 7, and 5 months. She is originally from Mexico City, and check this title, please. Welcome to the stage as she speaks. If you can birth a baby, you can birth a career. Please give her a round of applause, even if she can't hear it. The energy is felt, and I call upon Margarita to the stage.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction, and good morning to those of you that are in the US. I want to just pause and also give a thank you to my awesome husband, who is responsible for the quiet that you hear. And you may not know this, but you're witnessing a miracle, a quiet kitchen in a house full of 5 young boys. So I just want to send that thank you out. Hopefully he'll see this later. To begin my talk, I want to invite you to think back to what it was like for you to give birth, given the title that we're going with. I want to ask you, how did you get through it? How did you feel? What sort of fears entered your mind? And how did you go from that place to the place where you were holding that baby in your arms? Whether you had a cesarean or a natural birth or whatever the process was that you gave birth through, I bet somewhere in that answer, apartment that was riddled with rodents and roaches. We were not well-to-do. And I was trying to fall asleep, and I felt something on my cheek that I thought maybe was like a little piece of hair. And I just lightly brushed it off. And to my dismay, it was not a hair, it was a cockroach. And it crawled into my ear. Think back to what you were like at that age. What would you have done? I did the logical thing. I jumped out of bed in desperation, and I ran to the nearest faucet because all I could think of was to wash it out. And everybody in my house was asleep, including my mother. I put my head underneath the faucet, and after a few minutes, I felt it come out. And I just felt this relief. But that relief turned to horror. Shortly after, my mother woke up. She walked toward me, and it was not to help me. It was to beat me. My mother suffers from a disease called schizophrenia. It is a very difficult mental disease. And at that time, she was not in a good place. And rather than helping me in this situation, she hurt me. And in doing so, what happened afterwards taught me this lesson, that maternal love is a well. My mother is one of the few people on this planet that managed to go from that to somebody who was able to heal out of the love that she had. It was in there. She had to dig very deep. She was able to heal from this disease that is one of the most challenging diseases for people to come from. When I was growing up, she was working through this. It took her about 10 years. During that time, I dug deep into my maternal well before I was even a mom. And I created a career for myself to get out of poverty. Why? Because similar to what we're like when we're birthing a baby, right? When we're birthing a career, when we're birthing a future, we're thinking about what we want to hold in our arms. Well, I wanted financial stability, having grown up the way that I grew up. And I built a career for myself. I had my dream job. I was making the amount of money that I wanted to make. And I wasn't happy. I was dissatisfied. There was an emptiness in me. And as I saw my mother heal from her schizophrenia and our relationship was restored, I acknowledged within me a desire that I had suppressed, which was the desire to be a mom as well. And I became a mother for the first time when I was in my 20s, when I was at the pinnacle of my career. And I lost everything I had built. I lost my career because I had built a career that was incompatible with motherhood. I traveled a lot. I was busy. It was very demanding on my time. And I had to see it fall apart. After all of that work, I had to see it fall apart. But I dug into my maternal well. I reinvented myself. I started over. I hit the reset button and I birthed a new career that was a lot more compatible with my priorities as a mother. I had to hit the reset button. I reminded myself that I could do this several times. I built a career, it fell apart. I built a business, it didn't work out. And it was okay. All of those accolades that you heard Val talk about, they're amazing and I'm so proud of them. They were careers that I birthed and I'm in the middle of birthing even a new career right now. I had to walk away from a multi-million-dollar business that I helped build. And how did I do it? I dug into that well. So I'm here to tell you that if you're a mom and your goals as a mom are incompatible with your career or your career is incompatible with your goals as a mom, it's okay. You have it in you. Dig deep into that maternal well. Have a clear sense of your goals, a clear sense of your why. Believe that you can do it. Ask for help if you need to. And just do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Margarita, for this incredible story. You know, I have heard you speak your truth before, but every time you get so much deeper into the feeling. And this is what we're all about in this event, connecting us to source, to our feeling, to our mothers. And what a lovely story that your mother's been able to turn around. And I know that you guys have an incredible relationship. So thank you so much for sharing that. And before, I guess, going into my own speech, I'd like to also thank my MCs that we had a blast working next to Suzanne and Peter, Lynette, Grace, and Adobe. There's so much behind the scenes. And when you are with like-minded women that are full of service heart, it makes it all so easy. So I also want to thank every speaker, every mother that is here, every person, hopefully even fathers and grandparents, and why not children, that they hear some of our messages. And of course, to my segment of Americas and Canada, I've had a blast seeing you every week and putting together this event. So without further ado, I was already introduced, so I would like to talk to you today about the topic is, how can you become the mother you've always wanted to be? How? How can you even think of becoming that mother if when you are born, I mean, even when you're 5, you're already seeing what a marriage looks like. You're being implanted a USB in your head to tell you who to love, how to love, what marriage is, what success is, what happiness, what is okay to do, how to feel, who to praise, how to breathe, what career. It is so hard for us to become that mother. But I'm here to tell you, to shift your mindset and tell you that you don't have to be looking out there or be taking interesting point of views of people that, yes, they love us. but they did not do the work. As a life coach, conscious parenting, a spiritual coach for years, and a volunteer, an active volunteer, I have seen thousands of women, thousands of cases where true selves and be a mother because we are programmed with this information. So if this is the case, how in the world can we show up and be the kind of mother? Today, I just want you to know that parenting is not hard, but tagging to the last segment, violence must go. I have to tell you a small story that this week I was interviewed by Univision, a big news place in Miami. And I was devastated to speak as they were interviewing me because a child was beat by their teacher with a wooden pallet. And through doing the search and working with this news reporter, we found out that there's 19 states in the US that actually allow in the schools for the children to be beat. So I ask you, how can we have our children be their true selves? How can we be the mother that we want to be if we didn't heal and we're just continuing with the patterns? It is possible when you do the inner work. Why, to this day, after 30 years in this career, I have not found one single adult that has just gracefully gone into motherhood? We know the answer. Everybody speaks about this. How many motivational speakers are even in this segment in the world? We read the books, we take the courses, we go to church, we do meditation, we do everything we can, but yet those patterns are still there. Today, I want to break them. I want to remind you that all you have to do is put yourself in the child's place. All you have to think and feel is this what I would like to be here if this is what I would like to hear if I'm broken or hurt? Is this what serves me when I am afraid, when I don't know the answer? To speak about our children in their presence, to threaten between the fights between a spouse and a husband. That needs to stop. Full respect, love, connection, turning fear into love, forgiving, healing all our wounds. Healing all our wounds is really the answer to everything. I want to encourage you to be gentle to your heart. It doesn't matter how you became a mother, you are a mother. I have an adopted sister from a service work that my mother had, and she came sick when she was born. And I can tell you that there's no difference between her and my siblings, that she is a light that brings joy to my mother. It does not matter. You are a mother, whether you live or not with your child, whether you did the right decisions or wrong decisions, you are a mother. You can start now, today, with all the energy that everybody is serving today. Let's connect with our hearts and know that every single thing that we are looking from the outside is just in the inside. I want to encourage everybody to please just breathe very deeply and think of this moment as an opportunity to shift, change, transform, that from now on, you will truly enjoy your parenting. From now on, when your child is broken, he will give you the answer by just looking at his eyes. I want you to know that what you have done is all that you knew before today. Today, we are inspired by hundreds of women by this day, Mother's Day. Why wait for one Mother's Day? Let's celebrate motherhood. Let's celebrate and enjoy every single second that we have with our children. They are the true answer of love, of healing, of really knowing how to lend a hand to others. Today, I hold you. I embrace you. I lift you up in energy and prayer and all good energy to know that from now on, your motherhood journey will take a toll, will take a turn. I want you to understand that time goes in a blink of an eye and that our children will go. They don't own us. We don't own them. Just let them be who they are meant to be and let them choose who to love. Let them choose who to be with. Let them see the light the way they want to. and just let them be children, adolescents, adults. When we are attached, attached brings low vibration. Attached brings need. Attachment just brings fear because we think we possess and we don't have to understand what true love is. So thank you for allowing me to share this space with you. I didn't see my clock, so as you all know, I would speak for 3 hours. So more or less, I think it's about 5 minutes. So right now, wherever you are, grab your glass of water, wine, why not, whoever has it. And I would like to propose a toast that we, from now on, just allow love to be the rater of our journey of motherhood. I want you to take the time to just say cheers. Thank you, Peter, for coming in, and keep on spreading the light and love, because our children are the ones who will make a difference in this world. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that was a lot of energy because the internet went. How about that for an intensity? No, seriously, for all of you like-minded people and energy workers, that was powerful. I'm just saying, yeah, Melinda's going, I know that. So thank you. Wow, that was a lot. All right, let's move on. Thank you for this space. And I would like now to bring to the stage Karen Barrios. She's from Guatemala. She will be speaking to us about how to connect with our children through authenticity. Karen Barrios is a wife, a mother of 2 children, businesswoman, and a lawyer by profession. At the young age of 10 years old, she was kidnapped and held for ransom for 13 days. Against all odds, she was miraculously rescued. The experience marked her life forever, and she now dedicates her life to helping others. I would like you all, please, just as a sign of energy, clap your hands and welcome to the stage, Karen Barrios.
Thank you, Val. I appreciate that. Happy Thursday to celebrated as much as possible because we do crazy things. Like you said, Val, I have such a different perspective. I became a mother in my 20s after such an incredible experience that I went through at the age of 10. My perspective changed a lot. And one of my biggest lessons that I've been learning through motherhood is there's no thing as a perfect child, perfect mother, a perfect life. Sometimes we're taught that we want our children to behave in a perfect way, in a certain way. We want our children never to make mistakes. However, I believe one of the most powerful lessons we can provide our children, it's how to deal with disappointment, how to deal with failure, how to deal with mistakes. One of my biggest lessons I've had, my first one is just 6 years old. It's teaching him the mistakes are actually amazing. They're great. You're gaining knowledge. You're becoming better. Your brain actually, there's been studies made that and actually smarter when we teach them through failure or mistakes. And so for me, a culture, where I grew up, it's better not to make mistakes, try to be perfect, try to do all these things. And the only thing we are creating, it's kids that are growing up with anxiety, kids that are growing up with depression. And love, like I was part of the other segment, it's how not to create fear in our environment, how to accept. And I think one of our biggest things we need to teach our children is love, unconditional love, that no matter what mistakes they make, you will be there to support them through the journey. And I think resilience, making them stronger each day, what we're meant to do in life. And in like my background, I was kidnapped at the age of 10. It taught me life is not perfect. It shattered my innocence. But man, what a gift. What a gift, because now I know that what makes you, it's how you respond to failure, how you respond to those tough moments, through the hard moments of life, is what really shows the character. And that's what we need to teach our children. It's to be resilient, to accept failure, to know that there's no such thing as failure. We're just adding to our life, or the lessons we're learning. And so I invite all the mothers in this panel to start told that it is okay to fail. And one of my biggest, I guess, lessons I've learned is I read an article about Sarah Blakely, one of the founders of one of the biggest companies in the world. She created Spanx. All the moms out there would pretty much wear Spanx every day, but one of the biggest things is that her dad would sit at the table at dinner and ask her, Sarah, how did you fail today? And isn't that crazy? Instead of being like, hey, Sarah, how were you awesome? How are you perfect? He would ask, Sarah, what mistakes did you do and what did you learn from? And she says that affected her life in such an amazing way. And I'm trying to incorporate that with my children, and I see the difference. Now my child, every time he makes a mistake, he goes, Mom, it's a good thing because I'm learning. And I said, yes, Aaron, you're learning. So thank you all for having me. What a privilege. I've learned so much through the speakers this morning, and I wish you the best, and happy Mother Day to all of you guys.
Thank you so much, Karen, for such a powerful message. I definitely know your story behind the scenes, and you are a powerful woman. And what an incredible thing to remember, and not just for our children. How about we use that for us? Mistakes are okay. This is the only way to really grow. If you have a comfortable life, that everything is just smooth and flowing, how boring would that be? Where would the opportunity be? So thank you, Karen, for enlightening us with this beautiful message. Happy Mother's Day, my love. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Maria Lisbeth Marquez. She's actually from Mexico, and her title is very powerful: Overcoming Struggles of Work-Life Balance in the Pandemic. She's a mother, a housewife, an entrepreneur. Maria has several diplomas in herbalism, as well as pre-Hispanic Mexican culture and traditions. Has a bachelor's in business administration with an exchange program in New Zealand. Started in 2020 an online group for women to support each other with more than 200 members called Mujeres Sonoras. Her passion is teaching. I think I better put the glasses on. And now welcome to the stage, Maria Lisbeth, that I love that she brings always her baby to her presentations. So please. I can't hear you. It's okay. No, we can't hear you. If we need to figure it out, it's okay.
Now?
There you go. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the introduction, Bob. Sorry for the technical problems. With these words, I always think about my baby. No matter how much I say I love you, I will always love you more than that. Motherhood is something new for me. This is my first Mother's Day, so the love of a mother is a new thing for me. And being a mother, a new mom in the pandemic is not easy, because you can't surround by the people that love you and can physically help you with the baby. So I want you to take back to the 18th of October 2020. I gave birth this beautiful baby that is waking up right now after 12 hours. So it was very difficult. And also I don't have sisters. My mom passed away many years ago. So I had no idea of what to do with him. I love him much than anything, much more love than I ever feel. But I didn't know how to take care of him. I didn't know how to breastfeed him, didn't know how to change a diaper, how to just carry him, and I was panicked because I wanted to do it well. And something that I can't understand, and maybe because not many women are in this situation, or maybe they are, but they don't say it loudly, is that it's not obvious. It's not obvious that we don't know anything about how to take care of our babies, even though we love them. I tried to be prepared. I really tried. I took many workshops for 9 months, and then I have him. And I have idea of other things, like to be respectful with how I raise him, to carry him this way, and other many things, but not the simple, small things that are so important to take care of him. So my message is, don't think that there are obvious things. If you are older, if you have experience, tell us, the new ones, your advice, how you learn the things, and not as a way that we must, but as an advice, something that you suggest that can help us. Also, another thing is that I bring him, as Val says, to everywhere. All the time, when I work out with him. When I study something, I'm with him. When I'm attending to somewhere, I'm with him, because I want him to see my lifestyle. I want him to see how I do the things, because I think that we should teach with example. And it's an easier way to learn for him. If he sees me eating, it will be easier for him to eat. If he sees me singing, it will be easier for him to sing. If he sees me making business, being an entrepreneur will be easier for him. And that is why I decide not to quit to my dreams. Imagine being alone with the baby, because that is working all day, and still deciding I'm going to do my business. Because before was difficult, I know, because we don't have this technology. But nowadays we have the technology, and that makes the difference. It's a huge difference. In this group, circle of women that we join online, many women, and we just support each other every Sunday. And well, in this space, I realized that there are many women that quit on their dreams. I believe this is not a good thing for our kids, because I cannot tell him that he has all the tools and all the abilities to accomplish his dreams while I'm quitting on my own. He will not have reference. So that's why I invite him, and I bring him always with me, so he can see me achieving my dreams. So I just want to close with this question that I love you to answer in the chat. That is, if everything has changed, we can see it right now. The way we attend to events has changed. The way we work out, those that we work out online, has changed. The way we eat has changed. The way we travel has changed. Everything has changed. If everything has changed, why shouldn't motherhood change too? Thank you so much for your time, and happy Mother's Day.
Wow, I love that ending. Please. Absolutely. Motherhood has to change. I love that. I've been very impressed how natural you are. You don't have to have anybody telling you. You are a natural. Just like one of the speakers says, we know just by being a mother, the essence of what we need to do. So congratulations on your first Mother's Day, my love. We are honored to have you. Wow, are you all feeling what I'm feeling? This is just getting better and better. I'm going to be calling now Jimena Velasco, and I'm super excited to call her here. She's also been a friend of mine for more than 20 years. She's from Mexico. She's going to be speaking about, in a busy world, stay healthy and happy. She is a holistic health coach, passionate and about staying healthy. She helps moms from all ages feel great and be healthy mentally, physically, and emotionally through different programs of exercises, cooking classes, and workshops. She believes that our bodies are capable to heal themselves, and all we need to give them is the right choices. So please welcome to the stage, Jimena Velasco.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Well, I'm very excited to be here with you today and as a health professional to share with you some of the things that on this busy world I can still be healthy and happy. As a mothers, we sometimes forget how important it is to do the things that we love and enjoy to do ourselves. Even if it's for just half an hour, I encourage you to do the things that you really love and that makes you happy. Because in order of you doing those things, the responsibilities as moms and as a professionals, they will come with more ease, believe me. I want to invite you to step back and take a break to love yourself a little bit more today. That's my message for you. And I will share some things that will help you. And first of all, I want you all to do this exercise with me. We all going to stand our hands up, but not yet, and with a big, deep breath. And I encourage you, if you want, to close your eyes. So let's take this big, deep breath, reaching up your hands up, hold it, and let it all go. How you can open your eyes, how you feel. Don't you feel calmer? Well, that's the way I feel every time I'm overwhelmed or I need that way out. This is my way out. I want you to do it as many times as you like and as many times as you need it. When you are in stress or you need a little bit of breathing, take these big deep breaths. I know this will help you. One more thing, drink water. How many times we forget to drink just plain water during the day? I will suggest you to do it in the morning, especially once you get out of bed, when you are in a breakfast, like before breakfast, when you're in your fast, drinking water, just plain simple water, and if it's warmer, even better, will get your digestion going. Believe me, you don't need any coffee or tea. This will do the trick. And move, 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 move. I cannot emphasize this enough. Moving yourself is important to get those endorphins going in your body and the secretion of serotonin on your brain, which is the neurotransmitter that will get your feeling of happiness on the inside. You don't have to be at the gym for 2 hours. Just do the things that you enjoy as movement, dancing or playing tennis or swimming or even going for a walk or just stretch. Do this for 5 to 10 minutes every day and your life will change. I promise this will increase your mood and will get you in a different path. One more thing, eat real food. What do I mean with real food? You don't have to feel a protocol or special diet. Real food is all the food that comes from Mother Nature. Everything that has been grown on the earth. We have an abundance of fruits and vegetables, nuts and seeds that are great sources of fat, legumes, and even some spices and herbs are great medicine for ourselves. We need to nourish those bodies. And how we can nourish them? By giving the nutrients that they need. That way, you will not crave for sugar or crave for things that are not good for you. And finally, be present. How many times we leave everything on the side to speak to our mothers, or go outside and listen to the birds singing, or simply smell the food that we are eating, or sitting on the couch with our kids and watch a movie. Those are the things that makes our day different and unique. So don't forget to breathe every time you need. drink water, move, 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 and go back to eat real food, because your food could be your medicine. And be present, enjoying every moment, because these will never come back. And do the things that you love and enjoy the most. This is my message for you. Step back and take a break to love yourself a little bit more today. Thank you so much, and happy Mother's Day. Thank you.
Wow, Jimé, thank you for such a powerful message. Yes, and these reminders of the simple breath, for some of us that are on the go all the time and we forget it. My little tattoo means actually breathe. Well, right there. I mean, I had to just remember what a powerful tool this is. So thank you for reminding us. And for those of you that want to stalk Jimena's, your fitness level is ridiculous. She's a true inspiration. So I know she's walking the talk. So thank you, Jime, and happy Mother's Day. I love you, mi amor. All right. So now we're going to bring to the stage Joanna Talafre. She's also from Canada, and she's bringing an incredible message called The Gift of Resilience. Joanna is a mother of twins, including a little boy who lives with Down syndrome. It was her journey with cancer that led her to bring her children into this world with a non-conventional way. Becoming a mother was a difficult journey for her, considering the special challenges that come with having twins and those that come with having a different child. Far from being over, this journey continues to be invaluable, an invaluable source of learning and personal growth. Cancer gave her the gift of motherhood, and that led her to explore a new way of living and being. Her purpose is to help people change their brains so they can live their brightest life. I'd like to please ask you to put your hands together and welcome Joanna.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so thrilled and inspired by hearing all of you speakers, even from the previous segment. What I would like to talk to you about today actually cuts across everything that we've heard this morning. You know, I came to motherhood, like Val said, in a little bit of an unconventional way, but I always knew I wanted to be a mom. And when people ask me why, I would say that it was because I wanted to feel that love. And I can feel that love from all of you ladies for your own children. And I think it's absolutely fantastic. So like Val mentioned, I became a mom with the help of two other women, basically. One woman who gave me her eggs, and another who carried my children, because I had had cancer and couldn't conceive anymore. And for a long time, I carried that wound in me, that sort of that hurt that I had been robbed of my right to motherhood, or a certain type of motherhood. And when the children were born, you know, I was already 42 at the time, so I was already a little bit older. It was a very hard journey to become a mother, and I was very tired. And of course, we found out that my son had Down syndrome, so he was very sick as a baby, and you know, that created a whole bunch of anxiety and a whole bunch of trauma in our family. And what happened was that we carried with us a lot of pressure from society to be a normal family, you know, to have our children meet their milestones right on the spot, you know, to be just a very normal, plain family. And for the first 2 years of my kid's life, it was really just horrible. You know, we kept on trying to fit into a box that really wasn't designed for us. And after 2 years, we were exhausted, and I was angry all the time, and I was in pain, and I hadn't recovered from the first cancer, and it was just really terrible, terrible time. And that's when the cancer came back. So I remember sitting in the middle of my chemotherapy treatment, thinking to myself, if I make it out of this, I'm not going back to normal. In fact, the hell with normal, there is no normal. So I gave up completely. I surrendered. I think, life was trying to show me a specific path, a specific way of living, and I just surrendered into it. And that's when fantastic things started happening for me. I think just accepting this reality and accepting what our lives were and what our children were and really what they were in their essence and who I was in my essence really helped me open up to the biggest of changes. And so I did. So I changed everything in my life, basically, starting with, my career, and I retrained and I started doing things that I really enjoyed. And I changed my relationship to life, and I changed my relationship to my children. And that was just really what you see is sort of the tip of the iceberg of the transformation, because deep down, I'm a completely different person than who I was 10 years ago. And when people ask me, how I made it through and how I survived it, I had to explain to people what the skill that I thought was most useful to me, and it's resilience. And in fact, when it comes down to resilience is our openness and our ability to change. And it's our openness to embrace reality the way it is and to take it in and to process it and to digest it, and then to adapt to it and to change to it. Because our lives are never fixed, our lives are never static, neither are our children. We are a living organism, and so is our family. So if one piece of it changes, everything changes at the same time. And so my message to all mothers today is that if you want to be resilient and if you want to teach your children resilience, you have to, first of all, open up to change and newness and difference and give up normal and just be who you are and flow with life the way life is showing you how to flow. So that's the way our children will learn it. And happy Mother's Day to everyone. Thank you for listening.
Oh my gosh, what a powerful story. You are so brave, courageous. Thank you for sharing. I did not know all that part of the story. You have definitely inspired us. And I already loved you, but the whole thing of surrendering is one of my favorite words. And those that know me, I have surrendered long time ago. And it's just a different way to live. And things, now you start receiving what is there for you. You start receiving what the universe is trying to show you because you have totally surrendered. So to all the mothers that will hear this later or are still present now, who raises their hand for surrendering? Please, 2 hands, absolutely. All right, well now, with that, we put the vibration up. I want to invite Peter up to the stage because it's time to win some prizes, ladies. Have you shared? Have you put comments in the YouTube channel? In our Facebook group, it gets you your name to the wheel, and there's something. If you haven't done, maybe it still squeezes in. On the Facebook, AnnelBTV, YouTube, AnnelBTV. Hello, tag somebody, and then the prizes are incredible. Let's see if Peter's coming on board. Juliana, nice to see you.
Hi, Val. It was so wonderful that you are conducting this segment. Your energy is absolutely through the roof, and totally enjoying the session. And of course, and all the speakers too. Now, shall we just very quickly call up the wheel of names or from all the comments that we've recorded on the social media, the YouTube, the Facebook, and also our chat group here. Team?
Let's do it.
Oh, all right. So it will be streamed directly to the YouTube channel and the Facebook channel. So we're not gonna see it here in our room. So I'm gonna get them to announce it to me. Who are the names? The 3 names, please.
3
That's too far
winners.
away. Can you read to me?
Come on.
Yeah. Read to me. Susri Subanita. Susri Subanita. Okay, got that recorded. Okay, next, please. Jovi Chiang. Jovi Chiang, and next. Jayashree Samandayai. All right, that's for segment 3, which is the African and European segment. This segment, we have a lot more to give away. That will be announced later on. I think there are like 6 more draw prizes to be given away. So back over to you, Val. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. You tell me what time is the next prizes, because we like prizes in this segment a lot, okay?
We do it after the panel discussion.
Okay, we have to wait. Everybody has to wait. Now, you know the drill. Like, comment, and share, guys. And it's not for the prize. It really is for the meaning of this incredible opportunity to share so much light and wisdom and love with many people around the world. So now I want you to sit still and get yourselves embraced, because we're continuing. This energy is just getting better and better. So now I'd like to welcome to the stage Linda Saida Lopez. She is from Mexico, and she's going to be talking to us about Life Isn't a Ceramic Workshop. Trader in process, mother because 2 kids choose her to be her guide. She's a lucky wife of a man that she admires. Grateful daughter without workout animal, avid reader, insatiable curiosity, convinced that if you want to have extraordinary things, it is necessary to do great things. Let's welcome to the stage Linda Saida Lopez.
Thank you for the presentation, Val. I'm be glad to be here. And thank you for the opportunity to share my story. 4 years ago, I started the most demanding, difficult, and exhausting chapter on my life, because my motherhood has been accompanied by beautiful gifts. I live a divorce. I have a bankrupt company. I've been fired 4 times. And I experienced a fraud. Where's my matrushka? But, however, forget all of this. My most important challenge has been to teach my son by example, to get away from radical concepts, black or white, good or bad, to put aside intimidation, punishments, fear, and guilt. When a child is born, it should be a double birth. Who should be that in that second birth? A spiritual guide that respects and honors its essence. Instead of obsessing over order and cleanliness, no. Our life lessons for our children should be know yourself every day, every version of you, help the less fortunate, learn and value your failures. They can become in the best masters in your life. Give soul, heart, and life in everything you do. Be careful with excuses, as they can become such a heavy baggage that it will prevent you moving forward. Let be yourself invaded by the admiration of watching a sunset, a sunrise. We didn't come to shape our children. Life isn't a ceramic workshop. Life is a connection workshop. Because the lucky ones, each one of us, because great people chose us to walk with them in their path. On my path, I have been reached shamelessly the future on my own terms. And what if the world is ending? Boom, kaput, finito, sayonara. I'm in peace. I don't regret anything. But my question for you is, have you reached the future without shame? Have a great Mother's Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, with that question, have you reached the future without shame? Answer in the chat, yes or no. Come on, let's get more energy going. Yes or no. So I love the props. Your energy was incredible. Thank you for such a powerful message. So many intakes there. And ladies, you see that over and over, we got the formula. So after this symposium, we are the gurus of motherhood, and any mother that comes out way or any way we can help a child find its path by enlightening that mother, I want to encourage all of us to do that. Okay, who can commit to that? Yes, come on, Miss Linda, give me some love here. All right, perfect, amazing. Let's move on because the program is amazing. I like to now bring to the stage Donika Gunter. She is actually from Pennsylvania, and I'm gonna move her up a little bit earlier. She's gonna be speaking about mindful mothers raising mindful kids. She empowers and motivates women, men, teens globally to get in touch and activate their healing power and awareness to gain unlimited confidence. She is a fearless, independent, and strong woman. I'd like to welcome to the stage Donika Gunter, please.
Hello, everyone, and happy Mother's Day. Thank you for having me here today, and it's an honor and a privilege to be here and share my message with you. Being a mother was eye-opening for me because I was raised in a family with a strong mother and two other sisters. All I learned every day before I left the house, my mother said, go and be happy in the school. Don't listen to anyone what they say to you. I was raised in Albania, born and raised in Albania, and it was a communist country. So everybody was the same. We didn't have much power to voice our thoughts. And we had a system then we have to follow. So the mindset didn't exist. You know, you have to do what you have to do. But at home, we have great parents that always talk about confidence, kindness, compassion. They always let us to express our thoughts and feelings, to make mistakes. They stay in our level. They listen without being like forceful and to change the direction of who I wanted to be. So going fast forward right now for myself, all the lessons that I learned in Albania, in a communist country, I learned that you don't have to have much, but you have to have love and that support and the faith from somebody, from your parents, from your friends, to tell you that it's okay whenever you are and you can build anything you want. So taking that lesson with me from a mother that lost 3 sons and I lost 3 brothers, I saw every day how she struggled with the pain and suffering, but she made sure that she gave us unconditional love. When I came in America 22 years ago and I became mother, all I wanted to be all my life was to be a mother, because it was so much love that I have inside me. And I want to share this love with another human. So my daughter is my world to me. She's everything that it showed me what unconditional love is, what unselfish love is, compassion. Through her, I learned how to serve myself first, how to take care more, how to think positive, how not to allow any old mindset or old story or limited beliefs to stop me to become the greatest mother, a role model for my daughter. And so 14 years ago, I got divorced and I was left with nothing. When I came in America, I didn't know any word English, but I know that I love education. I finished biology, chemistry, and I've been teacher for 30 years. So working with kids, I knew then I love to help others. I love to give hope and inspiration. So from the teaching, from the motherhood, from learning from my mother and other people, I wanted to help the world. So I opened my practice mindfulness with a purpose. And my purpose is to tell every woman, every child, globally, every parent, then you are enough where you are. Love yourself, be present, have trust in yourself and faith, be confident, be fearless, because guess what? The world starts within you. Whenever you think, you become. Whenever you speak, or become your world. And whenever you think that the world is to you, that is what you are creating. So teach your kids, love your kids, and become emotional bank for them. Let them to show your worries. Let them to show your mistakes. So every day they can come and take something out of you with acceptance, with love, with compassion, because it's a privilege, it's an honor to become a mother and be a mother. Now, I want to close this with an exercise, since I have mindfulness coach. Bring both your hands in front of you and rub it really hard until you warm up, because love is always like sun. And put your hand in your heart. And from my heart in your heart, I send you love, compassion, gratitude. So be a sister, give your hand to somebody else, or lift them up, because the world needs healing, needs love, needs union. Thank you from Erie, Pennsylvania.
Wow, Donica, thank you so much for a powerful message. Lots of words are resonating in all of us. You paused them quite well, and I can't believe a story. My mother always said that she could never fathom the idea of losing a child. So your mother to lose 3 is far beyond what I can process. And all those life lessons that you've had to live through that as well is such a courageous way of expressing your story. And we thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, now let's go to Colombia. Actually, I'm in Colombia, but I'm gonna bring someone in Atlanta that is Colombian, a great friend of mine, Juliana Henao. She's going to be speaking today about communication, the base of a long-lasting relationship with your children. Juliana Henao, originally from Medellin, Colombia, but now lives in the United States. She is a mom of 2 adults and has 2 adorable dogs. Juliana has worked with different nonprofits and private organizations, and she has a bachelor's degree in social work and an MBA in project management. A beautiful soul, a beautiful friend. I welcome to the stage Juliana. Please help me welcome her. Nobody's sleeping. Let's keep on continue rubbing the love that we just were taught. Thank you, Juliana. You can open your mic.
Thank you so much for this invitation. I am so happy to share with you about my experience. So I got pregnant when I was 20. I was in college, I was single, and I was so afraid. You know, my parents, by the time, they didn't support me. And I don't know how to do what I really want to achieve in my life, but I saw my belly growing up, and I say, if I don't achieve my dreams, I don't know how I'm gonna teach my son, because I knew he was a son, how to achieve his dream too. So I put my fears and on the side, and I say, we are gonna do this. And from that moment, I start a conversation with my baby. So I talk to him all day, even when I was riding the bus, even when I walking, I talk to him about my dreams, everything. And I repeat the same years later when I have my daughter. And something I did was always thanking for choosing me as a mother, because I believe we choose our parents. So I say thank you all the time. And I ask God for guidance to be the nurturing mother they needed. So when they were, of course, they recognized my voice, and I still talking to them. And something I did when they were taller is I always put in myself in the floor. So I had the contact level with them. I tried to explain everything to them, learn and lie. I noticed that really didn't work well because kids don't really need explanations. They just need for you to be for them right there, play with them, talking to them, listen to them, and remember the fast why. Oh, my son was the guy, the little boy annoying, asking everything. Why? But my mother told me I was the same. So I say, I am gonna be very patient with my son. So I always answer the questions. So the pretense years come, and they were, little difficult, because in that time, children don't really know what they want, why they're just talking, out of the blue. But I remember myself, I just listened to them all the time. When they were teenagers, was one of the most happy moments of my life as a mother. We really had great communication. So, all the after school activities, wrestling, ballet. So I enjoy every moment we were riding in the car. So it was the perfect moment because I had the opportunity to stay with each of them. So and talking, and that was the moment they taught me, how they feel, how school was, what they really want. But something we really enjoyed, we was listening to music. So by that time, I knew everything about rap, Nelly, Drake came. So, sometimes I was singing in the supermarket, and somebody said, you know that song? And I said, of course, I have teenagers at home, because all the songs were. But it was great to have this opportunity to sing the same songs my kids do. And now my kids are 27 and 24. They are not with me right now. One lives in Seattle, another lives in Madrid. And we talk every day. No matter how busy they are, we chat, we have our WhatsApp chat, but also we talk. And that's important for me, even 1 or 2 minutes. My son used to call me, oh, Mom, I am gonna be busy today, so I just gonna call you later. And he called. So I am so happy that he does this. So create a good communication with your children is possible. What you have to do is always listen to them. So I am just giving you three points that really work for me. One is, as a mother, don't be afraid to show what you are. They will love you no matter what. Second, always listen to them. If they are children, they are teenagers, they are adults, always listen to them. Now that my kids are adults, I know they are another significant people for them, but I know they are always looking for my approbation and for my love. And third, love them unconditional. Even if you don't agree, especially when you're angry, love them. Because the anger is gonna pass, but the law is gonna be always with them. So great communication is not only build self-esteem, but also a mutual respect. And communication is important in a relationship, but it requires honesty and courage. And thank you so much for letting me to share my experience, and happy Mother's Day.
Oh, Juliana, I could just eat you up. That was amazing. I love your spirit. You just say it with such a innocence. And I know your children, grown-up children, and the relationship that you have built is everything you say here. I wonder what would happen if we tell our older children now, thank you for choosing me as a mom. I'm not sure now it'll work. I think it only works when they're little. But hey, we can do an experiment. A very powerful message and just a reminder of the effective of communication. So now I want to bring to the stage my dear, dear friend, Carla Tochijara from Mexico. We were friends in school, went to school, are still friends from middle school, high school. I'm so excited to bring her on board with a huge topic. Your biggest strength is asking for help. She is committed to peace, compassion, and simplicity in life. She has dedicated her life to just have so many studies to make a difference in this world, to connecting people to their hearts. She has a heart of gold. She's the embodiment of tranquility, serenity, and peace. Without further ado, I want to bring to the stage Carla Tochijara.
Hello, Val. Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. And thank you, Anoldi, for this amazing space, for let us have the opportunity to share with these wonderful women around the world with all these magic experiences and messages. And well, yeah, here we are, and I would love to talk with you about the importance to asking for help. As a women, we have this pattern in our lives to be raised as if we have to be the one in the backstage, the one that has to provide support, time, help to others to fulfill their needs. But it is time for us to understand that this is our moment to be in the scenario and to be the protagonist of our lives. And to be there means to have the knowledge about who we are. We need to start to connect with our inner self, to see what we need. From that place, from knowing what we want to achieve, for knowing what are our areas of opportunity, we can go out of the world and ask for help. What it means to ask for help? It means to create a tribe. It means to create a team. We all deserve to open our lives to the universe and how the universe has to give us. Always remember that you deserve to be listened, that you deserve to be loved. And the only way that you have to experience this love and this commitment of all the rest of the people around you is by asking them to be part of your life. The universe is there to help you, the angels, God, however you name this amazing force above us. But the only way this force have to manifest in our lives is through the people we know. So we have to ask them to be part of our projects, to be part of our goals. And we can start doing this step by step. For example, sometimes we are not really aware, or we don't really understand what our needs are. But sometimes those needs are behind our complaints. When you are not happy with something and you complain about something in your life, you are asking for something. Find that thing that you are asking for in order for you to have it in a more congruent message. If you say, instead of "don't do that, help me with this," it will be a biggest contribution into your life. And remember, when we ask for help, we also are teaching our children to know that they deserve the opportunity to ask for help, that we don't have to be perfect because we already are perfect. And in that perfection, we need people to support us. We need also the opportunity for them to feel important. Asking for help is not only something that will help us to have a better condition, but also it will be the way that we have to say others that they are important for us, that we value their qualities and their values. So just open your heart. Don't struggle all the time. You really deserve to be listened and to be loved. And the best way to let the world show you how important you are and how valuable you are is by asking for help. It is not something because now we are always thinking about the importance of being independent. Being strong is asking for help. That's the way we show our respect to all of us. Thank you, Val. Thank you, Anobi.
Thank you. Being strong is asking for help. There we go. Now, I feel more empowered to ask for help. I'll have to say, I'll speak in past tense. I used to have a hard time asking for help. And now you've empowered me, because there's got to be that balance. And you just put it in such a way that it reminds us of something that is truly of importance. So thank you, Carla, for doing that. Now I'd like to continue and bringing on board my dear friend, Andrea Markusic, please. She is from Canada, amazing human being. I have learned to admire her, love her from whom she is as a parent, as a human being. And she is now speaking of a new perspective on sibling rivalry. So if you have if you have your children fighting all the time, this is the talk that you will not want to miss. Andrea is a mother, a wife, a daughter, a conscious coach, and an entrepreneur. She is committed to peace, compassion, and simplicity in life. She is learning to slow down and enjoy the moments and settle down for the rush of a fast-paced life. Please welcome to the stage my dear friend, Andrea.
Thank you, Val. I'm so honored to be here, and thank you, Peter and Suzanne, for putting on this event. I've been here very early this morning. In Canada, it's the morning time, and it's been amazing to hear everybody and hear all the different perspectives from all around the world. I'd like to talk about sibling rivalry because I found it was one of the hardest things for me as a young mom was watching my children fighting. I had these babies and I thought they were going to be best friends, and then when all of a sudden they're hurting each other and being mean to each other, I felt really at a loss. And when I talk to other mothers, it's such a struggle for them. It's so draining energetically. We're constantly feeling like we need to be this judge, hearing two different stories, and it's just so complicated. And honestly, when my kids were small, it was like an ambulance siren. When the kids would be fighting, I would drop everything just to go in and rescue and figure out what I needed to do to help them. And it hit me about 15 years ago. I thought, wait a minute, what if these fights that they're having as children are actually a safe place for them to handle some big feelings, to learn how to get along inside of their marriage later in life, or to learn how to get along with a coworker they don't agree with. We don't all agree with people in our lives, and that's okay. We all have our own minds, and it's okay to not all think the same way. So it's really important that we, find a way to be okay with not sharing the opinions. So I sat there and I thought, but why can I not handle seeing my kids angry or upset? And I realized I had this urge to rescue them because I couldn't handle seeing people upset around me, because I actually couldn't handle my own sadness or my own anger. I love the happy feelings, and don't we love it when our kids are happy, but when they're anything else, any of those other feelings, we get, oh, come in, I put my cape on and I come in and rescue them. And they don't need that. They actually need us to say, this is a safe place to feel all of the emotions, all the emotions. We all have all kinds of emotions in our life, and it's totally healthy to experience them. But if we haven't had good models of what does it look like to feel sad, and just hold space for someone and allow them to feel sad and allow them to recover that for themselves, or to get angry or not like something, we need to just allow. So when I started to look at emotions in this way with my kids, I had so much work to do within myself. So I had to take the eye off my kids and their conflict and actually look at, what is this bringing up in me? I mean, so many mothers today have been talking about the triggers in themselves, and how if we learn to manage our own triggers, we can actually be so much bigger space for our children. And this is what they need from us. They need us to allow them to have the room to have conflicts. I still, to this day, my kids are 22 to 12 years old. And if they get in a conflict, which is quite rare now, actually, because now that they don't have a mediator, they know what's going on inside of their relationship, so they resolve it so quickly. But if I ever do see them in a conflict, I have to still manage my own trigger, because another fantasy that we have as parents is, oh, I want my child to have a best friend. I want my child to be their sibling's best friend when they get older. And we can't, not only do we need to release the past and how we handle pain, we also need to release the future and our expectations of what a sibling means to our children, and give them the freedom. They want to be best friends, they can be best friends. If they don't want to be, we need to give them the freedom to find their people in their life too. So I invite you to, release and look at your own emotions. If your kids are having any conflicts with each other, see if you can manage your own feelings and allow and see what unfolds for them to take care of their own relationships with one another. Thank you.
Amazing message. Thank you, Christine. Yes, we need to keep on going. We got 3 more speakers. We need to keep the energy going, guys. It's getting better and better. Powerful message. This is a must needed talk. We can learn so much from these fights that at the end it gives so many life lessons. Thank you so much for putting it in such a understandable way. So if you ever see your children fighting or having a discussion, you guys know what to do now, okay? Thank you, Christine. Sorry, Andrea. I'm thinking of Christine because I'm watching her. All right, now I am going to introduce as a beautiful woman that I've just had the pleasure of having my paths cross her energy through the previous event part. She is Linda Nefertiti. She's from Texas. She's going to be speaking, I know for a fact, a very powerful talk. And her talk is The Power of a Mother's Love. She's learning to slow down and enjoy the moments and settle down for the rush of a fast-paced life. She's a mother, a grandmother, a great grandmother, and she loves spending time with her family. This is what she breathes. This is what she preaches. And she is one of the most authentic human beings I have ever met. So bring her to the stage, please, my friend Linda.
Hello, Val, and thank you. Thank you. I am a great grandmother. I haven't got to great yet.
I got carried away. I got carried away.
I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great grandmother. I'm an author, an entrepreneur, a motivational speaker, and a poet. I'm so happy to say that I'm there today because of some near-death experiences and abuses and adversities I had in my life. I never thought that I would be here. But when I became a mother, that was one of the greatest feelings for me because I had someone that I could give my love to. I said there were 3 things I was going to make sure I did with my children. And I want you to write these down. I think they're important because it talks about the power of a mother's love and it uplifts our children. Be an encourager. Encourage our children to do the best they could do and let them understand that they can be whatever they want to be. Let them know you're proud of them, but show them how to be proud of themselves. Nurture them, nurture their bodies, nurture their minds. Let them know where they're from in order to know where they're going. And then communicate with them. Communicate and let them know that they can come to you and talk to you about anything and everything. And I wanted to make sure I had that with my children. The reason why was because there was things that happened to me early in life and I did not have that type of relationship with my mother. But I didn't realize the power of a mother's love that my mother gave me until later in life. She gave me the power of tenacity, determination, and perseverance, and a strong love of God. My late mother-in-law, she helped me become the best wife that I could be to my husband, and also showed me how to be a mother to male children. I wrote a poem that's called The Power of a Mother's Love. And it goes, the power of a mother's love can cause children to excel. The power of a mother's love can make the difference between wanting to give up and refusing to fail. The power of a mother's love can bring forth life from a small seed, because within that love lies the determination to push you to succeed. What is the power of a mother's love? It's that encouragement you give them. She gives you when she sees you've had enough. It's that nurturing she gives you when she sees you want to give up. It's that discipline she gives you when she sees you're going astray. It's that faith she has that God will make a way. There is something so special about the power of a mother's love. I want to wish all the mothers around the world a happy Mother's Day. And I'm reaching across the stage, across social media, and across the world to connect with mothers everywhere. When we have that powerful love for our children and we see wrong or injustice done to another child, if we can look at it as if it's our child and reach out our hands to help one another, we can change the world. And that is the power of a mother's love. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Oh my goodness. You always, it's, I don't even know what every time you speak, Linda. And your story now becomes our story. That's how powerful you are. Beautiful, beautiful words. And it's just an honor to have you as a friend also. And you know, the one phrase that you said, nurture them to know where they are from so they know where they are going. That is just so profound. Can somebody write that on the chat? Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
All right, let's continue because we're getting towards the end. Teresita Cardon is from Mexico. She is going to be gifting us a lecture called Autism, the Hidden Gift. She's a mother of 2 children in the spectrum. She's an NLP coach, entrepreneur, speaker, and has a degree in foreign trade, founder of Cardona Network. An incredible woman as well, and I am delighted to have her here in our segment for Americas and Canada. Without further ado, Teresita Cardona.
Thank you very much, Val. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. How many of you have had a child diagnosed in the spectrum, in the autism spectrum? How many of you have had 2 or more children in the spectrum? My name is Teresita Cardona, and I like to share my story with you. It was not easy to find this out. I had many ideas, many emotions. I have my son. They're still young. One is 5, and the other, my daughter is 7. So when I found out that my daughter lost her vocabulary, I felt so sad. I remember I went to a seminary for NLP training, and I found Dr. Bandler. He is one of the founders. And I asked him, Dr. Bandler, next week I have a children appointment to have my daughter and my son seen. And I'm afraid they will diagnose autism. And he told me something that I will never forget. He told me that a diagnosis is only an opinion. Next week, when I found out, that helps me a lot. Today I want to share about the gifts of the spectrum. But I was wondering, what gift is this? But it's really a gift. The first gift I want to share with you is the gift of patience. You know, when you go this way, you want your kids to follow, but they do whatever they want to do. So you need to have a little patience. But when you are a mother of these spectrum kids, you will need a little more patience. The second gift is the gift of presence. To be honest, I never think that I wasn't present. But these ideas of my kids becoming a great doctor, a president, a great engineer, really was not good, because when I was with my kids, I only thinking in that and not in the present moment with them. But they helped me a lot. When I see them laughing, when I see them playing with me, when I look look at their eyes, they teach me a lot. The gift to be present. And the third gift I received was the gift of a brave heart. Yeah, you need a brave heart to accept this. It's not easy. It's not easy, but it's very necessary to accept things you cannot change. How many of you are in denial of something that you have to accept? That happens to me. So having a brave heart is a gift. So today, Mother, I would like to tell you, please be brave, be strong, have a brave heart, but more important, be you and love your kids. Thank you very much.
Powerful words. So proud of you, Teresita. So many things to reflect on with your speech. I mean, what we can learn from situations in life that we can't even fathom, the patience present and be brave from a situation that you can't control, so then you accept it. An amazing reminder that many of us forget. So thank you for sharing your words. And you look stunning, and I want that apartment, wherever that is. Find out where that background is, because yeah, Linda and I are moving for sure. Whoever else wants to come, that is stunning. And now to close with her beautiful heart and energy and wisdom and brave heart, and to bring the icing on the cake to almost close the Americas and Canada segment, because you cannot go anywhere. We still have our panel and the drawing for the gifts that Peter's going to come on board. I'd like to bring to the stage my dear friend, also Christine Labé. She's from Canada, a beautiful woman with an impeccable heart. She will be speaking about embracing our differently abled children. Christine is a conscious parenting coach, empowerment coach for parents of children with special needs, and wisdom teachers for families of differently abled children. She is also known for her work as a pediatric Anat Banel method, ABM, narrow movement practitioner, as well as her Canada-wide membership program for ABM narrow movement practitioners. Her personal experience as a parent to a child with atypical Rett syndrome and her work with both children and families sets her apart as a leader in the field of special needs family coaching. Please welcome to the stage my dearest friend, Christine.
Thank you so much, Val, for this wonderful welcome. I'm so thrilled to be here with all of you celebrating Mothers today. And truly, my heart is so open and wide. And when it's vibrating at this level, I get emotional, and I'm really present with you guys today, feeling this beautiful energy, and so happy to celebrate all of you. So today, I actually want to speak to parents of children with special needs, or parents of what I like to call differently abled children. I want to begin by saying that our children are absolutely beautiful. They are already whole. They are magnificent, and they are perfect just the way they are. The reason why we, the parents, suffer on this journey is because we are made to believe that our children are flawed, that our children need to be fixed. You see, society idealizes the typical. Instead of idealizing the individual, they idealize the typical. And so this leads our children on a trajectory of fixing, a trajectory through therapy. This trajectory, unfortunately, affects their self-worth. Think of how it feels for them to be made to remember time and time again what their limitations are, as opposed to being valued, seen, heard, appreciated, acknowledged for all of those wonderful, unique things that are within them. So one of the reasons why parents have a hard time seeing their children, I spoke of the belief system and the trajectory that we're set on. But one of the major things is the fact that we're wearing glasses that are covered with fog. And I'll explain to you what this fog is. The fog represents the limiting belief systems, as we spoke of. It speaks of the conditioning, the inner child wounds, the expectations that are placed on us, the pressures that are placed on us that we then impose on our children, our feelings of unworthiness, our feelings of lack. All of these things impact how we see our children. They impact how we connect with our children. And I will go as far as to say that unless we are able to remove this fog, we will not be able to connect to our children authentically, heart to heart, soul to soul. I like to think of this as a visual. If we look at it as a visual, think of a heart, and then think of putting all of these layers of muck and gray on top of that heart. You see, our differently abled children have this pure heart, untainted, untouched. There is nothing, no layers on top of that heart, but ours is covered with all of the fog I was speaking of. And it gets in the way of that meaningful connection. It gets in the way of us being able to tap into their beautiful gifts, the gifts that are innate. You see, every single child on this planet is unique. Every single child. But we're so focused on putting them within this small box that we're missing it. We're not seeing how beautiful they are. I want to share with you a beautiful quote that I really love by Maya Angelou. It is, if you are always trying to be normal, you will never know how amazing you can be. And I think this is important to remember. So as parents, remember that your healing on this journey is so important, so important, because our children, and I speak to you mother to mother, I also have a daughter that has special needs. Our children need us to see their magnificence. That's what they need. They need us to love them. They don't need us to fix them. They don't need us to be the savior. They don't need us to be the selfless parent. If anything, I will say, for you to truly tap into that which is special and unique in your own child, you will have to access that within yourself. Which means it's so important to do that healing, to get rid of all that fog, because as you remove the fog from your heart, you are then able to connect with yourself once again. You can then tap into your own beautiful gifts, your own magnificence, your own uniqueness. And it's only when you get to that stage, when that fog is lifted and you're expressing yourself in your own authenticity, that you can truly connect with your child and see them, and then support them towards the modalities that are going to help them express their uniqueness with life, share their uniqueness with life. So it's not about the parents, it's not about the children. We're not changing the children, right? This is not about changing our children. This is about changing the parents, changing the therapists, changing the educators, changing the medical practitioners, society. It's not our children that need to change. Our children are these beautiful, beautiful teachers here to show us the path out of suffering, not into it. They're here to show us what we need to heal. They're showing us a door. And with that, I want to wish you all a happy Mother's Day, because it's time for us to shift our perspective about what it means to be the parent to a child with special needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wow. goosebumps all over my body. Your message is so clear, and it is what we always say, right? I mean, they are here to teach us, to give us the lessons, and never to fix them or anyone. I mean, it's only working within ourselves, role modeling, and just accepting them for whom they are. Thank you for reminding us that. Wow. Okay, I want to see all whoever's left here. Can I see your pretty beautiful faces or a foot? I don't care if you're eating at this point. Just I want to see the energy as we, before closing, are gonna stretch to do the panel. Yes, and because we're going to wrap it up, and we're gonna bring all with the wisdom of all of you here as well, because we need you to make sure you interact with us and put your questions in the chat or on Facebook or on YouTube. We have people that are backing us up. So let's see how in the world we could wrap up such an incredible day. Of course, we're focusing on our segment, which we're going to be talking about conscious parenting in these uncertain times. Now, if you've noticed throughout our day today, we have many conscious coaches, conscious parenting coaches. So, and even if you're not, there is this openness of consciousness. So now that we have all the recipe and almost 9 hours of segment, and we just are in this vibration of love, I want to bring to my panel, please, Andrea Markusic. I want to bring Christine Labe as again, and Linda Nefertiti. If we can spot them three, please, Suzanne, that'd be amazing to get them going, because the wisdom and the heart and the love of these three beautiful women are going to put everything into perspective for us. So the first question for my panel, which I'm still seeing everybody, but I know you're there, is how can we really show up for our children during these times of uncertainty? So we know the recipe, we know what to do, we have said it all. But in these times that you cannot fully, take care of yourself or do the things that you love or get out of the house, I mean, it is what it is. We have this situation. How can we turn this over? How can we stay whole, loving, and present and apply all the kumbaya moments that we've talked about today? Christine, you just spoke. Let me start with Andrea. You want to try start, please?
Yeah, so it is an unpredictable time right now. And I think the best thing that we can do is lower our expectations and actually take this time right now to connect with our kids. And we are really limited. I mean, but on the positive end of that, we've had more home dinners, more breakfasts together even. Like, we need to see the positive in all this. And one thing that I've personally had to do is lower my own responsibilities. I was chasing money. I was so busy with working. We don't need all that much money. We can get by, simplify, and connect with the people that we care about, right? So I think it's shifting our perspective of what really matters and taking our time.
I love that, because it is actually a tricky question that I put, because we've been wanting the space with the children. Now we have it, we don't know what to do with them, right? We're gonna pay the teacher $1,000 to get the school back open, when before we didn't like the teacher. It just is so surreal what is going on right now. So Linda, what's your perspective in this, Linda?
Well, first of all, I agree with what Andrea said. I don't have little children at home anymore. My children are grown, my grandchildren are grown. I have a 4-year-old great-grandson. And what I try to do with him, I allow him to play what he wants to play, but I try to be creative and see what it is he really likes and help him invent things. This is a time where we have the space where you see a lot of children that have started their own businesses. You see a lot of child prodigies. Find out what a child really likes and build on that. Be creative and you'll find out that we can learn more from them sometime than they can learn from us.
Amen. Love that. Christine, would you have something to add? I can't hear you, my love.
Sorry about that. I love what Linda and Andrea said. I totally love that. I think in addition to what they mentioned today, I think one of the beautiful things about this pandemic, and I'm always going to look at things in a positive way, just letting you know, is the fact that we've slowed down, right? And so in slowing down, there is more time to do things that perhaps we were not choosing to prioritize in the past. So if I think of my own life, I was so busy working long hours, I probably wasn't as present as I would have liked. And then suddenly the pandemic hit, and then I had to close my practice. And so I couldn't work as much. And it actually allowed me to connect with my children on a much deeper level and heal many of the wounds that, were kind of lingering, but we didn't have time to address. I think in spending so much time together, it brought a lot of things to light. And so it really opened those doors to be able to heal some of those things that were present, but we weren't quite sure what they were because there was no time to observe what was going on behind the behaviors, right? So I think this has been a really, really beautiful period to slow down, change our priorities, embrace the simplicities of life. Andrea mentioned this. The simple things, taking a walk outside, observing the birds, these are things that we should have been doing before, but it seems that now, because there are less options for us out there, we're really, really starting to enjoy those simple things, nature, those things that are so good for the soul. So I think this is a beautiful time to shift our whole life to just have this new vision of what life is meant to look like with our children. So I think that's kind of how I'm showing up, is that I'm totally shifting how I'm showing up through this pandemic, and it's been a beautiful blessing.
Well, what a contribution from the three of you. I really want to stay positive as well. I try to live my life very positive and pray that when everything comes back to normal, I wonder if these shifts will continue. So that is the one question, even though this is not a panel question for all of you, but one of the three of you, what do you think will happen when we come back to the normal? Will these new way of looking at life will be embedded that in such a way that we will have the new us, the new world, the new family? What do you think? Christine, go ahead and answer if you want.
Yeah, sure. I will say, because this period has allowed us to go inwards, even as parents, right? It's really given us a chance to do our own healing and take that time. I feel like I'm losing my thought right now of what I was going to say.
If we're gonna have the same, if we're gonna have the comeback, or is it
Oh,
gonna
yes.
stay?
I remember. So we found a way to find equilibrium, and now some of us are more connected to when we're in balance and when we're not in balance. This is where I was going. So before, we may not have known, maybe we were out of balance, we weren't sure how to come back to that place of equilibrium. And I feel like in slowing down, perhaps at least for me, I've found this way of knowing when I'm out of balance so that I can get back into balance. And I think that's going to follow me going forward, because there's only so much I can take on now. When you slow down, you start to realize that you are doing way too much, right?
Absolutely.
And you start to enjoy things that you weren't doing before, and now you don't want to give that up. So I think this is a beautiful period to, reconnect with those things that we love, that we've forgotten. And I think that we're going to bring that into the future going forward. At least that's my hope and my thought.
Let's put that into manifestation for everyone, please. I love that. Now, I was completely shocked, with the segment of Europe and Africa and all that region over there, when they were talking so much about violence. Yes. And I have my friend Nita here, she's a peace ambassador. And it leaves me in complete shock that we're with these consciousness. And how can you explain that we have 19 places, 19 states in the US that allow corporate punishment. So I want to hear your perspective of how can that be shifted? How, I mean, it just, to be honest, it blew my mind. I was interviewed to be an advocate of children, somebody that knew about education. I did not know what was going on, because I'm not watching the news here. I have enough with what's going on in Colombia. I don't need more of that. So what are your thoughts about that? How can we make that shift? Yes.
Val,
Andrea.
thank you very much to ask me this question. I was expected from Adobe to put me panelist, but she didn't, just I missed out. How I say, all women need to realize and know their own unique value first. And we need women to make peace. We need peacemaker. Yeah. And woman, God designed it to be a peace ambassador and peacemaker. Many women, I see their face, they talk something and they do something else. We need honesty. We need to open our heart to be honest with ourselves and this world. This is why our world collapsed. We need to shift this world with love, with honesty, with caring. This is why I am so frustrated in this time, because I saw people going down. Yes, we have religion, we respect their religion, we do, but this day, the greed of men or human, they use the religion to make the people fight together. They use the race to make the people fight together. We need to go beyond the race, beyond the religion, and make a new religion. This is love and caring. Should be the new religion for the human being. Thank you very much, Val, to give me this opportunity.
No, absolutely. You know, thank you, my love. I'm gonna bring it back to the panel, but just to piggyback on, I mean, this is what she does for work. I mean, literally stops wars. So how do we get to that? How can we make a difference with those? I mean, we know what to do, but how do we get there? To be honest, I really want to do something about it. I'm trying to think if we could do this maybe through signing a petition, joining our forces. What were you going to say, Andrea?
Val, I read this book, Mother of Peace. This is written by Hang Jan Han Moon. This lady, she's amazing, from South Korea.
Nidia, can you put the name in the book, please? Can you put the name on the chat, my love?
I will put it. Okay. This lady tried to build the bridges between country to country and human to human. She raised in the church, but I see she go beyond the church. The Muslim people and the Christian people, the Buddhist people, all behind her. This is why I'm reading this book. I'm amazed this woman. She called for unification. We need the unification.
Nidia.
Definitely. That's what, thank you so much, Nita. I want to unify us to make a difference in this, because I can't sit, like, I'm really hurt by hearing the news. So Andrea, can you tell me your point of view also, please?
Well, your question was about how can we shift schools and...
Exactly. I mean, knowing that there's corporate punishment accepted.
I think, so I just wanted to, what came to mind was a story I want to share. Many years ago, I'd say 7 years ago, I actually hired a parenting expert to come into my kids' school to talk about parenting techniques. And all the while, no, it was longer than 7 years, I was yelling at my kids at home. And so I was on the face, this perfect parent, doing all, like Nadia, was that her name? Like she was saying, the face we put on in the front and then who we are in the private life, right? And I was not kind to my kids, but I'm bringing these people in to help parenting. It was very twisted. And my principal at the time thought I was this good parent, right? And he said to me, it's not what we do on social media. It's not what we do. It's not the pictures we post. It's not the things that we show to the outside world. When all the cameras are off and the doors are closed, who are we being in our homes to our families? This is what's going to change the world. And it was like a reality check for me. I literally walked home crying because I thought, like, I could cry thinking about it right now. I thought, oh my gosh, I'm such a fake. I'm such a fake. I had beautiful pictures on Facebook and then this, and I had to check myself. And I think we need to look at this. We need to look inside of our private homes. What are we doing? Are we present? Are we loving ourselves? Are we loving and being kind to the people around us? Or are we blasting people and blasting ourselves? It's such an inner work. But if everybody does this inner work, it's going to spill into the next generations, and they won't stand for it. They'll be advocates because there'll be peace, period.
Absolutely, Andrea. I think, first of all, we're starting it right now by us coming together from countries all around the world, as I said earlier, reaching across the stage, reaching across social media, reaching around the country and finding out, first of all, we're more alike than we are different. Talking about what's going on, bringing it to the forefront, and then we are powerful as mothers. We can change things. We first have to change us. We first have to do it together, and then we can go change that system. The whole school system needs to be changed because what they're teaching our children does not normally transfer to the real world. So we have the power if we stick together and start right here.
Amazing. I want to go out with all of you today. I don't know, celebrate. How do we do that in physical life? That was powerful, Linda. Thank you. What about you, Christine? Do you have anything else to add about this question?
She's muted. You have to unmute.
Oh, let's see.
Press the space bar and see if it'll unmute.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. I love what everyone said here, and I think this really speaks, it speaks to a few things. First of all, the whole movement in conscious parenting, and reparenting ourselves as parents, changing ourselves, healing ourselves to be able to show up for our children, to be non-reactive, to be able to see what's going on behind the behaviors. And so, if we start shifting at home and we become better parents at home, not only are we creating, better children who are much more connected, much more able to manage their emotions and feelings, much more able to talk about what's happening within them. We're also in a much more powerful place, as Linda was saying, also to advocate, and as Linda said, also when we come together and we start advocating together, now this is when movement starts to happen, right? This is when we come in and we create change, and we can do this. And I'm going to link this to special needs parents out there because it's the exact same thing. It creates a ripple effect when all of us do our work and we start coming together and we advocate to create change. We can be really, really, really powerful as a unit.
Amazing words. Well, I'm feeling it. Definitely, as I said, as soon as the motivation to have this event, I told Suzanne and Peter, this is so much more than a little message of Mother's Day. So again, Suzanne and Peter and OBTV for organizing this. This is amazing. And I have one more question, and then of course your final message to the world as you stand on top of the mountain, for all the mothers out there. I would like to know, how can we give our children still a voice when they have very little freedom, very controlled environment? They are not able to do what they want to do. how can they have a voice during these times of uncertainty and still keep the conscious parenting going? Andrea?
Press the space bar.
Oh, she's probably
Okay.
muted too.
Hold on. Well, there. Wait. Ask to unmute. Let's see.
Okay.
There you go.
It's tricky right now. We're in Ontario, Canada, and we're in a full lockdown. So no socializing. We can't be away. We can only be with the people in our family, which is okay for some ages and some of us, but teenagers, this is a really, really challenging thing for them. So we give them little choices, like choose what we're having for dinner. You know, there's not a lot right now that they have a lot of choice with. And I'm putting more energy into food actually, because it is something we can control right now. So I'm trying to make it a little bit fun. And that's a big focus of our house. Also, we, you know, I used to be like, oh, we're going to have a movie night. Here's the movie we're watching. Now I'm trying to give them some authority with these limits, right? So I'm playing basketball and I've never been very good, but I'm actually getting good because it's the way they want to play with us, right? So I'm letting them control the little, like very little bits that they can. But it's not easy, right? It's not an easy time.
Great suggestions. I love your answer. Okay, we're going to keep this answer for 1 minute each, because then I want your closing message. Christine?
You know, we speak of inner voice, and I actually find that this whole pandemic has really helped my oldest daughter, Juliana, really develop that inner connection and really start to express the things that she does want and that she does need and that are important to her. And I think that's partly due to all the time that we've been spending together, you know, at home, being stuck together, but also growing that connection to heal some of the things I was talking about. You know, none of us are perfect. Not one parent is perfect. I think the idea is to be able to notice, you know, what it is that we're doing so that we can have those conversations and allow that opportunity for the child to express themselves. The other thing too, I find when children are with peers, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're expressing their voice. And I actually feel in many ways it's the actual opposite. You know, they're trying to become like everyone else. They're losing their authenticity. And so they're not really speaking their inner voice. They're speaking the false self. They're speaking this false version that they're beginning to create. And so I feel like this time has been a beautiful period for children to perhaps have more adults in their life, create more of that tribe type of environment where, you know, each of those adults are selected particularly to help the children really get to know who they are, you know, as opposed to them being thrown into this tribe of children who are all trying to be the same and fit in. That's kind of my short version. Yeah.
I love it. Thank you so much. And Linda, 1 minute answer so we can give our closing, please, my love.
Well, it's not a whole lot that I can add to what they said, especially because I'm here by myself. Everybody is gone, but I just know that we need to pour in more to our children and allow them to pour into us, and then see what comes from doing that.
Amen. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, for last closing 1 minute answer, your message to all the mothers, to every single part of the world, Andrea.
These years go by fast. Linda knows this. Her kids grow up so quickly, right? Enjoy it and just be grateful. There's got to be something we can be grateful for, and start our day by focusing on those things that we're grateful for, and just try and.
Thank you. Pretty powerful statement. Christine, your message for all the mothers near and far?
you know what? My message is more about the fact that all mothers, that you matter. You know, your healing, taking that time for yourself, being in balance, it matters. It matters to your kids. It matters in terms of what you're teaching them. It matters in terms of your own connection, your own authenticity. So it's really, really important during this time. Take advantage of this time when you're home. Go inwards, you know, invest in yourself. Take a course, take a training, do something, you know, take that time to become a better version of you, because that is the most beautiful gift that you can give your children by far. And at the same time, the bonus is that you get to benefit just as much. So
Absolutely.
For me, I
Agree
always
more on that. Go ahead.
For me, I always felt like I wanted my children to know who they were, where they came from. I did research, family tree research, and research back 9 generations. So my children know where they came from. That lets them know who they are, and then they can plot a course to where they want to go, whether it's what I want them to do or not. But for the ladies, I would say, live your life. No one can live your life like you. No one can be an authentic you better than you. And when your story is written, make sure you hold the pen that writes that story. Love yourself. Hug yourself. Tell yourself, I love you. Be grateful for everything you've had and everything you went through. I had a friend say she was in pain because she was hurting, but she thanked God that she was still here and able to feel that pain. Love yourself. And then give from your overflow. Jan Van Zandt says, fill your cup up first, then give from your overflow.
Amen to all of that. Well, before I bring, bravo to all those words. Before I bring Peter to see what kind of prices we have, I would like to say thank you so much. It's the longest I've ever sat in a long time. I have double back surgery myself. This is 9.5 hours ongoing, but I didn't even feel it because of the motivation. So thank you for that. And my little love here is, if your child comes for help, if he is crying, if you need to interfere and you're like, oh, he's gonna think that, or he's gonna, don't. The heart doesn't lie. The heart does not lie. If you feel as a mother that your child needs you, be there. If you think you can just be a listener, be a listener. Have your life be guided by the compass of your heart. And without further ado, I'd like to bring in Peter to see who's the lucky winner. I want to thank Lynette, who stayed a long time, and all, I don't know who else is left. Thank you so much. We're going to do a game. If you stayed in the first segment, you stand up. So we can stand up if you've been in the second one, if you've been in the third. I don't know. Suzanne, please take over. She's silent now.
Yeah.
There she is.
Okay, let's bring Peter on the screen first. Yeah.
The one man in the room filled with mothers. How dare you?
All right, guys, are the wheel ready?
All right.
Okay, the wheel's up on the screen right now. Okay, we have 6 draws and one grand finale for everyone. And let's go. And somebody get ready to take down the 6 names. I think you forgot to remove her earlier. She already gotten it at segment 2. So it's JD Jaideep. JD Jaideep. Guys, one of you must take note of all the names. Got it? Next. Very close, very close. We have Jaya Kilani. Jaya Kilani. That's two. JD Jaya Kilani. The Marisa or yes, it's Marisa Nava. Marisa Nava, number 3. So we have 3 more draws to go. Sorry, 2 more, is it? All right, 2 more. 3. Yalla, it's 3 more, right? I couldn't be that bad with my maths. Solani Gosh. Solani Gosh. That's number 4. And number 5, we have who's that? Oh yes, Claudia Carrillo. Claudia Carrillo. And number 6, this is the last one. In any case, these prizes are sponsored by Junior Tan, founder of Mom Space. She's giving a 5-day challenge communication skills. Oh, the last person that won, the last mother that won, I hope. Jennifer Suzanne Hernandez Cardona. I hope I pronounce all the 4 names correct.
You're almost Latin,
Jennifer
Peter.
Suzanne Hernandez Cardona.
Ooh.
And they're sponsored by Gracie. They're sponsored by Val, of course, our wonderful Val Alino, a live conscious parenting and spiritual coach, and also NLP practitioner from Colombia. And Lynette Ha, certified peak performance coach with International Coaching Federation. And finally, I'm going to attach this link here because this link is to invite all of you who are present, whether as guest or as participant and speakers. For those of you who missed the reading by Gracie, so this is the Zoom link that you can copy down for Gracie's numerology workshop for Global Mother Symposium for 1 hour, and she'll do, well, she'll answer as much question as many questions as there may be. And that is Gracie's wonderful and kind prize for all who participated in our Zoom room for Global Mother Days, or Global Symposium for Mothers 2021. And with that, I'm going to hand over back to our wonderful segment 4 MC and moderator and host, Val Alino.
Thank you so much. Well, we close with so much love, claps, prizes, uplifted hearts, and I'm just forever grateful for this opportunity. It has been such a wonderful day. I want you to go now, enjoy your little ones, big ones, meet them, whoever you need to hang out, or yourself. Give yourself this day for you. And Suzanne, thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to be the MC and represent this beautiful, beautiful idea that you and Peter had. It's my honor to serve you all and help in any way I can.
Thank you so much, Val. Thank you so much. Right. All right. I'd like to thank you, everyone. I'm just speechless today. Over 9 hours, listening to your speeches, feeling so motivated and empowered. As we look back, there are so many ways that we can spend Mother's Day. But I think that nothing beats being in this space, in this time where all of us come together to share the beauty and the power of a mother's love through speeches, through stories. And on behalf of NOB, I just want to humbly thank all of you for making the time and effort to be here, for really making a difference, to the world by coming together and share your voices of mothers. Thank you. This has been the best Mother's Day experience that I ever had personally. And I thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart. All right. I want to make this time, the rest of my speech, to give my thanks to all the people who have been involved in making this event such a success. First of all, I want to thank the sponsor, Ms. Gracie Yap, for being the sponsor for our event and giving us such an eye-opening session, such an interesting session on how numerology can help us to redesign our future. I want to thank the sponsors for our lucky draws, Ms. Gracie Yap, Ms. Junior Tan, Ms. Lynette Ha, for the prizes that they have kindly sponsored. And we will be announcing the names of our prize winners in our NOB TV live Facebook public group. And we certainly believe that for all the prize winners, you'll find them very useful and helpful to you, whether it is related to your life goals or your parenting or personal development. And next, I want to thank all our keynote speakers for gracing our event today. Ms. Junie Tan, Ms. Satika Kebi, Ms. Teota Abduli, Ms. Margarita Abeline, for gracing our occasion with all your encouraging messages on how mothers can help children and to find their courage, to find their life purpose, and to find their voice. And next group of people whom I want to thank are the panelists for the panel discussions, Yayo, Ayu, Anita, and Theodi for segment 1, Grace, Lena, Ashi, and Nisha for segment 2, Adalbi, Forza, Tando, and Marisa for segment 3, Val, Andrea, Christine, and Linda for segment 4. All your discussions have given us so many new perspectives on parenting. But all your discussions lead to one powerful message, one universal message that mothers can raise children to be truly happy and to be the best versions of themselves. And next, I want to thank all of you speakers, all over 80 speakers from 5 continents here for coming to the event and making such a difference to our lives. You rock the stage. It doesn't matter that you come from different countries, different cultures, or different backgrounds. It's your love for your children, it's your desire for them to be happy that shines from the stories that you speak, that brings all of you together. And that is one thing that makes this event so powerful, so meaningful, and so significant. And the next group of people that I want to thank are my wonderful regional leads who have helped me to make this Global Symposium for Mothers happen from one idea, one concept, to an event that has touched the hearts of over 3,000 people watching our event from our Facebook Live and also our NOB TV YouTube channel. I want to thank Lynette for always injecting enthusiasm and energy in whatever you do and say and share. I want to thank Grace for always constantly helping us to ensure that we are on time, on track in our planning. I want to thank Adalbi for always being there, very positive, even when we encounter hurdles in our preparation and planning. And Val for constantly bringing us all her love and light in our discussions. And the next group of people, I want to thank Peter, who have been conducting the lucky draws and constantly bringing joy to the event with all the announcements of our lucky prize winners. And also Peter, Javius, Juno, Purush, who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes since 11 a.m. Singapore time to make sure that our session works in order and for giving time and attention to our speakers, who have encountered difficulties in coming into Zoom. So please give them a round of applause. And also, I want to thank the guests who have come into Zoom with the invitation from your speakers, joining with us to motivate them and give them the drive to speak with passion and courage. And finally, I want to thank all the audiences out there who are watching this program right now or have been watching all the way from 1 p.m. onwards for supporting us and being here with us. And I hope that the stories that you have heard have inspired you, have got you to know deeper what is the heart of a mother, and got you to better understand the amount of love, the unconditional love and sacrifice that mothers have given us from the day that we are born. This is the end of my message. And to all the speakers again, today is not the end of the opportunity for you to share your stories to the world. We want to encourage you to go forth, to spread the word about your stories, spread your word on the love that you give to your children, continue to motivate more people to see your hearts, to understand your hearts, and especially to motivate your fellow mothers out there in the world to be their guiding light so that they too can go on to motivate their children and grandchildren to be the best versions of themselves. With this, thank you once again for being with us today. It's been a wonderful Mother's Day, and I wish you all the best and happiness in whatever you do in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Love you,
Thank
Suzanne.
Love you guys. Thank
Happy
you.
Mother's Day,
Sending all your love to
everybody.
us.
Thank you.
Bye,
Please
Peter.
do not
Happy
exit first.
Mother's Day.
I think there's a message from Peter. Yeah.
We need to take a picture of all the mothers. How you express your love. I do not know how you express your love on camera, but you do express your love on camera.
Yes.
Somebody, JVS, can you take a snapshot of both screens?
Oh,
Right.
we can do a heart. Yeah, well, good idea. Let's do that heart shape.
Yeah, I think that's the best way.
Okay.
Let me make sure I got
Ready. Ready. Okay, ready. Everybody smile. Make sure we can see your teeth. I can see your face. All right, wonderful. Wait, hang on. Hold it there for the next page. Just hold it there. Yes, yes. Keep it up. Keep it up. You're doing wonderful. All right.
You are amazing, Peter. Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne.
Okay, got it?
Got it?
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care, everyone.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Good night.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. An honor to be here.
Dime gracias.
Thank you.
De
Bye.
atrás.
Thank
De
you.
otra,
Bye.
everybody.
Thank you.
Feels like family.
Elena.
Tata
Everyone.
is dead.
Bye,
Saidita.
Suzanne.
Thanks, Michelle.
Bye-bye. Yeah.